and better sense of trusting the audience than the supposed adult Netflix series. But
Yep.
Yeah,
Wow. This
we
is
we definitely had our podcast episode on Natla and how it was. I really do feel like I really do feel like the make or break is going to be tough for a lot of people.
Yeah, even for people who like the show, I feel that.
For people who like the
please
show
don't
as well.
screw her up. She's she's my second favorite character in the entire series, and I'm just like, don't do it. Like,
Since we were talking about a lot of things that are coming back for new adaptations or new revamps or anything like that, it's pretty interesting that for Marvel nowadays, mostly we're just talking about X-Men '97 because that's pretty much the only thing out right now.
yeah.
Um, a lot of people seem to like the show, from what I gather.
Mm-hmm.
What about you guys?
No, I've never seen it, so I won't be speaking here.
Yeah.
I've liked what I've seen. I haven't thought about it too critically, but I've enjoyed it for the most part.
I liked it. I mean, I'm like halfway through the second episode, so I won't talk so much about that. But the first episode, I liked, actually. It was because I actually did a rewatch of X-Men the Animated Series like a few months back. And, the whole controversy with like Bo DeMeo and everything aside, like I can tell that they put some thought into this episode because like the first episode very much felt like a callback to the very first episode of the animated series because like the first episode of the animated series introduces like Jubilee because she's supposed to be our point of view character to the X-Men, which is a very smart way of actually doing it. And they did that with like Sunspot, which if anyone's curious, Sunspot is actually a member of the New Mutants, which was actually the first spin-off X team that was actually done by Claremont. It's a very good comic book run. I actually recommend it. And I liked seeing that. And I also liked seeing how Cyclops was finally treated with some respect because it's a really good video by Comic Book Girl 19 that talks about how like the X-Men movies have just like the Bryan Singer films specifically have just fundamentally warped people's perceptions of Cyclops. And I'm not going to say that I'm like a big fan of Cyclops, but like I respect him as a character because I've read the comics and I know that Cyclops is actually a pretty decent character. And I like the fact that this episode showcased Cyclops as like a no-nonsense leader, but then also just kicking butt, like him using like his optic blast, for example, like how they depict his powers is just so cool. Like him shooting, a little bit of a spoiler for the episode, like him shooting his optic blast to like slow down his fall. Like that stuff's really cool. And it's interesting because you get like people who've only seen the movies and they're like, wait, isn't Cyclops's like laser like his blast
It's not
like
a laser. Yeah,
but
biggest misconception.
Yeah, it's a big misconception.
Comes from an alternate universe where he tries his power. Yeah, that retcon.
Which was neat. I like stuff like that. And something I also liked about the episode, and I feel like if you want to transition to whatever with the problems with Marvel, is that with the MCU specifically. Okay. Is that the episode did a really good job of showcasing them as a team. Like every single member of the X team that was there had a role to play. You had, and it's just like classic 5-man band like template. Like Cyclops is the leader, Beast is the smart guy, Wolverine's the muscle, Rogue's the chick or the heart of the team. Like there's everyone had a specific role when using their powers, and then also them like tag teaming and using their powers. Because like in the trailer, you see like Wolverine using his claws and Gambit using his kinetic powers to like augment his claws power. Like I love stuff like that, and it's just like it reminded me of why I like superhero teams so much, which is just it's not so much just the individual personalities, which those matter a lot, but it's just the roles and how they bounce off of one another. And it's like, I got that too when rewatching the first Avengers film. You see that with, Tony Stark, Cap, Thor, Hulk, and it all comes down to good writing. And because I'll get off my soapbox in a bit, but I've seen a lot of normie people like trying to go after us or channels like us by saying, why does it matter? Why are you guys so critical? Why can't you just enjoy stuff? And I'm just like, well, my response is, why can't we be critical? Why can't we ask for stuff to be better? Because we have a standard for how this stuff works. I mean, you look at X-Men 97, you look at the animated series for a lot of these Marvel cartoons, or even just the early MCU films. It's like this stuff got popular and successful for a reason. It wasn't just luck. It was a lot of hard work and effort into crafting good stories. And when you just disregard the craft of writing and just say, oh, we can just do things because of reason, it's like you're not making anything timeless. You're just making a Big Mac. And it's like, yeah, okay, a Big Mac can fill you up, but it's not a home cooked meal. You're not going to remember it.
Yeah, definitely. Like I do feel like we're going to talk about X-Men 97 in particular, probably in the summertime,
Yeah.
once the show is like over.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that way, like, because I'm definitely trying to go through it as well, but I'm also trying to, rewatch the original just to kind of go through that. So that way it's more of a complete experience when I go for watching that. But yeah, as we were talking about with this whole Marvel production problem, I mean, it is interesting when we are talking about how the show that's coming back from the 1990s, and I mean, yeah, there's some good people. I mean, there's some good work happening there. I know there's like a benefit, like that show is pretty good, so you're just carrying over that template from there to right now. Though it does have some production problems, like when it comes to behind the scenes stuff with Bo DeMeo and all that. And I think that's a good transition to some of the topics that we're going to talk about today with the MCU. But before we get started, welcome back to another Reviews Corp podcast. I'm your good host, Red Devilos Reviews, and I'm here again with Unity Review and Analysis. What's up, Unity?
Hello, how are you guys? I mean, university just start again for me.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. It's pretty hot out here now. Now the weather's getting really good, but we're still pushing through. I'm back here again with our original team from our last Marvel production problems video. We do have a link to that in the description down below if you want to check that out. I'm back here again with Byakuya. What's up, man?
How's it going, everyone? Thank you very much for inviting me back. I look forward to going through the MCU and the production problems, which, it's interesting how we did that. What is it, like a few months ago or something like that? Man, it's like time flies, and yet Marvel is it's in a completely different place from even back then now. So it's like it's good to understand these production problems and just sort of how we got here, so that way hopefully Marvel can actually course correct, which it seems like they're trying, but only time will tell.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk about that.
Yeah.
Their attempt at trying. But first off, we welcome back Operation Bagel.
Hey, good to be back.
All right. And yeah, so as we talked about, part one, we did talk about the Infinity Saga for that part. Everything that came from Iron Man to Far From Home. And this one, we'll talk more about the Multiverse Saga. We'll also be using the book, the MCU Productions book that came out probably a year ago at this point. Yeah, and then obviously we have some new details from some of the more current projects that are still coming up, I do find I think the Daredevil section will be pretty interesting for what I would have to say about it. But yeah, we're gonna do a similar format like before. Basically, myself and Op will kind of talk about some of the different things based on what was said from this book, and then we'll just kind of react to it if that is all right with everybody else.
Sure.
And yeah, so for example, WandaVision is our first project in Phase 4, start of the Multiverse Saga. Well, I guess, what did you guys think about WandaVision as a final product?
The definition of wasted potential.
Yeah.
It started out strong and then it shit itself.
Yeah, you're not going to hear much dissension on my point. Like it's, it's crazy because it's easy to it's easy to forget just how much buzz like WandaVision had because we had that year, was it like 2020? We had no Marvel productions because pandemic and everything, and then
Yep.
next year, and then 2020.
Blessing in disguise looking back.
Yeah, and then we had this show, and it was just like there was a lot of buzz, and naturally so because like the MCU, like even with like the criticisms of Endgame or even Far From Home, it was still big, it was still red hot, and I'm gonna be honest, they were doing some cool stuff, like Quicksilver showing up, like not Aaron Taylor Johnson's Quicksilver, the Days of Future Past Quicksilver.
Yeah, Evan Peters.
Evan Peters.
Yeah, Evan Peters, yeah. And I'm just like, you had all this like speculation, like is Mephisto involved? Are they going to do like a reverse House of M? Which I bet looking back now, I bet Feige and company are probably kicking themselves for not even attempting to try to do something like that, because that could have been a fun thing if they actually leaned into it, where it's like, oh, Wanda actually creates mutants, like a nice twist on House of M, but then the ending happened, and they managed to ruin one of the better MCU characters with Wanda Maximoff, because they'll never forget what you sacrificed. God.
Yeah.
One of my things about the show is like I do agree that like judging quality aside, it's like I think that era when people were talking about the show, there was a lot to theorize. There was a lot to say about some of these episodes too, like where is it going, where it could be going, and all that stuff. And I feel like that general dynamic conversation that we've had about this show, it kind of like I felt like it was never really replicated from anything else moving forward. Though, I mean, there are definitely better shows than WandaVision. I'm not saying that as a thing. I'm talking more about like in terms of like when you see descriptions, or like when you see like how other people used to talk about WandaVision at the time. It's like, yeah, there was a lot you could like kind of predict or kind of like think about in terms of the show, that I feel like that kind of energy kind of went away, but that was kind of because WandaVision had so much high expectations that we lowered it for everything else moving forward, which is fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is kind of unfortunate too, because like a reverse House of M seemed like a really good idea at the time. Though, I mean, there's still like some questions here, like how she like exponentially got her magic up to the point of no return. If you compare it to like all of her magic from previous movies.
Or why Doctor Strange didn't show up, because Kevin Feige, in his big brain wisdom, was like, we don't want a white person showing up and undercutting Wanda. And I'm like, Kevin, he's the Sorcerer Supreme. Wanda is one of the strongest characters in this universe. You think he would show up and be like giving some pointers or something like that? It's like, it's stuff like this that really hurts the overall verisimilitude of the universe. Like, I get there's going to be people being like, well, but in the comic books, the characters don't intervene and stuff like that because of their own stories. And I'm like, yes, okay, if you want to do that, fine. Maybe not have the stakes be so high, or I don't know, maybe you can try to implement the greater universe in like a smart, clever direction while maintaining the integrity of the story. It's like James Gunn talked about this actually a lot when writing the first Guardians film. He says that one of the more difficult scenes to write was Thanos' introduction because he didn't want that scene to overshadow the rest of the movie. And to his credit, he did a really good job with that. And it's like, why didn't you do that with Stephen Strange? And I'm sure you're probably going to go through this as we go along. It's very clear that this saga was not very well planned out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's weird because apparently I don't remember the article, but it's something about they only wrote the episode like 2 weeks before the final episode is released.
That's insane.
Yeah, I was like, what?
Yeah, because I recently rewatched like Mahler's video on like Black Widow and everything, and it's like the screenwriters were bragging about the fact that they got a screenplay, what is it, like less than a few weeks, and I'm just like, that's not something to brag about. Like,
yeah, I mean, it's one thing if you brag about it's like I wrote this script in 2 days and I wrote a masterpiece. I mean, it happens. It's called. There are 2 movies that have that. One is Toy Story 2. The other is The Breakfast Club.
Yes, and
the Cabin in the Woods, I think.
Yeah. 3 days, I think.
And even then, so you should redraft your scripts. For heaven's sake, please redraft your scripts. Like,
yeah,
it's like this is like middle school logic. It's like because I used to tutor in like colleges and stuff like that as a TA, and I would always tell the students I taught, it's like, please redraft your papers. I know it's annoying. I know you're probably going to be like, oh, I don't want to. It's like, no, there's a reason why you redraft, because you look at your ideas, you see what works, what doesn't work, and then you craft it into something that's good. Like, that's what a rough draft is. It has a permission to suck. It's through revisions and edits that stuff get good. And people who say that, oh, I wrote a masterpiece on like a first draft, like that's very rare that happens. I mean, good writing comes from revisions. And it's like, I don't want to be too mean here. Like, I get they probably had to deal with studio mandates or executive producers and stuff like that. But I would tell honestly to these writers, fight for your ability to redraft your scripts, because the best shows are often made, like just best media in general is made by redrafts.
Yeah, it's like this. I mean, I know that there's only like a few movies just like, oh, actually this masterpiece is written in a really tight deadline. I mean, like Mission Impossible, Fallout, Rocky, yes, there are examples of that, but you can hear a lot of other examples of actually we didn't take the time to finish the script, so the script sucks.
Yeah, they, and the thing too is, this is something, because I know someone who works within the industry and stuff, and they used to be a part of like the Marvel stuff, like not necessarily the MCU stuff, but just like the broader Marvel company. And they would tell me that like they would just like, it's so woefully inefficient how they would handle rewriting and redrafting, because this stuff costs money to do rewrites and reshoots and everything. Whereas like if Marvel and Disney were smart and had just taken some time to like beat all their ideas out, write a rough draft, redraft that, and actually lock their scripts down before production, they would in theory save so much more money than what they are now. Because like the inefficient writing, it is a craft issue. Let's be very clear, but it is also a woefully inefficient use of time and resources. And Disney, in their hubris, and especially Marvel, thought that the brand was more capable of withstanding hits and could endure in the case of subpar writing, when they don't realize that it's the opposite. Good writing is what ensures longevity within brands, within franchises.
Yeah, true. I mean, no one's too big to fall. I mean, the MCU is the biggest example. I mean, they think it's too big to fall. It's once the highest grossing franchise ever. and now it's losing money.
Yeah. It's easy to forget that they were the kings of the box office and the kings of, like, everyone wanted to be them. Everyone wanted a cinematic universe. They wanted that pie, but they just got arrogant. And look, WandaVision, like, I'll to sort of steer it back into WandaVision. There's actually one scene I do like in WandaVision, and that is, I forget the episode, but it was the flashback where Monica Rambeau, Tanoia Paris, like, she's remembering how she came back after the snap.
Yeah.
I really like that scene, like, just the
That was
chaos of, like,
episode
everyone.
4.
That was episode 4. Okay, yeah,
Episode 4.
and and how she was, because, like, to her point of view, it's like she was only gone for like an instant, but then she's panicking and looking for her mom, and then we learn that her mother actually died from, like, cancer and everything, and we just see that look. And again, credit to Tonea Paris, she really played that role well. It's why I'm so sad that she got roped into something like the Marvels, because she was perfect casting as Monica Rambeau. It's just they didn't serve her character well. But in that one instance, I'm like, okay, this is interesting. This is neat. This is what we were missing from, like, Endgame. It's like the the byproducts of the snap, or just the chaos. But, like, we've never gotten that since, because Marvel's like, we just need to move past the snap. And I'm just like, why?
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of WandaVision, this and kind of like the aftermath of Infinity War. For just to tie back from the original saga, Wanda's death in Infinity War was originally intended to be permanent. Had Elizabeth Olsen declined to return because she only had like a 3-film contract, and that was her 3rd film. And she was also having doubts at this time because she didn't feel like she fit in, and she was worried about potential typecasting. But then Feige persuaded Olsen to stay after pitching WandaVision to her.
How would that have worked for her to not
I
come
mean,
back? I don't get it.
Feel
It's just,
bad.
to be fair, if I got pitched this idea, it was like, it sounds good on paper. It's like, Wanda dealing with the grief of losing her vibrator, and she used the illusion. She used the grief and just create a sitcom world to help her. Also, like, doing sitcom stuff. I was like, it sounds good on paper in a pitching process. I mean, I just write a pitch like today. A lot of things really sound good on paper. Even if you list down all the, like, the plot summary, the character description, it's like, yeah, it sounds nice. I mean, it's just how you execute it.
The devil's in the details. It's how you connect those broader ideas. It's like, if the pitch is the skeleton, you need to flesh out the muscle and the fat and the skin to make a fully functioning story. And I say this as someone who is currently writing a book right now. It's a lot harder than you think. There's a lot of people who think, oh, I can just pants it, or do stuff, but it's like the really good writers are the ones who ask a lot of questions. And it's like, if I was in that writing room for WandaVision, I would be asking Kevin a whole bunch of questions. I'd be like, okay, what exactly do you want us to do with this? Where are the endpoints that you want us to be in? Is there anything that we can't touch? What are the extent of her powers? Like, where's this going for the future? Like, because it seems like a lot of the writers just, because, like, do you remember that one Twitter video that went, like, viral, like, showcasing, like, all the Marvel writers for these recent stuff, like, not reading the comic books or really knowing anything? Like the guy for, like, Secret Invasion, for example.
Yeah. I think in the Secret Invasion example, they told him not, like, they specifically told him not to read the comics. So that's kind of where I kind of have like a. So, I guess, like, in some situations, like, I mean, if you don't read the comics, that's one thing, I guess. But then the production companies, Kevin Feige, telling you not to read the comics, and it's like, damn, I don't ever know where this is going. This is the same Kevin Feige in 2000 who used to give all the actors the X-Men comics about their characters because Bryan Singer put a anti comics thing on set, but Kevin Feige was adamant on that they should really know these characters, so he would secretly give them comics so that they can learn more about their characters. So I don't know what happened to the guy.
Same. It's just it's crazy because it's like
Yeah.
because like the whole adaptation thing. Like I'd be curious to hear everyone else's like take on this, but my stance, to be very concise, you should have a familiarity with the source material, but I get where you have to make changes to fit. And if you're going to deviate from the source material, fine. Just produce something good. Try to keep
Yeah.
it the core of the story, but be good. And my gold standard is Lord of the Rings. The Jackson films, if you look at it, they make some pretty big deviations from the original books, but they were well written. They were good. Like
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I mean. It's tough for me because I most of the time as it comes to adaptation, it's like, oh, that's changed. It's like, oh, that's good, so I don't care. I mean, it's like, do you know Stanley Kubrick? Most of all his films are basically just adaptations,
mm-hmm.
and people actually argue that what he did is better than the thing he's adapting. Was like, wow. So it could even changes could be good. I mean, it happened. Stephen King is the best example. Stanley Kubrick adapting Stephen King's The Shining is the thing people still reference right today. It's insane.
Jurassic Park. Like Jurassic Park, the movie and the book are very different, and they're both excellent. Like Jurassic Park is one of my favorite books of all time, and Jurassic Park the movie is in my top 10 favorite films of all time. It's like you can do it.
Yeah, I mean, it you could do it, but you have to make sure you really know how to do it.
Yeah. Again, Starship Troopers is also another really good example. It's like the writers for that movie. It's very different from the book, but they were very talented and they were able to pull off a really good movie. And this is where I think, again, to tie it back to like WandaVision, it's like if this show was good on its own merits, I don't think anyone would be having the discussions they would be having about Marvel. Because if you delivered like a really good show about Wanda dealing with her grief and her loss and how that manifests with her powers and how that causes a lot of consequences while also, doing some subtle setups to like future events, but like, obviously while telling a cogent standalone story, we wouldn't be in this position because there's been this talk about too much content that Marvel's been popping out. And it's like, all this is irrelevant if the content is good. Like if they were taking the time to actually write this story, because like WandaVision, like out of all the Disney Plus stuff, I would actually say that WandaVision had the most potential to be something interesting because I did like the early episodes of WandaVision. I liked what they were doing with the sitcom element. That's unique. The problem was that they didn't stick the landing and they assassinated Wanda's character.
It's kind of sad to look back because the first thing he'll point out for WandaVision, like why it sucks, just literally the final line that Monica said to Wanda was like literally everyone just pointed out they would never know what you sacrificed for them, and
a lack of self-awareness.
Yeah, and then people just like peels back as like, actually, I don't think the show is that good now.
This is what ending. Yeah, you have to. Man, if I was on set, I would be like, "You should. Are you sure you want to go with this? Because, damn, because it's insane. It's insane that someone wrote that line and didn't consider the broader implications of what that is. Because it's just, and then you had MCU fans because I remember being on the Marvel Reddit being like, well. This should be explained in Multiverse of Madness. Be relaxed, guys. As if that somehow made this show better or excuses its problems. But it's like even Multiverse of Madness didn't explain it. Didn't even touch on it. So it's just like, it's useless.
It's so weird because Multiverse of Madness is like, it's Darkhold. It's evil. Low. Like, okay. Well, like, that doesn't explain anything beforehand.
Yeah. But also too, it's like I know we're getting the Agatha show, which is like the spin-off of this, and I like the actor who actually played Agatha a lot. Actually, she did a good job with what she was given, but it felt like a very reflexive decision to give a spin-off show like that. I mean, it could be good, but with just the recent string of Marvel shows, it's like it's really hard to take it seriously, like if it's going to be good or not. And then just WandaVision entirely, it's just like you had a lot of wasted potential. Like if I was to be generous and kind, it's like WandaVision, at the very least, the early episodes were fine until that last episode, which just last few, which just completely threw it off the ramp because we'll probably get to like something like Falcon and the Winter Soldier, but that's when the cracks really started to show. Actually, not even cracks, like the splint, like the glass was just breaking.
Yeah.
Speaking of some of these shows, I put this fact in even though it's not really WandaVision related. It is like so during the Infinity War press era, like so Bob Iger approached Kevin Feige about doing television shows for Disney Plus, which would also include television shows set in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It's just funny to me now looking back because Bob Iger is like, yeah, the shows were a terrible idea.
Yeah, Bob
Oh
Iger,
yeah.
politician.
Bob Iger. It's like, what the fuck? Here's the thing though. Bob Iger is in charge in 2020 to 2022.
Yeah,
What happened?
Yeah, I recommend a channel called Midnight's Edge. They do a really good job of categorizing why Bob Iger is there. So I won't waste time here, but it's interesting to see his tune changing now compared to back then because the media was on his side. Everyone thought, oh, nothing can go wrong. Marvel could do nothing wrong. And it's like when you have billions lost and growing apathy amongst a fan base, it's like, yeah, maybe it wasn't such a good idea to to rush out like all this stuff because I know this sounds very counterintuitive and I doubt shareholders would have been pleased by this, but I honestly think Marvel should have taken like a year or two off after Endgame. Like just take a year or two off, like plan out your universe and then come back. Like you build up anticipation that way and then you can reintroduce the MCU. And then if you want to still have Marvel content, do something like X-Men 97. Do stuff that's outside the Marvel Cinematic Universe. So that way you can at least appeal to shareholders being like, hey, we're producing Marvel content. But then actually you're working to make a saga that was just as good as the Infinity Saga.
I mean, they have Fox right now, so it's like just do whatever Fox is doing. Just continue the Fox universe. That's all you need to do. That's the thing. Yeah. They can continue that.
Yeah, and it's also something where it's like because there's probably going to be like fans out there being like, oh, they shouldn't listen to fan theories because what do fans know compared to writers? And it's just like, well, if you've ever seen Galaxy Quest, it's like the fans are actually probably more knowledgeable than the actual writers because they live and breathe this stuff. And I don't know, maybe hypothetically leaning into the idea of like a reverse House of M, it's like you could do a lot with that. You could have had like imagine a scenario where like Doctor Strange shows up like midway in this to try to calm Wanda down and she doesn't, and as a result of like his actions and them and trying to control Wanda, like he manages to like stop her, but like the unintended consequences is that people with superpowers are now showing up throughout the world. And you can tease this throughout the course of the other MCU shows or whatnot, or maybe have some synergy. I don't know, maybe Falcon and the Winter Soldier, when we get into there, could have dealt with that as well. Like, oh, people with powers are starting to appear. Like, we need heroes now more than ever to like control this or like to tackle the situation. But again, there's no plan. There was no plan for all this. They just slapped it out because They needed to get something out for Disney Plus. There was no care put into the screenplay, and even on its own merits, it's like WandaVision, sure, decent early episodes, but the ending to me in any kind of story is one of the most important things you got to nail. Because if we're treating shows like meals, what is usually the thing in a really good meal people remember? Dessert. It's the final note. It's the thing that people will remember, the last thing, especially if it's really good. They had they had a chance to do it with WandaVision, and they failed. They failed miserably. Like, yeah, I don't know what else I can add. I apologize if I'm monopolizing, but it's just such a shame.
Yeah, it's honestly quite sad to just witness this.
Speaking of Falcon and the Winter Soldier, that show was
But
originally.
by the way, do you guys know that Monica has a bigger role in WandaVision at the finale?
Who?
Monica, Darcy, and Ralph Boner.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I gotta read this. Read this. So do you remember the rabbit from Agatha?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the thing also has a role. So I'm gonna read this out. We did have something planned for Senator Scratchy, basically the rabbit, which she ultimately couldn't do just because the finale has so many different chess pieces. But we did have a whole sequence where Darcy, Monica, and Ralph meet up with the kids and they're in Agatha's house. And they think that maybe they should steal the dog hole from the basement because the kids had seen it down there when they were being held hostage. And they go down to get the book. And as they reach out to get the book, the rabbit hops in front of the book and they're like, oh, it's Senator Scratchy. He's the best. And they reach over to scratch him and he hisses and this whole American Werewolf in London transformation happens where rabbit turns into a big demon. And a Goonies set piece ensure where they try to escape from the rabbit. We shot it, but didn't finish all the VFX for it. It was a great sequence. It was super fun and everyone was great in it. But we ended up moving it aside because it was a huge detour in the middle of everything going on.
It might have been the Mephisto reference, but they insist that they don't know who Mephisto was. So,
that's like, if there were so many ways they could have approached this. You could have had Mephisto in it and been clever about it. Like, it's because I was listening to like some of the older episodes of EFAP, talking about like WandaVision and like No Way Home. And it's like, imagine if like Doctor Strange, that the one that we were following was Mephisto, and like the actual Doctor Strange was like missing or captured or in some other dimension.
It was a scroll.
Yeah,
Scroll.
Yeah. I mean, you can actually set that up for Secret Invasion or the Marvels.
Yeah, you could have done a lot of things. Like the Infinity, like, because like you had Endgame, and you had all the characters finished. Like the slate was open so wide, and they chose the lamest direction, which is the Multiverse Saga, thinking we need to go bigger is better, and it's like, no, it isn't. Sometimes, like you need to bring things down back to earth, literally, or at the very least, if you're going to go big, give us some characters that like that audiences actually give a crap about.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, before Falcon and the Winter Soldier was supposed to be the first show in this cinematic universe. I guess like their idea was like they were hoping that would be your grounded reset of the universe. So like, which I guess technically it is smaller in stakes compared to WandaVision, though. But we'll talk about that. But yeah, WandaVision was moved up as it was further along in the filming process until COVID started. The writers considered bringing back Aaron Taylor Johnson as Quicksilver before deciding to use Evan Peters as Gag. Um,
Funny guy.
Oh God,
I laughed. I laughed so hard. His name
that
is
to me.
Boner.
Sorry, Bagel, but just that pissed me off so much. I'm
Oh
like,
yeah, no, I was being sarcastic. Yes. Boy.
you go to this effort to bring back Evan Peters from Days of Future Past because you know for a fact that would get everyone excited that are the mutants coming into the MCU? Is the Fox X-Men finally going to be like implemented? And then you're like, oh no, it's just a joke, just kidding. And I'm just like, God, it's just that's not how you tell a story. Like you don't tease people like that. Like
No, but it's funny. I remember I was telling my friend about this who didn't keep up with the MCU more. He's like, "What was the thing with the Quicksilver thing I heard?" And I told him about this, and he said, "Oh, so they just made up this character to make people upset?"
Yeah.
pretty much.
Yeah.
Yay. I mean, they clearly did. Apparently, I seen the interview. They're like, wait, why do you do that? Well, it's like no one likes Iron Man 3 for doing that. And the director, writers, whatever said, was like, no, we love Iron Man 3 for doing that. But that's my favorite part of the entire movie. When he goes up to the bathroom and just say, I'm not the Mandarin.
yeah, that was another point I had.
Iron Man. Yeah, it's just like the cracks really showed with WandaVision that like this was not going to go. I hate quoting the Last Jedi, but this is not going to go the way that you think. Like,
This is one of the bigger points from here. Doctor Strange was originally supposed to be trying to contact Wanda through the commercials as a nod to House of M, but again, we know
Yep.
5 years
We all know
better.
that happened.
Yeah.
What the?
And the finale originally featured Doctor Strange meeting Wanda to set up Doctor Strange into the Multiverse of Madness, but this was cut due to the movie being delayed to 2022.
It pisses me off that they didn't. It's like my boy Stephen Strange has just been so underserved in the MCU and just completely butchered. And it's like this was, if there was any Disney Plus show that he should have shown up in, it's this one. Because in the comic books, Scarlet Witch is Doctor Strange's apprentice. He teaches her how to use her powers and magic. It's actually really good stuff, and you could have built off of an entire phase through this with just Strange helping Wanda overcome her grief. After the events of WandaVision, just simple rewrite. We have it be where Strange is contacting her. She wants to refuse. She, I don't know, accepts the fact that her children are dead or something like that. Creates like the mutants and everything, and then all the authorities are being like, well, we can't have her roaming around, like she caused all this carnage and everything. And Doctor Strange is like, yeah, I'll take her under my wing and keep an eye on her. And it's like that would work because Doctor Strange is the sorcerer. Well, before we knew that he wasn't the Sorcerer Supreme, I'm just making it so that way he is the Sorcerer Supreme, or at least the strongest sorcerer in the Marvel Universe, being like, yeah, I'll watch him over, which would work because the authorities would trust Stephen Strange considering he was one of the major heroes that saved the world. So there you go. But no, can't have Doctor Strange showing up because he's just a white guy. Just
give Brother Voodoo at that point.
Yeah, exactly. Or anyone. Wong could have even shown up.
Oh man. Another thing I found interesting about like the production process is that WandaVision had all of its episodes mapped out except for the last, which had a giant question mark on the board. It is also said that all Marvel shows have a similar problem of not knowing what to end with due to a lack of communication.
Wow, you don't say.
Just yeah, because I've been rewatching Arcane recently, which is a fantastic series, by the way. Hyped for a second season. It's so interesting to watch the Alex Yee and I forget the other person who did the creative effort for Arcane and just contrasting it with Marvel, because I mean, it helped that they spent like 6 years on that project, like half of which was for animation, the other half was actually like redrafting the scripts. But during the initial drafting process, they worked backwards. They established like where do we want all of our characters roughly to end, and then they just work backwards, figuring out like how they'll get to that end point. And it's like that's what Marvel should have done. You should have worked backwards. You should have been like, okay, what is our ending? Like, where do we want this to end? And you toil over whether that ending makes sense, and then you build it slowly and take your time with like making sure everything lines up. Because as you highlighted, Red, just this idea that they beated this entire thing out outside the ending, it's like, how can you tell a story like that? Like, stories have beginning, middle, end. The end. It's the thing that people are going to remember the most, probably. Like if it's a good series and it has a good ending.
Yeah, it's weird because when it comes to communication, do you know that what my film school taught me?
Hmm.
Was like they said communication is the most important thing in the entire project. If you don't have communication, your entire project falls apart because no one will know what is even happening.
Yeah.
And trust me, I have a project, and the communication just sucks, and we end up just hating each other's guts.
Yeah, you can't run an operation like that if you can't communicate effectively and clearly. Like, because I recently rewatched Breaking Bad, and I've heard that Vince Gilligan was like very transparent in his process when communicating with everyone, like the costume makers, the screenwriters, the cameramen. Like, they described Vince Gilligan as God, like as a joke, and it's because he was there always. And Feige, look, I get that he has like more responsibilities on his plate, probably because of like dealing with money men and like managing other projects, but the onus was on him to communicate more effectively. Maybe get people who you trust to help convey your vision and actually sit down and get a lot of this stuff done. Or I don't know, maybe like take it, as I said, take like a year or two off to like actually plan the endings and all this other stuff, and then get into producing these things one thing at a time. I don't know. It's just lack of organization and just communication that it can hurt a lot of things.
So these next three points are related to Ralph Boner. Showrunner Jack Schaefer stated that she had no backup option for casting Ralph. She always wanted Evan Peters to be there. She believed that Peters would play an amalgamation of Uncle Jess from Full House, Nick Moore from Family Ties, Joe Tribbiani from Friends. Her point was to show Wanda was desperate to see her brother again, and they needed to cast somebody whom the audience and Wanda would realize is Pietro, despite it being impossible, and just goes along with it. This is also meant to be the sitcom trope of recasting characters without much fuss. So I understand why they did that. It does make sense from a sitcom point of view if that's what the show is. It does make sense to cast him. I just wish that wasn't the butt of the joke, but we'll get to that. Yeah, just two more. Tiona Paris also mentioned that she actually said like they had a bunch of takes for that name reveal. Like she said like maybe 20 different names during the takes, and they just settled with Ralph Boner, so that wasn't the original name. I'm sure all of them included dick jokes, maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
And then, as Unity mentioned before, the fake Mandarin was a huge inspiration for fake Pietro.
Out of all the things, why would you look at Iron Man 3 and say that's an inspiration?
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck? I mean, I heard that interview. I was like, what?
Did they not realize, like, because like they had to know, like, because like during the Infinity Saga, like Iron Man 3 was like one of the most polarizing films in the Infinity Saga. Even though it made like what was $1 billion, it's like the twist was not was mixed to a lot of people, and I'm just like, why would you even take the risk of wanting to divide your audience or taking that as inspiration? I don't get the logic.
Yeah, and then I also have the question with Agatha. I guess like she has to have some multiversal power to realize that this person played a Quicksilver in a different universe.
Is that what they're
Which
doing?
that it kind of has to if you because like I know it's
I
like a
was always
sitcom.
confused. Like,
Yeah,
if he's not Quicksilver, why would she think this random guy's her brother? Like, if he's not like another
they.
universe
I
thing.
guess they said in Multiverse of Madness that Darkhold is like a multiversal constant or something.
Which already raises enough problems on that.
Yeah, so I guess like that Darkhold was able to know that this particular person with the same human face, Evan Peters, is a Quicksilver in that universe. So I guess that's how like you find in your universe of this current quote unquote 616 universe where an Evan Peters exists and just make him Quicksilver. And
But the mo-
not to
but
mention
the
the necklace that makes him get the Quicksilver powers. I guess you could just do that.
but the multiverse is like has infinite possibilities. Anyone could look like Quicksilver.
Yeah.
I mean, by that logic, you can just like, hey, my actually, this Quicksilver is actually played by Audrey Plaza or something. Yeah.
Gimmick.
It's we're just talking about WandaVision's production.
By the way, Aubrey Plaza is playing. It's in the next show.
She's a good actor. I hope she's not wasted.
They said she's playing something called the Green Witch, which is not a comic character.
Well, we're literally making fun. I was literally joking at that day. Was like, oh fuck, they got steal from Legion, which Aubrey Plaza plays a version of Shadow King.
Yep.
Who possesses Legion and try to manipulate him for powers.
See, if I was in the if I could have cast Audrey Plaza as someone, I would have done her as like Nightmare in like a Doctor Strange movie. Because it's like, and I know some people were, well, isn't Nightmare male? Well, he controls dreams, so it would make sense that he could be anything, really. So,
yeah,
they wanted diversity and a female lead. Yeah, go for it. Audrey Plaza or Ava Green. Either picks are good.
We'll talk about Nightmare's casting in a second because I think that would be pretty interesting. I guess the last two, obviously, this show has like a bunch of spinoffs. Agatha has one. So the title has changed 4 times. It was Agatha House of Harkness, Agatha Coven of Chaos, Agatha Darkhold Diaries, and now they just finally in like March 2024 they just said we're just calling it Agatha, nothing else.
Maybe they should have just gone with Agatha.
Yeah, why is there so many word changes? Or just call it Agatha Harkness or some shit.
Coven of Chaos at least has a bit of a ring to it, but just
yeah, I would have liked Coven of Chaos if that was what they stick with.
It's like how are people gonna Google this? It's like what's this show? Agatha. I was like, wasn't that a common name?
Agatha show. Have to do.
Yeah, I was like, I mean, I have
all along.
By the way, I have a trouble googling Echo because whenever I type Echo, it does not show me the Marvel show. It shows me just like Echo location or something.
Yeah.
It'd be like if the Agent Carter series spinoff was called like Agent Carter, like Agent like Spy of I don't know Justice or something like that. Like something.
I'll just call it Peggy. Peggy.
It's the Peggy show.
Yeah, I like the first season of Agent Carter actually.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Very solid.
The second show that's been confirmed is White Vision, which is going to be called Vision Quest, which I find kind of odd because they adapted most of Vision Quest for the last episode really badly, by the way. So
That-
yeah,
as
I
a
don't really know
fan-
what they're going to do with that.
As a fan of West Coast Avengers, that really irritated me. I'm like, way to waste a really cool storyline with Vision in just like that last episode when you could have, I don't know, done like an Avengers movie. You because Kevin and all these people who do this stuff, there's a reason why this like stuff exists. Like you wouldn't these heroes wouldn't exist without the source material. Can you at least like make an attempt to try to adapt the material? Like I don't know, maybe a West Coast Avengers could have been a neat concept. Just saying. Like,
Oh yeah. So that was the last fact about WandaVision. Which
By
would
the
lead
way,
us to
is anyone even sure the Vision Quest show is making or even happening?
it's still has like it hasn't been canceled yet, from what I
Do not-
understand.
do not be surprised if a lot of these dates will be shifted.
It has no defined date though, for sure.
Yeah.
They have no
Yeah.
Because the Marvels failing really, from what I understand, like the Marvels failing the way it did was a very big monkey wrench. Like this was very much the MCU's fully showcasing a break in their armor, and combined with like the proxy battle and Iger and all this other stuff, it's like the pressure is going to be especially on for like Deadpool and like Agatha and their few stuff to perform. And
a Fantastic Four. Daredevil, Born Again, Fantastic Four, and Deadpool 3 is where they're hugely pushing right now.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
which makes sense.
yeah, they have to. Yeah, Daredevil, like they have to nail that
Playing
series.
really safe now,
Mhm.
sort of
Yeah.
at least.
Yeah, because at first they don't even give a shit. It was like Daredevil Born Again. It's like yeah, sure, this is a show. It was like okay, and then they just scrap the entire thing. Not for a good reason, mind you. It was like, but they scrap it, and then they have an interview. Yeah, it's like, and then they have an article that said, okay, so we all sit down and discuss is Netflix canon or not. I was like, wait, what the fuck?
I have a lot to say. I want to save that for when we get to that section of Phase 5.
Yeah.
Let's just continue with the order. But yeah, I have a lot to say about Daredevil in particular. So Operation that takes us to Black Widow.
Yep. So first off,
I thought it's Loki first.
Loki's after.
Oh.
Yeah, Black Widow came first.
Yeah.
So first off, the early drafts of the movie had appearances from Captain America, Iron Man, Hawkeye, and Nick Fury. Cut first.
Because we don't want.
Do we know why? Really? It just, I guess,
we don't
more of the Doctor Strange thing.
We don't need men. That's why.
What?
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, quick question. Was it because they were trying to do something like Captain America Civil War, where it's like a Black Widow movie with just the other
It's kind of like so it's kind of like post Civil War. So
yeah.
So it's kind of like some of it would just involve with like. So I think the Iron Man sequence they were thinking about is like Iron Man trying to go after Black Widow, under the Sokovia Accords, which I still don't know why he would do that. Even with that context, Captain America, I could definitely see they should be on the run together. I don't even know why they're separated.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, Captain America, Wanda,
and then Hawkeye's like under house arrest.
Yeah,
which, I mean, I guess she could always go back to the house, just to hang out with him. But
no,
Nick Fury, I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird. It's so weird.
But Feige said it's because we can't have men helping her out. She has to do everything herself.
It's so. I just
why would you?
Backwards thinking.
I thought Black Widow's value is about family. I was like, wait, what the? Wait, Feige, how do you not understand your own character?
Yeah, because like I rewatched Black Widow recently, and it's pretty bad. And I would say the biggest issue I have with this film is what it could have been, because I was rewatching Avengers 1 and I'm just like, why couldn't we have like a prequel movie where like she meets up with like Hawkeye in like Budapest and like have like Taskmaster be the villain?
Yeah.
Yeah,
There you-
well,
I tried to look it up. I tried looking it up for the research of the book, and it's like they just never considered Hawkeye at all, like that Budapest storyline. They just always wanted that to be like a thing that you hear about but you never get to see. So it was
it's
just never
insane.
it was just never in the ideas process.
Yeah. Apparently, if Kevin Feige never believed that girl can lead a superhero movie or something.
Good.
Mhm.
It just like
yeah, well,
it's. Go ahead, my bad.
well, I'm going to move on to the next point. So if you have something to say about this one, then you should get it out.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't even know what to say about it. It's just been talked to death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Taskmaster's mentioned. Speaking of him, he was going to be Tony Masters, his alias from the comics, as a mercenary to be employed by the Red Room to train the Black Widows. But then, yeah, they changed it to Antonia Dreykov because they wanted to give her like an emotional connection to Natasha and to have like to connect it to the mystery about Dreykov's daughter. When she said Eric Pearson decided to make Taskmaster and Dreykov's daughter the same character. And, yeah,
Uh,
It didn't work at all.
I mean,
didn't
you
work at
can
all.
you could just have Taskmaster be like Dreykov's daughter's bodyguard or something.
You could have given Taskmaster a personality rather than just another mind controlled drone.
That's what I don't
Yeah.
understand. Like Taskmaster is like a A1 shit talker.
Yeah.
He's a great character.
She's a-
Like,
Mhm.
Yeah.
They made her like
You make-
a brainless robot.
Yeah, you make her a woman, okay, but why? Yeah, why just drain everything else that
I
people
mean,
liked about it,
yeah.
about
I
the
mean,
character?
Like if they have her in Thunderbolts and then she just starts shit talking now, I won't buy it at all. Like I'm sorry.
yeah, it's
yeah.
like
It's the way she's characterized, like the way she was in Black Widow. I would not believe her to be a shit talker moving forward.
No.
So
Yeah, it's such
I
a
don't even know
weird.
why she's going to still be Taskmaster. Thunderbolts.
yeah,
Like-
why
I
would she
don't
still be
know.
Taskmaster?
Yeah, I don't know what to say about this because I want a personal connection with Antonio, like Dreykov's daughter, but I also want to have like Taskmaster be the villain. I was like there are a lot of ways you can do that. I'm sorry.
you could have had
Yeah.
Yelena being Dreykov's daughter. Like you could have had that kind of connection, like even if it's like an adoptive daughter, and then have like a kind of a potential redemption arc for Yelena and everything like that down the line. Like there was ways you could have made
Uh,
this story work. But
I mean,
they didn't.
you can say that
Yeah.
in order to took Natasha to defeat Taskmaster, she accidentally killed Dreykov's daughter. You could do
Yep.
that.
Yeah. So here's the problem. So like obviously Dreykov's daughter is all a reference to the Avengers scene that Loki talks about with Black Widow. So obviously it just seems like that was always the intention for Black Widow's solo movie is to talk about the consequences of Dreykov's daughter, which is fair, makes sense. Dreykov is an original character, so there's no like comic reference to that character or like a daughter to know about. So that's kind of like where that dilemma comes from. But then it's also like I think they just thought it was going to be really cool to have Taskmaster as the villain for a Black Widow movie, and I guess they would try to combine both of these things to make it the same thing.
Yeah,
And,
because
Didn't work.
But it's clear, like in the idea process, like I want this movie to be about Dreykov's daughter and that consequence of it.
I mean,
And
there's
then I
also
also want Taskmaster in this movie. Let's put them together.
yeah, that's so weird because I also hear an interview was like they're like, oh fuck, why don't we have like Tony Master? So it's like, oh, there's also another reason. It's like, oh fuck, it doesn't make sense that Tony Master is a mercenary for hire. It's like he has to be like makes sense to Dreykov to be connected to Dreykov or something. It's like, what are you talking about? You're telling me the richest person on Earth is not gonna hire the best mercenary on Earth? Allegedly.
Yeah. It's clear they were married with that idea, and they didn't consider the fact of, hey, maybe we should just simplify things and just say, hey, Natasha killed Dreykov's daughter. There you go. You got motivation to attack because for him to go after her. But the other problem, because this is something that I think EFAP did a really good job highlighting, and even Mahler, it's like the scale of the conflict in this movie is so big. Why aren't the Avengers involved? Even with the Sokovia Accords, with just the Red Room program and how they structured things, like they should be mobilizing. And it's like this is why, like, this film, it should have been either like a prequel before the events of Avengers 1 with like them in Budapest, or if you want to tell a story like this, make it smaller and more personal.
Yeah,
Or in an area where the Avengers cannot intervene.
I mean, just do it during Endgame.
Yeah.
During the snap. Yeah. I mean, you could just say, because the snap, most heroes are gone, and Dreykov, he's alive, and he used this time to build powers. Avengers are fucked off. He's like, you can do a lot of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't have to be set after Civil War. It could have been during the blip time.
Yeah. Would have worked. You could have done something like that, but no, Marvel just didn't really give this movie a lot of thought, like as we saw with a lot of their projects.
I mean, the third is written during filming, so I mean, what do you
less
think?
than a few weeks, not even and they were bragging about it. They were bragging about the fact that they wrote this script in like less than a few weeks. I'm like, I know I'm sounding like a dead horse. What? 11 weeks?
Yes, 11
days.
11 days.
11. That's not something to brag about. Like, oh, I did my book report in like 2 days.
I mean, most people do the essays, but one day before they hand it in. I mean, I don't. It's like, okay.
Just essays.
I mean, I never asked how much score they get, but it's like, I don't want to know.
How do you sit? Again, this is stuff that middle schoolers and college students learn. It's like, don't turn stuff in at the last minute.
Apparently, this is university student life here. Everyone just turned in a day before.
It's just so insane. And again, they spent millions of dollars on this, and really too, it's like, the CGI for this thing was really bad. Like, there's a reason why that one shot of like Yelena like jumping off with like the bad green screen in the background is like a meme.
Oh, yeah.
It's so bad.
Next up, one of the ideas that I guess was drafted during these 11 days was for Natasha and Yelena to be enemies at first, where Yelena would try to dethrone her. But Scarlett Johansson actually didn't like that idea, and said it wouldn't work. Just like how Taskmaster didn't work. There's two things in this house that won't work.
Why? That would have been better.
I mean, are you wait? So you're telling me this alleged sister who abandons you and leaves the Red Room she has all the resources to call the Avengers to save you, and you're okay with her? And she didn't try to help out you, by the way.
That's fine because I don't know why.
Because reasons. Because
yeah. Stupid reasons.
Like through internal consistency and actually like causality, stuff just happens because I say so.
Yep. And next up, David Harbour wanted to have the Red Guardian speak fluent Russian and have English subtitles the whole time because he believed that the character would like be very dedicated to the country, but the producers shut that down.
I mean, I guess.
Like, I couldn't agree with him wanting to speak Russian all the time.
Yeah,
I don't know why. Like his like accent like changes. It was like in the beginning, he was like English, and then after they bring him to pictures, like, "Duh, I am Russian." I guess because he was in the prison, his voice changed. I don't.
I got no idea. I was like, even if it happens, it really doesn't matter. It's like
I
Yeah.
would have liked it in the sense that like I guess it's like one, it's unique, having a character that is purely speaking Russian and he refuses to go back, which is like I guess it would be interesting to see that kind of dynamic because we never really do see that kind of character. I still don't know. I looked up as much as I can. Why did they make Melina, who is normally Black Widow's, the Iron Maiden is like the most iconic Black Widow villain, her mother, and then Red Guardian, who is her husband, is her father in this movie? I have no idea, and they never explained that. It's because we just need to associate some Black Widow characters into our script, and yeah, it doesn't matter that one of them is her villain and the other one is her husband, is just playing her actual daddy. So.
These are the questions, and I'm glad you referenced that, Red, because it's like they're just smashing Legos and together to try to force them to snap with together and click, rather than actually questioning why any of this stuff makes sense. Because one of the things I often try to tell writers, and even I've been told with my own work, is whatever you put in your story, every line, every plot beat, every detail, you have to have a purpose behind it. It has to count. Do not waste, do not take the audience for granted. Do not waste their time. It's like these are cool elements with Black Widow's history and stuff, but does it make sense for the story you want to tell? And again, it's like, because what is filmmaking and storytelling but problem solving? Like, oh, we have a series of endpoints, and thus we just need to ask the right questions to get to that conclusion.
Yeah, I would have loved Ivan Petrovich, her foster father, but they changed it in Endgame where Ivan is actually her real dad, so they can't do that anymore. Because like Black Widow and little Natasha and Ivan Petrovich, they used to like have a lot of adventures together and all that stuff, and like the whole adopted father, adopted daughter relationship, and it just would have I would have liked that better, but I guess it's because Endgame changed who her father was as Ivan that it wouldn't work anymore. So it was unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So next up, about Ray Winstone, who played Dreykov. He didn't like having to do the reshoots because the producers singled his performance out for criticism. He was going to leave and have them recast him, but there was a thing that Marvel could have taken legal action against him if he didn't finish the contract, so he stayed on.
wait, what? Repeat that?
Like, he was going to leave because he was being singled out, Ray Winstone, for like criticism for his performance, but he stayed on to avoid Marvel taking legal action against him if he didn't follow the contract.
Yeah,
Unbelievable.
Ray was just having a terrible time because
Just
like
having,
every time they had to do reshoots, it's all because of Dreykov. They just didn't like his performance, and
I mean,
he felt like he was always being singled out.
yeah. Why the fuck do you cast him as Russian?
Yeah,
First off,
or it could be the director's fault in not directing them appropriately, because part of shooting a movie is about writing and also direction. And who gives direction? It's the director. Like, they're the ones who are leading the camera, at least in theory. I mean, with Marvel and stuff like that, they just hire these directors and really have several producers breathing down their neck, telling them what they can and can't do and all this other jazz. And it just shows with this movie a very inexperienced director. And it's just unfortunate that he has to feel that way, that he was not given, direction. Because like I remember, like Avengers 1, for example, Joss Whedon, say what you will about him, the one thing that he was very good at was working with his actors. Like when working with Robert Downey Jr., who I've heard, I don't know how he is now, but like back then he was very difficult to work with. He would give like multiple lines to Robert and for like Tony Stark, and he'd be like, pick any of these lines that you think that would make sense for like your scenes. And the best part was because Whedon was just such a decent, solid writer. It's like Robert Downey Jr. was able to felt like he had like control and a bit of say in the process. And It's why his performance in them, especially the first Avengers film, is so good. And it's like contrast that with whoever directed like Black Widow and what you told me with the actor Ray Winston just feeling isolated. Imagine if the director did something like that, where they've made them feel like they were part of the process, or could break down specifically what they didn't like about the performance and actually like figure things out. Because apologize if I'm soapboxing, but like the one final example I want to use is Empire Strikes Back with Han Solo. Harrison Ford, like originally during the scene where Han was in carbonite, when Leia says, I love you, the original script was supposed to have Han say, I love you too. But Harrison Ford's like, no, that doesn't make sense. Like Han would never say that. And they shut down the set for like, I think like a day or like a few days to figure out a line. And then eventually Harrison came up with the line, I know. It's like, you should treat your actors well. You should involve them in the process.
Yeah.
Just
And more on Dreykov. He was going to be originally executed by the Black Widows, but they said that was too violent, so instead they had Yelena blow up the plane. But because I guess that was fine, even though the execution wasn't.
I mean, you can just not show the execution.
Yeah.
Like I don't know, that
But
famous movie about Scar and the Lion King.
Mhm.
Yeah,
But-
I
but
guess
then
that
we wouldn't
was
have gotten-
not a thing. Yeah.
But then we wouldn't have gotten the meme scene, so maybe it was worth it.
what this?
Yeah.
What would Natasha bang her head on the desk?
Yeah.
And then Yelena blowing back in the green screen. Yeah,
Oh, that.
yeah, that shot.
This was fun. No.
Oh, they needed
Yeah,
another.
I was
They
like-
needed another take on that one.
Do you wanna spend more time to make money?
Yeah. Oh man, that leads us to our second TV show, The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. It was originally
Everyone-
supposed to be 8 episodes, but then it was changed because of COVID. I could not handle 6 episodes, so thankfully we didn't get to 8. They had a storyline that was scrapped due to the pandemic, reportedly being featured where the Flag Smashers would attempt to use a bioweapon to wipe out half of the Earth's population.
Yeah. Can you imagine them doing that and then still having Sam defend them?
Yeah, that's. Yeah, I don't know how. There's no way you could do that.
Just insane.
Imagine him saying, "You got to do better, Senator."
Yeah.
She tried to kill half the planet, and you still got to do better.
Yep.
If there is a line in Marvel that just epitomizes like the void of a lack of self-awareness, it is that line right there.
That and they'll never know what you sacrificed. Pretty much the
It-
two
Yeah.
quintessential
The
samples.
fact that these were
not
the
know
fact that
where
these were in
to go.
back-to-back finales.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's insane.
I also feel sorry for Wyatt Russell because he's a really good actor, and John Walker was easily the best part of this series, but
By
just
accident.
by
Yeah.
accident, they
By
created a
accident.
sympathetic straw man. Like, I kind of have to commend the writers for that. Like, you created a sympathetic straw man. The person you wanted people to hate, you made them like. Because your heroes were such shit. Part of my language. Just, oh my goodness.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, seriously. For anyone who's watching that's new, seriously check out Red's breakdown on Falcon and the Winter Soldier. It's really good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hmm. I agree.
The Sam video should be out in hopefully December. I really want to get that before Captain America 4 comes out, which we'll talk about that later. Sam was considered to be in Far From Home as the new Captain America to aid Spider-Man on his adventure, but the movie's arc was centered around a new generation of heroes, so it was decided to drop Falcon's appearance for Nick Fury, quote unquote, to not have any Avengers available other than Spider-Man. But that was a Far From Home point. Yeah.
I don't get it. Can you repeat?
So basically, Captain America Sam was supposed to be in Far From Home, just to be like, to let you know that he's the Captain America now. But then they felt like they needed to build up that arc so that he is Captain America rather than him just being Captain America. I don't know why. And then yeah, and they also wanted 0 Avengers available other than Spider-Man. So that was always the intention for Far From Home. Yeah, but that's another example of miscommunication.
Yeah,
sake
there's a
of
lot of
doing it.
miscommunications.
A recurring theme in this production process. It's like, yeah. But yeah.
Speaking of Walker, early drafts featured Walker to be an ambitious and belligerent soldier who believed himself to be better than Steve Rogers and antagonized Sam and Bucky.
Oh, fam, fuck that didn't happen.
I guess that's what they still thought he was.
They
Yeah,
thought
they thought he was still that version of the character.
Yeah.
I bet you anything if we could get the writers in this conversation and we would ask them the question of, did you think that John Walker, what you wrote, made John Walker a villain, or like you wanted to convey that he was supposed to be the antagonist in his descent to like madness? They would probably say yes. That's exactly what we were doing, and it would
Maybe there
show.
was.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, I was saying. I believe one of them didn't like one of them say like after the finale. Oh no, he was always intended to like be a good guy in the end or something like that.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I don't know if really or if they
yeah.
just are just saying that because of this reception.
Yeah, because I recently rewatched. There's a great video essay by a guy named Loomer talking about the sympathetic straw man, and he uses like John Walker as an example. And it's just rewatching that. It's like the lack of self awareness for like these writers trying to write him and trying to make Sam and Bucky look good. It's like Sam and Bucky were such a-holes to John. Like he was doing
No
everything
reason.
he could to like be a member to try to get them in the group.
They
And
tried to
like
make him feel like Schiff for jumping on a grenade 4 times because he had a helmet.
I mean,
Yeah.
dude, if I give you a helmet, will you jump on a bomb for me?
Yeah, still, yeah, he had a helmet, but yeah, he jumped on a grenade 4 times, and they said, "Oh no, that whatever, you're the helmet doesn't count."
I mean, okay, it's like, okay, will you run into this fireplace and I give you all the fire protection equipment? Oh, fuck it,
Yeah,
I'll give you one fire protection equipment. We'll run into this building and save the
that's
kids
no,
that's there.
yeah, nobody's gonna call a firefighter not heroic because they had like, things to protect themselves while jumping into fires. It's
yeah,
insane.
well, yeah, it's a lack of
Yeah, and then like Steve is like he did that and it was a dummy grenade, but it's like that doesn't really
that doesn't change the
Hmm.
point. Like
that doesn't
sorry
change
to
the sacrifice at all just
No,
because he has a
yeah,
helmet.
you
Yeah.
rewatch that scene. He was willing to die in that moment. Like Steve was, because like let's just break down this scene because I know there's like the writers, if they ever were going to try to defend this, they would be like, well, we were trying to prop up, do this and whatnot. It's like from Steve's perspective, he was prepared to die. When you consider the fact that his entire thing was he wanted to serve and stop bullies and whatnot, it's supposed to emphasize that he was willing to give up his own ambitions for the greater good. Like,
greater good.
yeah, the greater good.
Yay.
But yeah, like heroes being heroic. Oh no, he wasn't actually heroic. It was a fake grenade. Like again, it's such a reductive take and uncharitable on the whole situation. It's like
Yeah, no one
think
would say that about Steve, so I don't know why they did that with Walker.
yeah, just I miss heroes being heroic. Like,
Yeah. Oh man, this thing will it might annoy some, but like this one annoys me a lot. showrunner Malcolm Spellman stated that Isaiah Bradley was always meant to represent Sam's fear over taking the Captain America title. Isaiah, so here's his quote: Isaiah is the living embodiment of Sam's doubt. Isaiah tells the truth, and at no point do we absolve this country for the sins that it committed against Isaiah and the sins that it will continue to commit against black and brown people. So Sam has to confront that fear. And what was interesting about it is that the hero normally slays that dragon in a hero story, but how can you slay racism?
Oh my!
Oh no, shit! You don't say
Shut
about how
up.
subtle racism is.
Yeah, and it's
No.
like
Yeah,
if
cops
anybody
spawned
knows,
behind him. That's very subtle.
yeah,
You know,
it's like if you know Isaiah Bradley from the comics, he is not like this
Not that.
at all. So it's
No.
like
No.
like yes, he was abused, yes, he was tortured and all that stuff, but he doesn't blame the entire country for how he was treated because that doesn't make sense.
I mean, did this fucker even know that the Hydra is controlling the Shield and the government?
yeah.
That's the world building. I'm sorry, they literally said Nazis infiltrated America.
But we can't reference the greater MCU when telling these stories. We need to tell our story.
Yeah, and
'Cause-
that's a
Oh,
big
yeah.
problem here because
I hate that mindset.
obviously the show is not going to be blatant about like is this really a reference to our current day society or is it like are we actually trying to promote the racism of the country, which obviously that's a very broad topic that not for the channel, but like it is something where it's like it's so vague that you have to grasp on the audience's like internal hatred for that and like use that to boost up whatever they're trying to suggest in the story. So
There's,
Isaiah is a very good example of that.
I mean,
there's
they
something.
And then the
yeah.
yeah, just one of
bad.
my last things. Yeah, one of my last things is like hearing what they showed for Isaiah Bradley in Captain America 4, which we're going to talk about that. But my God, please put this man away from Isaiah. Malcolm Spellman doesn't know what to do with him, and which is like the last point about Isaiah. Spellman said if he wants to make a prequel for Isaiah, so if Feige's ever interested, hopefully he contacts him. So
I
yeah,
don't think
please
that's
stay away from
Yes.
Isaiah, man. You
Oh
ruined him
my
so
god.
much.
I don't even know what to say about this because when it comes to racism, do you know what they actually say? There's like, racism is bad.
Yeah,
Do better.
There's ways you can depict this and still have it be good in terms of writing and character. And it's like the two examples I often cite is like Static Shock and Teen Titans. In Static Shock, it's like Virgil learns that Richie's dad is a racist. And it's done really well because it's like it's blunt, but it's never beats you over the head with it, but it just shows you how painful it is to be judged for something you don't have any control over and how it affects like Richie's relationship with his own dad. But his dad changes because he loves his son so much and he's willing to let go of that. Or like in Teen Titans, you have Starfire, who's called a racist name by a character called Val Yor, and you have this wonderful conversation between her and Cyborg. And Cyborg realizes that something's wrong with Starfire because, he's a very perceptive guy. And she explains like how she feels about being judged for something she has no control over, and Cyborg connects with her on that. And the brilliance of that scene is you can run the implications of him being a cyborg or him being non-white, and both interpretations are valid, but it's all character driven. And then also too, Starfire like shows herself being a noble hero and saving Val-Yor, even though by all accounts, by how horrible Val-Yor treated him, and shows that Val-Yor doesn't change, but like she is the better person at the end of the day. And it's like, imagine if we could have gotten something like that with Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Because if they want to do this whole like racism and kind of touch on some of those touchy issues, fine. But you still need to frame your characters as heroic. You still need to show just the detriments of that, but then, advance the story, plot, and character. And it's like, this is all a craft issue. It's a skill issue.
Yeah, my big thing about Sam in particular is like I just don't really see why. I've never seen anything that suggests to me that Sam would care about what other people think. I feel
Yeah.
like he would just wear a Captain America suit and go out there. If there is racism that comes out of it, then there might be something. But the fact that he's inherently choosing not to be Captain America because because he feels like people won't accept a black man as Captain America. I just don't feel like that's in his character to do that from what I've seen out of him. Especially if I know people say that it's just like it's funny because they use the end game dialogue, but then they do the music shifting to make it sound more sinister, as if like Captain America's putting a burden on Captain America, with putting onto Sam, which is like, and then Bucky later apologizes for being white and not understanding a black man having the shield is a bad thing. So there's so much to say about that show. I'm trying to narrow it down when I put in my video, but
it's to be honest, I don't even know what to say about it. It's like the politics. Okay, even if you ignore every single contradiction in this entire show, what do you want to say about racism here? It's like, oh, it is bad. Oh, yeah, we know.
Thanks. Yeah, exactly. It's like you're
and
not.
It's like I'm not gonna say like racism goes away because of the blip. It would still exist, of course, but like I still feel like the blip would probably take more precedence than who has the shield in their hand right now, in my opinion. But that's just me, because they don't care about the blip and that consequence, and how that should be way more important than who has the shield right now. So
yeah, you could, because like I'm gonna be upfront. I'm not like a fan of Falcon being like Captain America, even in the comics, because like Falcon,
Yeah,
if
me
you like
too.
know history, it's like he was like one of the first major like African American superheroes in Marvel Comics, and that's his mantle, that's his identity, and it's like, why couldn't you just give him like the role of captain, or even just like a higher potential, because and stuff like that. But if we were going to have to make him Captain America, it's like, have him genuinely earn the mantle. And like, and again, there's ways you could do this. You could have conflict between him and Bucky, because like, Bucky, like, because Steve was his best friend and he was Captain America, and it's like there's a lot of weight to holding that title, that mantle, because that was Bucky's best friend. And it's like you could tie that in with like the villain, or even just like John Walker, and just like what the purpose of mantles, or like what does it mean to be a hero or be even Captain America and stuff like that. But they chose the worst angles to tackle this show. It's literally them trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. Like the entire writing process.
Yeah, it's
I think one of my last points about Sam in particular, with regards to, so what was it? Sam. Yeah, I don't remember. It might come back to me. This next part, some of us already know. Spider-Man and War Machine were considered to be in the final battle against the Flag Smashers, but we can't do that. And the original they were supposed to title it Captain America and the White Wolf, but producers felt like it would confuse the audience, so that's why they kept it as Captain America and the Winter Soldier.
dude. I thought Black Panther is one of the most successful box office movie ever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was my thing. They told us that in Captain America 4, Joaquin Torres, who is the next Falcon in the comics, they said they're not even going to call him Falcon in that movie. They're calling him Phoenix. So it's like, so if you're doing this whole thing with Captain America and Falcon, like a new Captain America and Falcon would be Sam and Joaquin, but you're not going to call him Falcon now. You're going to call him Phoenix. So it's like, what's the point of changing Captain America from Falcon to Captain America then? Who's going to be Falcon? Which is like, yeah.
I have a
That was
theory
just a
about that because I think I know that Captain America 4 has gone under significant multiple reshoots. Like they've effectively, from what I understand, they have reshot the entire film like multiple times because like I said, the Marvels had such a blip and an impact on Marvel and their confidence because they know for a fact that they have lost the plot. Audiences have checked out of this. They cannot sell this on the brand name alone. Hence why, like CinemaCon, like you had Feige being like, "Oh, this is a new start for the MCU," and it's like, wasn't Quantumania supposed to be the new start? But just yeah, there's a lot of pressure for this movie to deliver, and it's like I don't know what they can do. And look, I like Anthony Mackie. I think he's very good in the as the role in the Falcon. But it's like if it's going to be anything like Falcon and the Winter Soldier, like they're going to have a disaster on their hands. Because like this is not a show. This is like an actual movie.
Yeah, I believe it'll be a disaster. I'm confident.
Yeah, because one final thing wasn't like the Eternals supposed to tie into Captain America 4 originally with like the Celestial?
Yeah, so they were going to. So basically, well, actually, no. They said that Falcon the Winter Soldier takes place during the time of Eternals. That was just in timeline sense, but like,
Okay.
yeah, but like in terms of the plots coinciding, no, they're just not related. I wouldn't even know how that would fit anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, that leads us to our next TV show, Loki.
Yay!
Yay! First off,
Uh,
uh, so it was only going to be one season at first originally, and it was going to follow Loki as he manipulates Earth's history to his benefit. Sounds a lot more like Loki than what we got on the show, but I guess what do I know?
why the fuck don't they do that?
They need
Yeah.
him to be a hero. That's why.
They
Because we can't have him
we
being
just can't have villains.
No. Yeah,
Weird.
I
Very
heard the
weird.
behind the scenes stuff was like, oh fuck, do you know Loki never grows as a character? I was like, excuse me?
Ugh.
Bless Tom Hiddleston. He just
hmm Another early idea was to have Loki escape shortly after he got captured by the TVA, and he was going to explore the timeline, like do things like get the Infinity Gauntlet and conquer the universe, but um, he wouldn't be able to enjoy it since knowing that there's no free will. So then he surrenders back to the TVA.
Which I would have appreciated that.
that would
At
have been
least like
Yeah.
interesting.
an attempt, and then realizing that it means nothing now. So
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I'd be depressed if I realized there's no free will.
yeah,
Because like
All my decisions have been for nothing.
because Loki pisses me off because it's like the idea that there is no free will in the MCU. It's just like way to destroy your entire universe. It's like, and they don't even explore it in any meaningful way. Like there's a great anime and manga called Magi Labyrinth of Magic, which does this exact thing. Is there such thing as free will? And it does it so much better than the show. And then just having Loki just turn good after like seeing a series of like past memories rather than like I don't know during the entire season. It's just what were they thinking?
Yeah, they want to fast track to Infinity War.
It was even pointing out how it was pointing out like even Endgame did that better, like with the past Nebula. Like
Yeah.
just being told that you do the things didn't change her because she didn't go through those things.
It's
It's
it's insane.
yeah. Loki sees one video and he's a completely different person. I don't get it.
And I'll say this about Loki because the one thing I'll give this show credit is that production value wise, it is the best looking Marvel TV show.
Oh yeah, they really put their all into like those sets and stuff.
the music slaps.
Yeah, the music is
yeah.
yeah.
It pisses me off because it's like there's so much hard work that's being put into production, and it's like, why couldn't you do this for the writing? Like, but then that's what happens when you get like, was it Michael Waldron and all these Rick and Morty writers who like think that who have like Dunning Kruger and think that they're smarter more capable than they actually are. And it's like, and look, that's not like writing multiverse and stuff like that. It's very difficult naturally. It's not impossible, but you really need a good idea and you really needed to map this entire thing out, especially if you're going to do a multiverse saga, especially involving the TVA.
Yeah, the TVA, like if you go from a comics perspective, it is like very vast, like in terms of like how much you would have to do. Though the TVA doesn't do that entire thing. I mean, obviously they do have prunings with them, but like the way that prunes work, well, first off, they have guns, so they don't just carry stick batons, and then secondly, um, the so the way the TVA operates is like they still operate in the sense that like you don't well the free will is not gone. So I don't really know how that whole like aspect of like, oh yeah, let's take away free will too while we're at it. It's just like I guess we just need to make them even more OD than they had to be. So
Yeah, they want Kang. That's why.
they just wanted Kang.
which I mean, Jonathan Majors, like he was a decent actor, like, and you know, controversy aside, like he could have worked as Kang, but it's like this show and Quantum Mania certainly did not help his presence one bit.
Now, the next point we have is that some of the early drafts had all the Loki variants from the Void joining forces to defeat Goliath because not one of them didn't want to like none of them wanted the others to be better than themselves, if that makes sense.
Fuck it,
So-
why not?
Why not?
Yeah,
Why
fuck
not?
it.
Sure.
I mean,
Mhm.
Richard E. Grant was good in the show.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, he did a good job.
just,
A lot of like the acting too is another part. It's just Tom Hiddleston as well, just wasted on this.
he bless him so much because I think one of the reasons why this show was so successful is because he's just really good, like performance wise as Loki. Like he's really charismatic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's weird because I literally just like everyone just praises this show. It's like, okay, what do you like about it? It's like I don't think I heard anyone say anything about what they like about it.
Yeah, because like my two favorite performances of Loki are like Thor 1 and Avengers 1. Because like that's an example of how you can leverage Tom's charisma with like excellent writing. And it's like
Yeah.
Loki can do that.
One thing we talked about in the in part one was like when he was cast as Loki eventually, because he did audition for Thor at first. The casting director said like I need you to be like our Magneto. And then like Tom, for the most part, he kind of carried it on his own. Loki became a household name for the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Maybe not on Magneto's level, but yeah, he definitely was able to carry all that in just 2 films too, which is crazy.
Yeah, it also
And
irritates
especially
me.
when compared to like Ian McKellen, a much higher prolific actor at the time. So it's like, yeah, the fact that he was up there is pretty crazy.
This show also makes Loki to be such an idiot and like not take full advantage of his powers. Like this guy's an Asgardian. Like if you go back to the first Avengers film, it's like his first appearance. Like he leaps on soldiers and like kills them, and like he's tanking bullets and like using like subterfuge and illusion magic. You know, god of mischief. But we don't see this in the Loki show. Like he gets winded.
Yeah. Season 2 has him struggle to catch one guy in a foot chase.
Like, come
Yeah,
on.
so we'll get there later.
This is the kind of stuff that breaks immersion when it's like you don't pay attention to the earlier stuff and you just be like, I just want to tell my own story. I'm just like, how about you can do both? You can tell your story while trying to keep it in continuity.
Yeah. How is
Yeah.
that such a hard concept?
I don't know. Well, next about Loki, So according to Miss Minutes in Marvel Studios, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and official timeline, Casey spilled his coffee over the mainframe, which would have prevented Miss Minutes from understanding why Thor claims to be 1,500 years old in 2018, despite having only been a baby in 965 CE. So I guess that was them trying to explain the timeline misconception, like a inconsistency.
Someone spilled a coffee.
Yeah,
Yeah, Casey spilled coffee over the mainframe, and then
Miss Minutes wasn't able to overwrite the free will that Thor is supposed to not be 1,500 years old. He's supposed to be younger than that.
Mhm.
So, and then I wrote a joke. Noob is going to blow a fuse because that book gives a lot of examples of when the timeline doesn't make sense to the canon in the show. They say, "Oh, Miss Minutes, she wasn't paying attention at the time. That's why it was not written correctly."
simple answer. Yeah.
All of this could have been solved with some planning. Just
I mean, I guess that's one choice they didn't do, at least.
well,
It's like Casey must have spilled his coffee like all the time. God damn.
Yeah.
like what? It's like
What
as
a klutz.
obnoxious as the rat from Endgame, like being the thing to open the portal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Last up about our favorite show, the Hollywood Reporter said that Tom Hiddleston was expected to appear in Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness after the season 1 finale, but yeah, that didn't happen. So
I mean,
don't know how that information got out if it wasn't true.
it would depend on how to use him.
Maybe it was like planned and then scrapped.
Yeah, I was like, I don't even know what's happening. It was like because if someone told me that actually season 2 is planned, I was like, fuck off. It's clearly not.
It just it's like if you want him in Doctor Strange 2, fine. If you want to do the Multiverse Saga, fine. Just plan it out. Actually have consistent rules across the movies. Like
I'm so excited to talk about Multiverse of Madness when we get there because there is one particular note there that is very damning. But yeah, it's gonna really blow a fuse.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna eviscerate that movie a new one. No offense, like just hate
yeah. Well, let's start with something smaller like Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. The Mandarin was considered many times to appear earlier in the MCU, but the studio did not want the first Chinese character of the MCU to be a villain. So that was kind of obvious.
I was thinking. I think there are other Chinese characters already up here. I'm thinking it's like Yinsen.
Hell.
Yinsen is
what's her name from?
Yeah.
What's her name from Age of Ultron?
Helen Cho.
Yeah.
Yeah. Though it was saying like since the beginning of the MCU, like Iron Man, including that as well.
Yeah.
But yeah. But here's another interesting thing. The mythos of the Ten Rings were also retconned. Not a lot of people notice this, but they changed it originally used to be the Mongolian red flag, and then it became the Chinese black flag, and they never had an in-universe explanation as to why that happened.
I don't even know what to say about that. I was like, okay.
I think like in Iron Man 1, the Ten Rings flag was like red, and then in Shang-Chi, the flag is black. And one was owned by Mongolia, the other one was owned by China. So
I'll say this about Shang-Chi. It's not a good movie, but it is probably one of the better Phase 4 films out there.
Picking.
It screams like this film could have been good if it had one good rewrite. Because like if you just had this film be like a family drama between like Tony Leung's character Mandarin and actually give Simu Liu a personality and like something significant, like you could have done something really cool. Because like if I was to rewrite this film and just keep a lot of the elements as much as possible, I would have had it be where we have him seeking, Tony Leung, the Mandarin, actually seeking a way to bring back his wife. And the twist be that the main demon actually possesses his wife's body. And then you have it be like a family conflict and have Tony Leung's character die and then having Shang-Chi, actually defeating his mom and then by extension the villain and like actually like proving himself and getting past like his shame for his family. And then also what you could have done as like a little bit of a neat twist is I don't know, maybe not give Shang-Chi the 10 rings, maybe give those to like his sister and then have him inherit the powers of the Red Dragon, because it's very clear that Marvel doesn't want to use like Iron Fist for like X reasons, because they're ashamed of him. So why not just turn Shang-Chi into their version of Iron Fist with like the Red Dragon? Like you can even give him like unique like dragon scale style powers and stuff like that. I know in the comic books he's not super powered, but it's like if they wanted to go this route.
Oh, he is now, but yeah.
Yeah, he's now because they retconned
it.
Brand synergy.
Yeah, because brand synergy, they retconned it. But it's like, the problem with this film is that it tries to be a grounded superhero film, and then it tries to be like a fantasy film with like, kind of like Black Panther. And it's like, you got to pick one. Okay, either make it more grounded or you go the fantasy route. And I would say go full fantasy route and just like make it like a family picture. And fun fact, the writer for this, David Callahan, he's not a very good writer because this is the same guy who did Wonder Woman 84, and he also rewrote the recent Mortal Kombat film. Because I have it on good authority to know that script for that original film was actually really good until he came in and he rewrote it. Which is why I'm surprised with Spider-Man, with Across the Spider-Verse, he didn't really do much, but that's probably because Lord and Miller were like on him for like a lot of his changes. But
Also, this guy's a lawsuit.
Yeah.
Damn.
Wow.
So speaking of Doctor Strange, I'm not sure if you realized, Bia, that the villain was Dweller in Darkness. A
Yep.
Doctor Strange villain.
Yeah.
I knew that.
He was intended to look more demonic, but because this was a family-friendly intended audience, the design was changed.
Have you seen Lord of the Rings?
Yeah, I don't know. Like when I look at Dwell in Darkness, like he kind of has like a squid head, like not like in like like he has like the octopus tentacles off for like a beard, but like his head is like kind of in the shape of an octopus. So like I don't know what was scary about that, but I don't know. But they clearly didn't want to be a person; they wanted to be like a giant dragon thing, because Shang-Chi. And it was, they didn't really do much with Dwell in Darkness.
That was such a lame reasoning. I mean, like the sign was like, whatever, sure, why not? It's like, but it's like, oh, because it's gotta be scare the audience. Like, dude, have you seen Puss in Boots: The Last Wish? That has a lot of
Yeah.
like, that was quite creepy.
Wolf, yeah.
And there,
Yeah.
I mean, that has a lot of creepy designs. I mean, some horror
and then
stuff.
the early cuts of the movie had Razor Fist sacrificing himself to save Katie during the Battle of Ta Lo, giving her the necessary strength to injure the Dweller in Darkness with her enchanted arrow. But they cut this because why would Razor Fist care about Katie in the first place?
That wouldn't. Katie should have been rewritten completely or removed because, like, Aquafina, like, no offense to her, she just.
I didn't know what was the point of having her and the sister. You should just have Shang-Chi and the sister from the beginning.
Yeah.
Or maybe make Katie a part of Tao Ling. Like, she's one of the major characters who's associated with that and, like, have the connection. Like, you could have had it be where, like, Shang and his sister, they reunite, encounter their dad, and then, maybe Sean is contacted by, like, Katie, maybe make her, like, connected to, like, their family, or at least, one of the major members who knows, like, his mother, or like had a friend who was a friend of his mother, like something like that. And then you have it be where like his sister like betrays Sean and sides with his father, and then he goes with her to like Tao Ling, and then you could build a movie off of that.
But, I've seen the latest scenes of those. I mean, they they have more for what's it, Razor Fist, but aside from that scene, but even that was like I don't know. Yeah, it's still not justified enough.
Be-
Yeah.
because like you could have done it where like Shang-Chi, like his entire arc could have been him being ashamed of his family's past and he doesn't want to be defined by his father. And you could have had it be where like the 10 rings, like hereditarily speaking, only work for their family. And he rejects those rings. And you could have symbolized his growth of him being his own person by inheriting the red dragon's powers. Like you could have had it be where he had to go through like classic trials of like body, mind, and spirit with the dragon. And heck, you can even have him fail the final trial and then have it be where like he unlocks and understands the final trial while battling like his dad or something like that, and then having him come into his own, and then having his sister like lead the 10 rings still in the end. Like again, it's just this film could have been saved with like a really good rewrite, but
Yeah. And the last point, Ant-Man was considered to be in the film since both characters lived in San Francisco. So
I'm glad
Um,
they did that.
by the way, do you
and
guys
then now we
remember?
know that She-Hulk is also in that around that area as well. So
Yeah. Also,
at the time they
do you
didn't know.
got did they forgot the Ten Rings guy tried to buy the Yellow Jackets?
Yeah, that was an original plot line. I think it is in Ant-Man where the guy who was trying to buy the Yellow Jacket at the time um he was a Ten Rings person, but yeah, they never carried that over to this film.
To be honest, they probably just forgot about it.
They forgot about it, and then because I know the Ten Rings in the comics they have different factions of Ten Rings across the world, so it's not like just one organization. Well, it's all foreseen by the Mandarin, but like they still have like different terrorist organizations across the planet when it comes to the Ten Rings. But yeah, they didn't do that in the MCU, so
I mean, even if they did, they just didn't care to explain it.
Yeah, it's
the
such a
Mandarin doesn't
shame
have any
too.
sauce like that in
It's
this
such a
MCU
shame because you
version.
could have fleshed out the 10 rings, and they wasted Tony Leung. He's a really good actor. Like, have you ever seen it like Hong Kong? Like, he's done good
Yeah,
work.
I'm
And
from Hong Kong, so yeah.
oh wow,
Yeah,
yeah, it's such a shame. And look, I'll give praise where credit is due with Shang-Chi. The action sequences for the first half of the movie are really good. It helps that Simu Liu is trained in martial arts, and
And
it's
Death
like,
Dealer was a professional. Like he's a YouTuber, but he's like that's his thing.
yeah, like again, there's ways you could have made this really cool, but they chose the lamest choices. Like, oh, we're just going to use green screen and like magic.
yeah.
We need to do discount Avatar,
Yeah,
Uh,
just pick a lane. Either
including
be
Airbender.
mad fantasy or be grounded. Don't don't straddle that.
to be
It
honest,
does feel like it tries to combine the two different Chinese movie tropes, like whether hardcore action packed or the chi and the magic system and all that stuff. Like they clearly wanted to combine both ideas, and then they didn't know how to do that. Um, but yeah, I definitely would have leaned towards the more action packed, in my opinion, mainly because that's just where Shang-Chi fits. That's his lane, really.
I
Yeah,
mean, yeah. I mean,
And
just have
then
him fight.
I really wish they tried to do Shang-Chi and Iron Fist. But obviously they couldn't do that because they didn't have faith in that, or they didn't have the rights at that time. But yeah, if I were to make a Shang-Chi movie, I would have paired him up with Iron Fist.
yeah, and I would have given him either like his like some sort of unique, like if either make him normal or like give him some unique power that's like separate from like Iron Fist. It's like maybe he gains the Red Dragon's powers and he gains like the dragon scales, which allow him to like break through magical defenses and like give him like enhanced abilities. But then I don't know, maybe he has to deal with like anger issues because like dragons are very predatory or something like that, or just anything. Because
Yeah,
like the
Yeah, it's so weird because when I watched Shang-Chi, I was like, oh my god, there's so much Chinese there's so much Chinese in there. I mean, I understand Chinese, I speak it, and I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? The translation is all wrong.
Yeah. I've
Would
noticed
you?
that you've mentioned that a lot. That it happens all the time.
Sure though.
What's your take, Unity, on just one final thing on like Shang-Chi and stuff is like the Chinese reception towards it? Because I know it wasn't particularly well received within like the Chinese market, and because I watch a great YouTube channel called Accented Cinema, and he's Chinese, and it was interesting to listen to his perspective on the film because it's like the because like I believe in China they were criticizing Simu Liu by him being quote like ugly and not living up to like the masculine image that is within like Chinese society. I mean that's just what I've heard. I'm just be curious.
To be honest, I don't really take the China. To be honest, I don't like China. It's
Hmm.
obvious, but
Yeah.
even there, I mean, they don't like it. It's just that the reason they don't like it is kind of dumb, really.
Superficial.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really it's kind of weird because the Chinese doesn't like the Mulan remake is because they don't the actress they hired is they don't like the actress they hired. It's like
Yep.
okay, um, and that's kind of it because most people I hear from China was like I don't like it. It's lukewarm. In Hong
Yeah.
Kong it was like whatever that's it. I never heard a
Okay.
single person like it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, it's fine. It's nothing.
Yeah. Well, we're moving on to Eternals now. First up, the creators had very specific instructions that none of it could be in Hawaii because they didn't want to take a risk that the audience might be reminded of the Inhumans.
Yeah, I thought that was hilarious.
That's pretty funny. Yeah.
That was on their list
Oh,
of priorities.
Yeah.
right.
Guys, please don't put this on Hawaii. Please don't remind me of Inhumans.
It's not
Don't.
Hawaii's fault. The Eternals that Inhumans sucked.
You dumb bitch. Do you know the Agents of Shield basically have all the Inhumans across the country?
I'm sorry. It's just like,
Yeah.
that was a list on the priorities. We can't go to Hawaii. Why? Because we don't want to remind them of Inhumans.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Thanks. I'd rather watch an Inhuman show again than this movie.
Well, next, early drafts had a love triangle between Icarus, Cersei, and Druig. And that was going to be the reason why Druig left at first. But then later, the actors for Druig and Makari improvised their sort of maybe romance.
Honestly, they had the best chemistry in the movie.
Yeah.
I think it was a good decision.
Yeah, sure.
This movie really should have been a Disney Plus series, to be honest. Or if you were going to make it a film, they had to pare the cast down because honestly, I just felt there were too many characters and really no one, like no POV character or one character to follow.
Technically, it was Cersei,
They're
but
trying to have that be Cersei, but
poor job with that.
Oh yeah.
That's weird because you guys watch like the Guardians of the Galaxy, the Suicide Squad. They also have a lot of characters and they are all well fleshed out.
Yeah,
Most of
yeah.
them.
Yeah, they had distinct roles and personalities where it's like it's kind of some decent personalities here, but just they all blended for me.
Yeah, they didn't do a really good job like showing what really makes them different outside of their power sets. At least from a personality perspective.
One little thing I will
or is
praise.
that on purpose because they're robots in this version?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I want to understand what is happening behind the scenes of this movie.
I will give this movie one little bit of praise. I did like Makari's use of super speed because it was really refreshing to have a speedster that didn't do a time in a bottles thing. Like,
yeah, I appreciated that. It's finally like not like it's not on Dash level, but it's like at a point where you see the speed and you just see everything with the speed. You don't have to slow everything down, show everything is slow and this person is moving normal pace. Yeah, I thought it was refreshing.
Next up, we have that the earlier cuts had a weaker alternate ending where Erisham would recapture the Internals, erase their minds, and send them to a distant planet for another emergence as like a punishment for the rebellion. But it was poorly received by test audiences.
Honestly, I think that would
So
have been better, in my
Would have been
opinion.
better.
That would make more sense.
Yep.
I'll say that.
In terms of
Yeah.
Arishem, like I would think that would make it better, in my opinion.
yeah,
This-
I don't know why he only takes the ones from like in the real ending. I don't know why he only takes the ones from Earth if he's mad at all of them.
Yeah,
Uh,
More
yeah,
other ideas had. Oh, huh?
sorry to cut you off. The one other
No,
praise
fine.
I'll also give this film is that I actually think the visual effects for this film are actually not too bad. It helps they shot in real locations as opposed to just using the volume. So it's like, again, a shame that all this hard work like means jack because
Yeah.
the writing is so bad.
yeah, it's like no one even talks about this film anymore.
It's
No.
that forgettable. It's like it's not even you can't even hate it. It's just like what?
Like watching.
Yeah, exactly. So let's say, yeah, another alternate idea they had was for the mid-credit scene to have Cersei, Kingo, and Phaestos either be like recruited for the Avengers or confronted by King. Just ideas they were throwing around.
yeah,
I don't know how the Avengers would even know about what happened, but
Because I know
yeah.
Cersei was a member of the Avengers at one point, and like in
yeah,
Black Knight. So like,
By the way, do you remember
Icarus
the
is
line? Oh fuck!
But
You
yeah,
just
Icarus is
reminded
now
me.
Superman in this movie.
You just reminded me. One of the Eternal said, Thor used to hang around with me.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Kingo said that. Yeah, Thor used to follow him, and I
He used to babysit him.
yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
So
Oh, that's
weird.
fantastic. This last thing, I'll say that. Yeah, it's not a point from the production, but like I think Chloe Zhao's talents would have been more suited for something more grounded. Like for me, I would have liked her to do Wonder Man. I just
Yeah.
think that fits her style of writing and directing from her previous movies. Because I don't think she's a bad director or writer at all. It's just like I just think Eternals is too big. I think it's just too big for her, in my opinion.
didn't
And not
she
to mention,
want to?
yeah,
Sorry to cut you off. Didn't she want to like end the film with like the planet Earth being destroyed or something like that? Like,
Yeah, I remember hearing about that.
oh, like what?
I-
Did you forget it's the cinematic universe? Like, what?
yeah.
That must have been shot down like really early. Like, would have had this? No, I don't see that.
This is
that
like
as being
this is
considered.
like the first time where she had to work with other people for writing as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like the first time she had to share the writing with somebody else. So I don't think she was like used to that.
Because like you could have made
But yeah,
Eternals
I
work.
just think like, yeah,
Because like my exposure to Eternals was like there's a great Neil Gaiman raw mini-series that he did with like I think John Romita Jr. and I'm like, why didn't you get like Neil Gaiman to write it and like actually do it as like a Disney Plus series or something like that? Well,
Yeah, they could do a lot.
Yeah, I mean, originally there's supposed to be an Eternal show. By the way, in 2015, John Ridley is supposed to be the showrunner of it.
didn't they cancel the sequel to Eternals? Like, didn't Iger say he did? Because I know he canceled that and like, was it Ant-Man 4?
I don't know if it's canceled. We just don't hear
they,
like
it's
anything
just an
about it.
idea, but they still never greenlit it yet.
Yeah,
But it's highly likely to not happen. Basically, is what they were saying. That leads us into Hawkeye. I think it's still the best TV show.
I
Yeah,
mean, what a bar.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
haven't seen it, but I've heard from people who have seen it say that it's actually not half bad until the
Uh,
ending.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's okay,
Perfect.
which
yeah.
Like
is
perfectly
which
mid.
is yeah, it's okay, which means it's leagues
Peak.
above everything else.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah. So, uh, some of these like it was supposed to be a movie originally, but then it became a television show.
Yeah, we know.
Uh,
Mhm.
the entire apartment argument with Yelena and Kate was entirely improvised. The director's favorite moment was when Florence randomly asked about Kate having one fork, and Haley had to genuinely come up with "I'm only one person." Uh, yeah, that
Hmm.
was pretty funny.
Yeah.
They definitely have the talent. Early cuts feature an alternative mid-credit scene where Kingpin, blinded but alive after being shot by Maya, receives Ronan's sword as a warning from Barton not to threaten his family.
No, I don't like that idea.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because Haley Steinfeld's a good actor. Like, so I'm not surprised that like Kate Bishop was well received because she's good in almost everything I've seen her in. Like,
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
my thing here is like I don't know like why would Barton go to Kingpin because it seems like
I don't know
Barton
why
he
you do
didn't
that.
know that Clint was the Ronin
Yeah, I mean,
um,
Bart. Yeah,
at the
that's
time.
the thing. And Road and
Mhm.
Clint doesn't even know where the kingpin is during the snap.
I'm
Yeah,
I'm just sad because Hawkeye could have like what Hawkeye could have been, and you could have still had Kate Bishop in it. Is like imagine if we were told like a series of flashbacks when Clint was Ronin, and that could have been an opportunity to see like the blip, at least the the time skip between Infinity War and Endgame from like a ground's eye perspective, and then you could have probably tied it in with like Kingpin or whoever they wanted to fight in with like the present or something like that. Like again, missed opportunity.
Yeah,
Me-
there's. I mean, I read a lot about this show. Like during the behind the scenes interviews and stuff, was like some are actually quite bizarre. It's like, oh, actually, originally we don't have kingpin. Oh,
Okay.
I mean, yeah, it's like
which in hindsight that can be fine. Just depends on what you would replace him with. I personally, I'm one of the few people because we there has been a lot of arguments about. I don't have a problem with Kingpin in terms of like how they went about him. I'm sure some things could have been better, but I think they did a pretty decent job implementing him. Obviously, I would have liked it to have been 8 episodes so that you can have some of the flashback scenes that they did have in the deleted scenes because there were some good deleted scenes and then there were some that just don't really fit. But I think like if they had an 8 episode structure, they probably would have benefited from that.
it's yeah,
It also
it's like
didn't help that he was shot the way that he was. Like he should be dead. Like what?
yeah,
Yeah,
What?
I
It is the
agree.
comic moment.
It's a comic
yeah,
thing, but still.
yeah. It's still and the thing is, it's like it's so weird because apparently this show is still has a lot of communication issues because apparently because we talked about that. I talked about that before. It's like, oh, we actually never sat down and think, oh, it's Netflix canon. I was like, what the fuck? Why don't you
Well,
just
now
tell
it
that
is.
beforehand? Yeah,
Yeah, but we didn't
Uh,
even find that out until Daredevil's failing, uh,
Yeah.
which we'll get
yeah.
to.
Fucking
Um, yeah, and then we talked about some of the deleted scenes. A lot of them are online already. So uh, Clint's backstory with his mom and all that. It's a pretty good flashback. I just don't think it would have fit in the original cut of the show. But it is like a good scene in isolation. Uh, then there then there's some stuff like Kingpin giving ice cream to Maya, and then Maya having her starting her friendship with Kazi. Um, Unity has a lot of this stuff on his channel for his
yeah.
YouTube breakdown, so I would recommend
To be
watching
honest,
those. If you
Yeah,
want to get some more in-depth
yeah,
talk on that.
yeah. After listening to Echo was like, there's a lot of things. It's like, huh? Wait, what the fuck? That doesn't add up. It's like it's a lot of those like, yeah, no, I will use those deleted scenes. It's like, yeah, I can see that. If you made that up, like, what does that mean? Because it's the thing they said that the show is Echo. The show is isolated from Hawkeye. You don't have to watch anything. Was like, no, that show relies on Hawkeye. I'm sorry. I mean, and I think it makes it worse if you watch Hawkeye and then watch Echo.
Yeah, we'll get to Echo in a second.
So
There just wasn't that
Hawkeye?
much production points on Hawkeye. Oh, and shout out to Lord Deppis for this artwork. It's really good.
Nice.
Yeah, it's cool. We're bringing us to Spider-Man: No Way Home. First off, the script was never completed because so many elements were in flux, which that surprises me a lot. I'm surprised there's
I
even
was hoping Freddie
some
would
things
make
of
that reference.
Yeah.
yeah, flux.
Wow.
But yeah, that surprises me. Like that, there's even some things of merit in this film if they didn't have a completed script.
Wow.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah,
There's actually some really good stuff there.
yeah. Next up, Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield didn't sign on until they were 2 months into filming.
Who?
So Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield, the other two Spider-Men.
I don't know if you're showing
Uh.
to the meme from Guardians 1.
Oh. So what? So what are they gonna do if they say no?
Yeah, I wonder what would have happened if they didn't come back.
Let's like what was some of the recast, like Jake Gyllenhaal as Spider-Man. He was almost cast as in the Raimi version.
Uh-huh. They almost recasted Jake for Spider-Man 2, yeah. Next up for No Way Home, Chris McKenna and Eric Summers, after initially pitching Kraven the Hunter as the villain of the third Spider-Man movie, were told that they couldn't put him in because, quote, he was unavailable until Sony established him in a solo movie.
Yeah, I hate
So I
that
guess
so
they had their
Yeah.
plans for their dumb Kraven movie back then, I guess.
But to be honest, Sony is doing better than Marvel.
They are, yeah.
Uh,
Well,
this
I guess they did. Yeah, this year, like they had the one hit with Across the Spider-Verse, so yeah, technically they were doing better. Yeah. Oh wait, no, that wasn't this year though. That was last year. Huh.
Last
That was
year.
last
I mean,
year.
they only released Madam Web this year.
They're having Venom 3 and Kraven this year. They have more products coming out than this year. They only have Deadpool.
Then Marvel, they don't have Deadpool, so I guess we'll see how that turns out. More on the way home. The original script had Kirsten Dunst's Mary Jane, Emma Stone's Gwen Stacy, and the other two Aunt Mays, but played by Rosemary Harris and Sally Field. Which, yeah, I guess I could say why they wanted to bring them back, maybe.
But Kristen Dunst.
It would have been too much.
Wait. Kristen Dunst recently
Could've been
said she was not invited to come back. She's not
Yeah,
asked
yeah.
to come back.
Yeah, the original script featured
Yes,
them, but like they just never went. They never went with it. Basically, it was an
like
idea.
they scrapped the idea before like talking with her. So yeah.
Yeah, I can see that.
hmm
This next point is going to be a real doozy.
Yeah. So they originally had 6 villains until Sony said that they wanted to save the Sinister Six for later, and some of the options were Dane DeHaan's Green Goblin, ugh, Paul Giamatti's Rhino, ugh, Michael Keaton's Vulture, Jake Gyllenhaal's Mysterio, and Kraven.
Yeah, so that big point I wanted to highlight. The original script had 6 villains, but then they decided. But Sony was like, "No, let's not do 6 villains because we want to save that for another time." Wow,
6 villains?
You had once in a lifetime opportunity to do a Sinister Six movie. You also have this in the movie where you have all 3 Spider-Men on screen. But Sony's like, "No, let's do 5 here because maybe we'll save that Sinister Six for a future appearance." That's so dumb. I'm
Is it
sorry.
because they wanted it on their own rather than with Marvel Studios?
It's probably that, but it's like,
It's
man,
because
I
yeah,
just
you
don't
would
know
think
how
if ever there was a Sinister Six opportunity, this, but whatever.
Yeah.
yeah, because like if you remember in the Sony lineup, they were having like a Sinister Six villain versus no Spider-Man. I guess I don't know. It's such a bizarre franchise.
Yeah, that points it around. More in the original script, it was gonna first be set after Multiverse of Madness, and America Chavez was going to be the one who cast that spell, where everyone comes in, and Spider-Man would need Doctor Strange's book of spells to send them home.
Which would have been a lot better, if I'm going to be
Yeah, than
honest.
having.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Than having
Then the
So
Strange be
memory spell or
stupid.
some
just
shit.
learning.
Because I like No Way Home, but it is horribly plotted. Like him casting that spell. There's so many problems with him just that spell and just how he
The
cast
Doc.
it.
Yeah.
It's
Find
just
Peter Parker. Oh man, it's just a
Oh
random
yeah, that
guy.
as well.
because, but America Chavez, like you could have had that would have made much more sense because younger and experienced,
Everyone experienced, yeah, rather
and
than
and you
Doctor Strange
still could
himself.
have
Yeah.
had the movie play out mostly the way it did, but just
And America Chavez was going to be played by Isabella Merced at first, right? Rather than
Yeah,
uh,
yeah.
mhm, rather than Sajiti Gomez, but yeah. Well, then Isabel found Mana Web.
At least she has heart though.
So, oh yeah, yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Um, Next up, Tobey Maguire asked for minimal reveals about his Peter Parker's life after Spider-Man 3, and Garfield was the one who suggested the idea that his Spider-Man went down a darker path after Gwen Stacy died in Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, good choice.
good choice. Makes sense.
Yeah. Next up, early drafts had Strange recruiting the Spider-Man to help Tom Holland's Peter. Like, Strange would go and visit classic moments from the Raimi and like the Amazing Spider-Man movies.
I'm glad that did not happen.
Yeah, I don't think that was needed.
Yeah, that was
Like what made No Way Home, I think, decent for me was that it kept things relatively grounded in like a single location, and it's like it was easy to follow relatively. Sure, it was plotted terribly, but like at least they kept that grounded. Unlike Multiverse of Madness, which when we get to that, boy, do I have some words to say about that. But like, yeah, it's interesting to see how this film did so well, and I think a lot of it is because the character work is actually not terrible. Like Tom Holland actually gets like a really good arc in this, and like there are some genuinely good moments. Like the
yeah.
whole apartment sequence is great.
It it's funny because at first when I saw this movie, I was like, ah, fuck, they just got key Django shit. Was like, and Toby, Andrew, if they're gonna be in this movie, it's gonna be cameos. And this movie actually surprised me. I was like, oh fuck, they're actually characters.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was my big main fear. Just like they like Qui-Gon at the end of the Obi-Wan show. But no, they actually said, yeah, let's have them be integral, and I liked it.
yeah. I liked how all of them had some purposeful wisdom and things to
Mhm.
offer to like Tom Holland Spider-Man, while also just being their own characters, and just like the way that they're introduced I think is also really great. It's like you have Toby's Peter coming in civilian attire, which kind of represents how he is at his life, where he's content, he's not really doing, like he's not in full action mode, whereas like Andrew's Spider-Man, he's always in costume, which reflects like him never taking off the mask post Gwen's death. Like there's a lot of smart choices like directing wise, and John Watts, like I think he's very underrated as a director when it comes to a lot of this. I wish that the plot was better and certain things could have gone well, but like he's got a really good eye for a lot of things. Like for me, like the spider sense in this film it's like it's probably my favorite depiction of spider sense in the live action Spider-Man movies, because
Do you mean
like
the apartment scene when he's
yeah,
like sensing the Green Goblin?
Yeah, I love the zoom out
That was a great
or
scene.
the zoom in. Yeah.
oh, it's so
Yeah.
and the note building up and higher with like no music. It's just like you don't get that anymore. Like that kind of filmmaking, and it's such a shame because he was supposed to do Fantastic Four, but like it didn't work out because
Yeah.
Marvel and their stuff, and it's just like this is the guy that delivered three pretty decent Spider-Man films. Like, okay, yeah, Far From Home is usually the one that gets a lot of contention, and there's the Iron Boy stuff. But it's like he delivered, and it's like I would have been curious to see what he did with Fantastic Four, but like Marvel's like, nah, we don't want you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Next up, early drafts had the Tom Holland Peter asking Adrian Toomes for help procuring the necessary technology to cure the villains. I don't know. I guess instead of like just them being easily able to make it in a school, but I don't know. Would Adrian
One
Toomes
of
be
his
the best
warehouses?
No.
Hmm.
I mean, I can see the movie can set in any locations, like as long as it's executed well.
I think you could have
Yeah, that is a
justified it
great
by
point.
saying the Tinkerer or something like that. Like maybe Tom Holland Spider-Man knows where the Tinkerer is located, and like they use one of his labs or technology to procure the cures.
Yeah, maybe he can ask Tinker's son, who's like 2 years younger than him in this universe.
Hmm.
So another early idea had the Green Goblin mind controlling the other villains, and the final battle would have the Spider-Man trying to free them from his influence. I don't get that. I don't know why Green Goblin would mind control.
How would that work?
Yeah,
I
I
don't know.
don't think that's how it
I think
works.
I don't remember Green Goblin ever doing that. So I don't know where that idea came from.
Drops ideas.
Yeah, and um, another early idea was for the post-credit scene to have the Spider-Man returning to their own universes.
I mean, I'm fine with that.
Could have
I'm
been
fine
nice.
with that.
Sure, yeah, like little quick things. Yeah, it could have been.
I like the extended version that they released, like that they had where they showed that Doctor Strange's spell, like we see it from the perspective of like Peter Parker's high school, where like all the photos that like Peter was supposed to be in or any reference to him is just completely scrubbed away.
Yeah. It slightly helped, like clear, like make the spell a little bit clearer. Yeah, that like all the physical evidence was gone.
Yeah, because
But then it would be weird. It's like, oh, who's this person in this photo whose face is covered up? Well, I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean they have their own one. Yeah.
because they implied it with like him having a book, like not an SAT book, but like
Yeah, like they're studying. He's studying for the GED, like to
yeah,
take
the
a.
GED book.
Uh-huh. That yeah, all. So yeah, like all evidence of his life was erased.
Yeah, because
But
yeah,
trying to make sense
Uh,
of that is not possible.
yeah,
Basically,
I'm sorry. It's the mechanics
it's
are broken.
it's one of those
yeah,
things where, like plot and mechanics wise, it's completely borked. But I think
yeah.
what
It was
makes it
really good for Peter's character, though. Like
yeah
for him to
Yeah,
make that sacrifice.
yeah
So
because like
you got like a 50-50.
yeah because I think the character work in these films are genuinely good. Like it helps that like Tom Holland this is still a Tom Holland Spider-Man movie, and he gains a lot of insight from that.
oh, Ob is
Yeah,
gone.
Uh
yeah.
oh.
Where did he go?
I think he'll come back. Give me a second. Just continue on. I have him.
Oh, here's it. He's back.
Hello.
Sorry about that. I don't have it. Dropped for a second. Connection dropped.
So I'll say this last point. So in the credits, that there was a very over the top shout out The filmmakers would like to gratefully acknowledge the original true believer, Avi Arad, whose vision led the way to bringing these iconic characters to the screen. And
Yeah.
fun fact, this was not by like Avi Arad did not ask for this. He did not consciously request for it. He did not do any of that. Marvel Studios, out of their own free will, decided to suck Avi's dick and just put that on the screen. I have no idea why.
I mean,
And
you
call
can
him
just
the original true believer. That is.
I mean, you
insane.
can just
Insane.
put her as like executive producer or something if you want.
I could see that as like a backhanded compliment, because I know like Avi and Kevin Feige have had quite a number of beefs. Like they don't like each other all that much. Mainly and especially in Avi's case, like he doesn't like the fact that Feige took a lot of credit in his view on like the inception of the MCU, because Avi was there when Marvel Studios was formed before he left.
Yeah. I mean, he does have some good ideas. It's like, do you know that Homecoming, it was Avi's idea to have like Iron Man saving Spider-Man and the boat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he has other terrible ideas like shoving Venom and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
Mr. Moon Knight is not much was really said about it. Early cuts feature Spectre confronting his mother in the field of reeds and alternating between himself and Grant as he overcomes his trauma and manages to forgive her. Could have been
forgive her? Fuck off.
I have a fun idea about that. Once you're in the field of reeds, aren't you supposed to already be at peace? So why would he have to go through?
Yeah.
Giving his mother once he's there.
The Egyptian myths.
I mean, I hate that. But it's like there's some.
But then
good.
again, you could already ask to just come back to life in this version of the
Yeah.
so whatever.
Some other ones I had was like there was supposed to be a flashback with Kingo and Khonshu. I don't know why. All I really got is that Jeremy Slater is friends with Kumail Nanjiani, so that's really
that was dumb. So no.
And then they were supposed to reference Rama Tut, the Kang variant, but they also scrapped that idea.
Yeah, I mean, Feige probably doesn't want that, so.
I heard they made Moon Knight more like Spawn in the MCU's take.
Yeah, it's just not much really. Moon Knight. A lot of it came out of spite from Slater, but we've kind of talked about this before.
Yeah, and then it turns out he doesn't even run the show.
He doesn't like Moon Knight, the comic character. He likes Stephen Grant too because he's a blank slate.
Yeah,
So.
Yeah. I go through an interview. Was like, do you know what does he hate? Everything but what's it called? Stephen.
Hire people to at least like the characters or willing to do research. Like what?
Yeah, that's what I said. Yes, he hates Mark. He hates Jake. He hates Marnie. He hates all the villains. He hates all the villains
except for Arthur Harrow because he only has 2 appearances, so he can do whatever he wants with them. That's really the lesson of this.
Yeah, he hates Duchamp. What the fuck?
Moon Knight, like he's a very difficult character to nail, but like this could have been a really good series if you had.
Yeah, it was originally a Netflix Moon Knight,
which would have worked.
I mean, they probably can't get.
That was something we did talk about. Moon Knight was in that original slate for Netflix, but they just couldn't agree on it. And it was at a point where the rights were going to Disney. So,
I mean, they probably can't get Oscar Isaac for the role, but it's like, but it will still be much better than in a writing standpoint.
Just have Moon Knight fight like werewolves and vampires, like what he originally did. There you go.
Yeah, and then it's like it's insane. And not only the showrunner hates Moon Knight, and it turns out the showrunner was like invited on set during the filming. I was like, what the fuck?
What? Man.
Yeah, yeah. So this next one is going to be a big one. So why don't we split this in half in terms of the details, because there is a lot to say about
Doctor
Multiverse.
Strange. Okay.
There's so much shit to cover with this film.
Oh my god, how many things are there?
Oh,
This is a big one. All right, I'll
it's
go first then.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Okay. First point is that Scott Derrick's version would have had Doctor Strange and Scarlet Witch joining forces to protect America Chavez from Nightmare, and then end with Wanda becoming a villain. But then,
freaking.
yeah, but then Sam
would be-
Raimi and Mike Waldron instead wanted to have Wanda as the villain for their movie.
Where do I even start
yeah.
with this shit? Okay, this pisses me off so much because this would have made much more sense considering WandaVision. Having Strange and Wanda team up to fighting Nightmare, you could have done so much with this. You could have had an easy way to bring back Vision, bring back Quicksilver, Pietro, because Nightmare is in the comics. He does psychological stuff to it. It would have been an interesting threat that Strange would have needed to fight because it's a mental threat as well. And you could have seeded the idea of Wanda turning evil because you could have seeded the idea that maybe there's other multiverses or a way to actually bring them back to life. And you could have had a Doctor Strange film that focused on Nightmare because in the comic books, Nightmare was the first villain Doctor Strange ever fought when he debuted in, was it Strange Tales, I think 122, something like that. But it was his first villain. And that could have been a really cool callback. And you could have done something really neat with having a mental villain that Strange needed to fight and he couldn't necessarily blast away with his magic. You could have had a film with him using his smarts and intellect to outwit Nightmare, because in the comic books, Nightmare is a very difficult villain for Strange to beat. He can't just blast him away with arcane spells because he's in the dream dimension, the dimension that Nightmare controls. So he has to outwit him. He has to trap him. Again, this is par for the course with Marvel, because Derrickson, I know, has gone on record to state there was a lot of things he wanted to do for the first film, but he was stonewalled by Kevin Feige. And this could have been his way to really showcase and give us a really creative, unique sequel to Doctor Strange. But no, leave it to freaking Michael Waldron to just come in there and be like, nah, it just needs to be more multiverse stuff. And, Derrickson just left because he couldn't deal with it. And I find it ironic that he produced The Black Phone around the same time that this, released at the same time this movie came out. And that is a much better film than this. It shows his creative filmmaking, and it shows that Marvel absolutely wasted a talent like him. Sorry, it just, when I learned about this fact, it made me hate this film so much more because of what it could have been. You could have had a psychological horror film in the MCU.
Yeah. Well, see, listen, Waldron had a really good reason as why he wanted Wanda as the villain. He said it makes sense for Wanda and Doctor Strange to be rivals because they use magic in different ways.
The fuck?
I mean,
No.
oh shit! Doctor Strange and Wong should be rivals.
That is the dumbest fucking. What? Where do I even pull this apart? Because they
That's how a kid
have
would
magic
respond.
rivals.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty childish. Okay.
Who could write this shit, man?
Yeah. Well. Okay. So next point we have here is that Peter Capaldi, who you might know as the 12th Doctor, was going to play Nightmare. Well, he was an idea to be Nightmare.
That would have been great.
Yeah.
It worked.
What?
Oh, he would have worked so well.
So times
Capaldi has never would have slapped.
that could have cooked. Yeah.
You could have, because Nightmare in the comic books, yes, he rides like a horse and stuff like that, but you could have made him a sophisticated villain. You could have done this stuff, especially with us having to reference dreams in the actual film. Like imagine a film that involved Nightmare coming into the world of the MCU and casting everyone going to sleep or causing disturbances on that level.
Yeah, a
Yeah.
lot,
I'm
Uh,
also having
of
like
stuff.
Malekith, Ninth Doctor, even though that didn't turn out well. Purple
Oh,
Man, much better.
Yeah, I was gonna say at least David Tennant got
yeah.
to.
Whoever 11th played was
yeah.
Morbius.
Oh yeah,
What?
Milo Morbius.
Now we're just waiting for 13th and 15th.
To do something evil. Yeah.
I'm just legitimately sad. Like, we could have had a psychological MCU horror film, which would have been so creative,
It
and
was too dark and scary. That's why.
Shame.
we had to have the multitisms.
So now, next point is about our favorite group in this movie, the Illuminati. The early drafts had Ironmonger and Baldur the Brave as members at first, but then they were replaced by Mister Fantastic and Black Bolt. They were also
I
considering the Wasp, Killmonger, Namor, and Ghost Rider.
I cannot stand the Illuminati in this film because literally they come in there and they just shame Doctor Strange. It's like it's not even their version of Doctor Strange, and they're saying, "Oh, he's bad. We
It's a
had to put."
universal constant that Doctor Strange is a dick. So
Yeah, I was like, "What? That's not
yeah,
how it
'cause
works,
that's how that
dipshit."
works.
Yeah, and then Xavier says his Days of Future Past quote is like, "It's just because someone stumbles the way doesn't mean they're lost." After he was a willing participant in killing the other Doctor Strange because he lost his way.
It shows a lack of
Yeah.
self-awareness when writing this.
And it's so bizarre too, because like Xavier was like, "Yeah, let's keep him here," and then 2 minutes later, then he's like, "Yeah, Strange is a good guy." Yeah, the pacing is very terrible. I mean, Waldron said he had
It
no
looks
idea what to do
terrible,
with the
except the acting.
script in
He
the second half,
rewrote.
especially.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they were
Mahler's
writing it as they were filming. You don't do that.
Mahler's video really points into perspective just how screwed this entire production was. It's like rewriting an entire script and you have less than a week to do so, and you didn't know what you're doing during the second act. Like, no, that's not how you shoot a movie.
Yeah. The last point I'll read here about Multiverse of Madness is that the early cuts were poorly received, leading to extensive reshoots that reworked Strange's character arc, which is going to be more about his obsession with control, and his relationship with Chavez was originally going to be much more like their conflict more adversarial.
What does that mean?
What
I
is
mean, it's
that?
like there'd be like more
So I
antagonistic, or
guess they
like
would be
kind of like Joel and Ellie in the first Last of Us, like how
Oh,
they were differing in perspectives. Like you need to grow up. You're too like you don't understand or anything like that. Kind of like that. Which
Mahler made
it
yeah,
could have been
yeah,
fine if they went about it that way.
yeah.
Because here, America and Doctor Strange don't really connect that much. So
Oh yeah, I don't blame Xochitl Gomez. I think she could have made for a good America Chavez. The movie gave her nothing to do. She was just
she's a plot device,
yeah, exactly. And
a
you
MacGuffin.
know, yeah, and you know what the sad part is? Because like I agree with Mahler in this. There was a kernel of a good idea in this movie. Because like you remember the scene where like Strange is going for Christine's wedding, and then Nicodemus he sits down and his old colleague like Nicodemus West like they're chatting before like the actual wedding, and Nicodemus West was like remarking about like how Strange like was able to like save the entire universe from Thanos, and he's like, did it really have to go the way that it did? Like basically implying like, did you have to do it the way that you did it? And it's like, imagine if we could have gotten a multiversal film where like Strange entered a world where like he did the opposite of what he did in Infinity War. Like, his version died, and we could have like a what if scenario, like what if Doctor Strange regretted making the call that he made, and then also having like America Chavez be like a major character in that film, and like actually have like a mentor prodigy thing and just build off of that. Like that could have been an interesting story to tell because if they were so dead set on using the multiverse, like the problem I have with Michael Waldron and just the concept of the multiverse is that these writers just use it for such superficial reasons, for like member berry stuff, as opposed to trying to tell in a genuine story and actually have a point. Having Strange going to a separate reality where he made a different choice and having him reevaluate his choice and talk about the idea of how he wishes he could be in control of things, there's some that has a bit of substance to it, and it could inform his character for like future films going forward. But nope, Waldron clearly didn't put any thought into this because he's like, oh, Scarlet Witch and Doctor Strange are just enemies because they use different magic. It's like that just shows you how much comprehension and awareness he has when writing this entire film, and I
Yeah.
freaking can't stand him.
Oh my god. This one is the nail in the coffin, I would say, which is crazy because of how much we've talked about. Early cuts featured Supreme Strange's genuine sacrifice and Sinister Strange's corruption due to power. Reshoots added the concept of incursion. So yeah,
You fucking what?
incursions were not in the original cut. Incursions were added in during the reshoots.
You've got to
Oh
be
my
So
shitting
something
me.
that
God.
destroyed the entire MCU's concept was because of a reshoot, not because it was in the script.
Oh
original.
my God, if there's not a reason to hate Michael Waldron even more, he's not even consistent with his own shit.
Oh man, and like, my God, because like we're hearing some leaks about the Fantastic Four script, and we'll talk about that later. But like, man, that incursion thing is not going to be consistent moving forward. I can already tell it is not going to be consistent at all.
It already isn't.
It already
It-
isn't in this very film.
Who?
my
What the?
God.
I was like, who made that rule? It's like, yeah, when you go to a multiverse, the entire universe will die with you. Well, like,
Who-
how is anyone gonna make a multiverse story with that?
Who
So-
wrote this garbage?
So incursions are in the comics, but like, I don't think that's how they work.
No.
Because obviously, like there's Spider-Verse events in the comics all the time. Obviously before Spider-Verse the movie, but like, yeah, there used to be like incursions were like, I think it's more like when you do something vastly different that affects. Well, I mean, Across the Spider-Verse did something weird with that too. So I'm not the most well-versed person into explaining incursions, unless Bia knows.
Yeah, incursions. I'm not like I've vaguely heard of them. They're a little bit different in the comic books, but knowing Waldron, he just probably was told by like one of his production assistants or something like that, and being like, "Well, it must be a lot like Rick and Morty. Let's just
Because like
blow things up."
incursions does have a consequence in multiverse stories in the comics. It's just like, so I'm guessing like
Because Secret War 2015.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
those are
Secret
big one
Wars,
with
yeah.
the two incursions of the main Marvel universe and the Ultimate Universe.
This
But it
is
was
That's why,
wasn't
like,
anything like
Miles Morales is
that
not
movie.
from 616. Like he had to. They actually took the Ultimates version of Miles and put him in that universe.
and this
Mhm.
and I think this is also the problem that Marvel is starting to face. And this film really was the sledgehammer that just shattered the already broken glass into dust, which is that they've made a very convoluted way to explain the multiverse with rules that just contradict one another across various mediums. The problem is that the multiverse is a very difficult concept to explain to the general audience. You need to ground it into something to where audiences can easily and concisely comprehend what is going on. And look, I have my issues with like Across the Spider-Verse, but the one thing I will give that movie credit is that it at least attempted to ground the multiverse stuff into like the canon event and tie it to like Miles's father and stuff like that. Something that like audiences can actually latch onto and comprehend the stakes very easily. This film doesn't have that. I guarantee you, if we were to interview someone or ask someone who just recently watched this film, they probably couldn't tell you what happened, like in depth with like the plot or even just a general overview, because of just how incompetent and all over the place this film was. I mean, keep in mind, like Xochitl Gomez has explained while trying to defend Michael Waldron that this film was rewritten 33 times.
Fuck
Yeah.
off. I
Yeah.
literally show an actor of my script, a 3 minute script. I was like, I rewrote it 4 times, and she was like, wait, really? Yeah. It's like even that gave me an impression that's like she didn't expect a script to rewrite it 4 times is already enough.
It's insane. It's so insane that this film was made the way that it is. It's like, again, like Mahler's video, he just does such a good job breaking down just how incompetent this film was across all angles. And honestly, I feel incredibly sorry for Sam Raimi, because the one thing I will praise about this film too is that there are some Sam Raimi isms in there with like the horror elements, but they are just completely buried underneath just this garbage of a movie. And it's just like Stephen Strange is just completely obliterated in this film. And like really this film stood no chance. Like WandaVision was already going to be a huge hurdle for it to overcome and the consequences there. But just like Wanda Maximoff, it's like this movie isn't even consistent with WandaVision. Where's Vision in all of this? Like, she loved Vision too. It wasn't just her kids. And also, what's stopping her from going to
This
another
is only mentioned like twice or something, right?
Yeah. And it was
Like in passing.
the first line is like, Vision had his theories about the multiverse. It's like, why?
Why? Because you loved each other. Why didn't you do anything more with that? And then also just like, why don't you just go to another multiverse with your kids and stuff like that? And then also the Darkhold being tied to various multiverses. Like, thank you, Strange, for sabotaging any other character who needed the book or something like that. And just
the Book of Ashanti. Yeah.
Yeah, the Book of Vishanti. Yeah, the Book of Vishanti. Which that's not even how the
there's
Book
only
of Vishanti
there's only
works.
one book of Yeah, that's not how the book works.
No.
The Book of Ashanti, there's only one of those in the entire multiverse,
Entire
but
multiverse.
the Darkhold is in every single universe.
Who wrote
'cause that's
this?
how that works.
Was like, hey,
Well, it was in every universe.
It was. Yeah. The Book of Ashanti is in the center of the multiverse. Like, it's at a center point where you could just walk up there and pick it up.
It also royally irritates me how this film retcons the idea that the multiverse is this new concept that sorcerers are just being exposed to now, when the first film clearly indicated that the Ancient One and powerful sorcerers knew of its existence. Like, this is like, I know I've been on my soapbox, but just this movie just pisses me off on so many levels. It really demonstrates just how terrible Marvel did with fleshing out the magic side of their universe. It's like, even in the first film, it's like you establish that, like, oh, the Avengers have their threats to battle, but we battle ours. And I'm like, and can we get a bit more of this? Like, what makes a sorcerer different from like a traditional superhero in the Marvel universe? What separates them? And like, also, what is the Sorcerer Supreme in the Marvel Cinematic Universe? Like, they never clarified what that title is. I know what that title is in the comic books. It's a title bestowed by the Vishanti, like extra-dimensional gods that give a sorcerer incredible power, but the MCU clearly doesn't care. And Wong has somehow made the Sorcerer Supreme. Why? Like, I get it during the blip, but shouldn't Strange reassume that role then? Because, you know, we see how capable he is. Like, again, there's no world building to all this. And I know some people were like, oh, you're just nitpicking and stuff like that. But I'm like, this is a functioning cinematic universe. It should have factions and an internal consistency to it, especially from the magic side of things. And they clearly don't care. It's like,
yeah. Speaking of, so we talked about, so remember, the early cut said that Supreme Strange had a genuine sacrifice. Mm-hmm. In the reshoots, they changed it so that the Illuminati executes Supreme Strange. In the original cut, the Sinister Strange's corruption was only because of power. In the reshoot, it's Sinister Strange is obsessed with Christine. So, yeah.
Wait, can you repeat that?
So you know how in the film, Supreme Strange, because of how he killed Thanos, because of the Book of Ashanti that gave him too much power and all that stuff, quote unquote. and that's why the Illuminati
Oh, so
execute him.
Darkhold.
The Darkhold, yeah. So the Illuminati would execute him, these heroes, these superheroes. In the original cut, Supreme Strange would have sacrificed himself, like a genuine sacrifice. But I don't know why they decided they needed the Illuminati to execute Supreme Strange. I'm sorry.
Why do you constantly
Or-
make the
or-
worst decisions?
Why are these people? Fuck what?
And then,
Why are these people? Yeah.
and then
Just-
Sinister Strange, he was supposed to just be very interested in getting more power, and that's why he was evil. But
Someone was paid.
here
to
they made
write-
him an incel where he just needs Christine.
Someone was paid
But
to
to be
write-
fair, I
If you
understand
give me
where
your
he's coming
Christine.
from, but you know.
I'll
Yeah,
probably
there's
pick
Rachel
other
McAdams.
woman. But sure.
just when
Yeah.
I think I couldn't hate Michael Waldron even more, I'm like, what the? Oh,
Yeah.
it's like
There's-
I
there's-
feel like I'm going mad from listening to this film.
Yeah, well, I know some of it, like the like the Peter Capaldi as like evil, the
Nightmare.
What's it called? Nightmare. I was like, yeah, I know that, and then it was like, oh, by the way, do you know Incursion was actually a reshoot? I was like, what the fuck are you thinking? Out of everything you could think of to fix that, okay, fix that if that's even an issue. You think that's the best idea? You can't just like, oh, actually, this dimension just. It's kind of concerned because this Doctor Strange can kill them all with a single magic or something. You just like actually we gotta have this rule that if the other person travel from the other multiverse, they're gonna kill the entire universe. I was like, who made that
What?
up?
It's just so.
Yeah.
And also too, the thing that really irritates me about this film, and I actually visibly yelled at the screen when I saw this, was the post-credit scene, the second one where Clea shows up. I'm like, are you kidding me? You're now introducing Clea this late in the game. You know, because in the comic books, they're married because they get together and she's actually a really cool character. And it's like, way to waste a film not introducing her until the very end. And it's just
And
like,
who knows if she's gonna come back anytime soon.
You could have had a very interesting film. Like, if we had to do the multiverse stuff, if we had to have Wanda being the bad guy, you could have introduced a film involving Clea being the unknown ally that helps Strange, like trying to stop Nightmare or Shumagar Wrath or whoever multiversal threat you wanted to use to get in, and then have the reveal either be in the third film or even this, that she's connected to Dormammu or something like that. But no, they clearly didn't read the comic books. They don't really care about that stuff. They just wanted to do a film about the multiverse, which the funny part is this film doesn't even do a good job of showcasing the multiverse. Like, the namesake of the movie's a lie. Like, it's so funny because Everything Everywhere All at Once was essentially what Multiverse of Madness wished it could have been.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Just gonna rapid fire these last few points. Early cuts ends with Strange trapped in the ruined Earth with Christine, and Sinister Strange would assume his place in quote unquote 616.
That would've been funny.
why not?
Oh, how
Can
original.
you
What
say that
Quantumania.
again? Can you say that again slowly and explain it in more detail? Because this is actually hilarious.
Yeah,
Ugh.
early cuts ends with Doctor Strange trapped on the ruined Earth with Christine, and Sinister Strange would assume his place on Earth, quote unquote 616.
What the fuck?
Yeah, sure, why not? It's the Michael Jackson Thriller. meme,
Why
so
not? Why the heck?
What the fuck?
I mean, you've already butchered the character.
we might as well just go full balls on that. Yeah. Early cuts feature a post-credit scene where Deadpool teleports into the Illuminati headquarters and just happens on Wanda's massacre. They might just put that in Deadpool 3, honestly.
I mean,
who
yeah,
knows?
just mock it at this point, please.
Yeah.
I mean, fuck it. Why not?
Jeff Bridges and Daniel Craig were in talks to play Ironmonger and Balder, but they dropped because of COVID. And Ian Griffith and Nicolas Cage were approached to return as Mr. Fantastic and Ghost Rider, but that never happened.
You know,
Good for them.
I'm not surprised by this because this film, if you looked at the marketing, it's so fascinating. Like the signs for this film sucking were even present in the marketing. Because notice how they were hyping up all these cameos. Like, oh, is Ghost Rider going to show up? Is Tom Cruise Iron Man going to show up? Because originally Tom Cruise was supposed to be Tony Stark, but it's very clear that that was just like a smokescreen, and like a lot of that other stuff was probably being saved for like Wolverine and Deadpool and everything like that. Because like I have a hunch that a lot of the stuff that people wanted from Multiverse of Madness, like Wolverine and Deadpool, are going to pull off. Whether it's good or not will remains to be seen. But it really just shows how this movie is such a failure on its own premise. Because when you think of a film like Multiverse of Madness, you think of crazy going to different multiverses, possibly encountering familiar characters, like something that actually explores the multiverse in a cool way. Yet the most that this film does is just like a dumb montage of them going through various realms and like a freaking realm with like defenders with like Strange dying and like the Illuminati. Like it's just lame. It's so lame. And especially compared to like Everything Everywhere All at Once, which actually explores the concept of the multiverse while having a cogent story to tie it in. It's just like this. I'm sorry, this film just pisses me off because I went to a premium like theater seating just to watch this because I love Doctor Strange that much, and I walked out feeling like my nuts were kicked in after watching this. Like, God.
I was
Yeah.
Missing fun.
Yeah, to be honest,
There was
everyone should
just
expect that
so
after
much
we
about this
see
movie.
Loki. What do we even expect?
Leads us to Miss Marvel.
I guess I'll do this and Thor since Miss Marvel doesn't have much.
Yeah.
I had a few extra points for Miss Marvel. I'll say that after yours.
Okay. So the point I have is that the early drafts had Captain Marvel visiting Miss Marvel after she defeats the clandestine and offering to train her.
I mean, yeah, I
Okay.
think that's a better
But then
lead
they
up
can't have
to.
the Marvel's plot.
Yeah, I mean that's a
Yeah.
better plot than whatever the fuck the Marvels did.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Some extra points they had was Miss Marvel was supposed to go into the Noor dimension after the ending of episode 5, which was supposed to be like a kind of like a fuck you to the clandestines because they wanted to go to the Noor dimension, but Miss Marvel would get to do that instead. Because if you remember, they open the portal and then they all disintegrate.
Yeah.
But Miss Marvel will be fine because she's so special. So
Because she's a mutant.
she's a mutant.
God.
Speaking of mutants, they also had a Cyclops cosplayer that Miss Marvel was supposed to talk to at the Comic-Con, but they scrapped that.
That wouldn't have made
Yeah.
sense. Like Cyclops, what?
That
Yeah.
would have been funny.
Yeah, I
Quantum
mean,
Mania also should have
Weird,
used
though,
a
yeah.
Cyclops reference with Scott.
yeah, I was like, hey, are you the guy with the hammer? Motherfucker, do you see Scott have a hammer?
No, are you the guy with the visor? Is that what it would have been?
Because
Yeah.
I'll be fair.
That would be better. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'll be
Okay.
fair and I'll say that I didn't hate Miss Marvel. It's not a good show by any means, and I like Amon Villani in the role, but it's just it's one of those things with like Shang-Chi where it could have been good if you had taken it in a different direction. If you had made it more of like a grounded, like street level superhero with like, kind of like a Spider-Man / Buffy the Vampire Slayer, where it's like Kamala's just trying to defend her part of the neighborhood, balancing her school life, and like you save like everything with like the Nord dimension and all that other stuff for like a second season, because the first couple of episodes are fine, but then when she leaves for like Pakistan and all that
There's
other
just no-
jazz,
Let's come to Karachi.
yeah, Karachi, yeah, it's I'm like, why? Like this should have been saved for a second season.
Just say
I
it
mean,
over the cell phone.
Oh my god. and then you just realize like how rushed everything is. Even if you look at you when you look back at it, it's like, oh fuck, the bracelet can track by someone from a new dimension who is exiled there, and they know
Yeah.
it is a thing because fuck you, why? Fuck you. That's it.
There's
And
there's
damage
also
control. They go so heavy handed in damage control are like trying to be super cops. I don't know why it's damage control. Like
yeah.
why
You're,
why do they have
Yeah.
weapons?
you
They're trying to
clean,
be a
you
military
clean.
faction.
Remember those
That's, you don't
non-lethal
make them.
rounds?
Yeah, the non-lethal rounds.
Yeah, and all the kids defeat them with basic science projects.
Uh,
They're supposed to clean up messes, not make them. Like what?
Yeah.
The whole point. But also too, it's just like this series. Like I think the epitome of just like a missed opportunity is like there's a neat scene. I remember in one of the early episodes where like Kamala has to save someone, like a kid who's like in one of the mosques, and he falls.
Yeah.
And it's like, why didn't you have any meaningful consequences come from that? Like, imagine if she failed to save that kid, and then you have that kid, I don't know, maybe be like a coma or just severely injured to the point where she feels guilty about it. Because I think what you could have done for like an interesting arc with her is just have her like enjoy being a hero and like the fame and like sort of the wish fulfillment of being a superhero and being like Carol Danvers, and then have like that smack of reality hit her when she fails to save someone, and then have it be where like you have people divided on her. And because like you could have played up the idea where like the older established people in her community were against her because she's not like one of the registered heroes, or she's causing more harm than good, and then have the youth be like, yeah, no, she's perfectly fine, like she's actually saving our neck of the woods. Like all these other heroes are protecting the world, but she is protecting our place in Jersey, like in Jersey. So it's like, again, there's so much you could have done with this, and it's a shame too because, like I said, it just needed a rewrite to be decent.
Yeah.
yeah, that's it. To be honest, do you have the notes of that I sent you before?
Which
I hope
one?
you don't have the one that said the showrunner actually cut out a lot of the explanation and stuff because they have to make room for representation.
Oh my god. See, okay, look, as someone who is non-white, I'm Indian, by the way, if it's
Oh, me
curious.
too.
Oh,
Oh wow. Nice. It's like this kind of stuff, like, because like I'm all for representation, but like you still need to have a story and characters attached to it, okay? Because otherwise it's just superficial BS. Like, oh, we're supposed to like this because it's non-white and it links to our race. It's like that's insulting.
yeah, that's
Actually,
Yeah, and
write the story.
my big thing too is like you did not have to take her to Pakistan. Like
No.
you could have like there was just nothing in the plot that required her to do that, and it only happened because they needed to overemphasize that like in Moon Knight they have him go to Egypt, which is like at least Mark Spector is a millionaire, so he could do
Mhm.
that. But this is a poor girl. They've even established that they have money troubles. But then she all of a sudden gets like a ticket, like a commercial plane ticket to last minute during her school year to go to Pakistan just because her grandmother said so. And then all of it for just a conversation of that it's kind of dangerous. Don't go too hard on that. Yeah, I guess you just couldn't say that on the phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did not justify why it had to be in Pakistan. It only did that so that we can see Red Dagger. Because we know Red Dagger's from the comics and all that stuff.
yeah,
And
and so they
Yeah,
can
I clapped.
killed
I
the
clap.
Noor in the fifth episode, so
Yeah.
that the main bad guys was the damage control.
Yeah,
Yep.
'cause
And by the way, do you love the 30-minute time travel that adds nothing to the story or characters?
oh, don't even get me started on that. Like that pissed me off, and it's especially bad considering
Because
the Marvels doesn't even use it.
I mean, the writer even said it was supposed to teach Americans about the partition. It
Yeah.
was to teach the Americans
Thank
about the partition. That's it. I'm just teaching the history class.
I mean,
You're in school, right?
yeah, literally, they literally have scenes just like spell out like, okay, do you know that this happened during history that I don't know what about? It's like, yeah, sure, whatever. And what does it add to the plot or characters? Nothing. Literally have scenes for that.
Because like you got again, there's ways you can have the representation elements and still tell a good story. And I feel like the closest what Miss Marvel could have honestly been, she could have been the Static Shock of Marvel Studios. Like because like if you just took some of the ideas with like Virgil Hawkins and make him and like put that onto Kamala in the sense that she wants to do the right thing, like we frame it very clearly that she wants to be like her idol and do the right thing, and we can actually use this show to actually fix Carol Danvers and make her an actual character and stuff like that, and then you focus on her doing street level like crime and protection, like street level like heroics, and like have that school life and having to balance both those life, again, very simple classic stuff, and we just keep it grounded, and then you build up to this like clandestine and Noor dimension and all this other stuff, you would have had a victory. But no, they wanted to have their cake and eat it too, where they just do the mystic stuff and change your powers, and then also be like, we want to shove in representation. It's like, how you fit representation in? You just tell a good story, and if it just so happens you can do the representation elements, fine. And Static Shock does that incredibly well, especially with the episode where Virgil goes to, I forget where in Africa, like specifically, and he meets like an African-themed superhero, Anansi the Spider, and like we actually get like a really good lesson where like Virgil looks up to him because African American, and he's like, well, heroes come in all colors, and it's like this idea that like, no, being a hero, it's about doing the right thing. Like that's really what this show should have emphasized, is that Kamala wants to be a hero to do the right thing. It shouldn't be about fame and attention. Like,
yeah, it's I mean, it's insane when it's just like when they say something like, "Oh, actually, we cut stuff. We cut a lot of explanations, characters, stuff." It's like, "Oh, so we had tell you some history." It was like, what the fuck? Oh, is that your priority?
yeah. Oh, Love and Thunder.
I guess I'll take that Love and Thunder then. First.
Let's get to the Love and Thunder. I think you can take it over. Aubrey.
All right. Yeah. First point is that the early drafts had Thor meeting Jesus and Satan in an omnipotent city. Russell Crowe was originally going to be Satan.
Yeah.
I don't see that going over too well with people.
Oh, Taika, what are you?
Fuck it!
Go home, Taika. You're drunk. Please. Go home.
Yep.
Next up, Thor originally would have had their draft would have had Thor and Gore talking with Eternity. Morgan Freeman was going to voice it.
You fucking kidding me?
What?
You fucking kidding me?
It's pretty stupid to introduce Eternity in the way they did, but just.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and they were like, "Oh, who's got voice?" And you see.
Yeah, Eternity's just
Morgan...
a big rock.
Yeah.
And they were like,
a wishing well, not a character. Yeah.
And they are so close. They got Morgan Freeman to voice it. I was like, what? Perfect casting. I was like, let's throw it away. What?
Yeah. The next point, the early drafts had a romance between Valkyrie and Lady Sif. Okay.
Okay, that would have been weird with like Carol Danvers with what they
I've
showed.
seen the behind the scenes. Lady Sif was gonna be in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh my god.
In a wheelchair and the missing arm, or just a wheelchair?
Wheelchair and a missing arm. She's like full body cast or something.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's overkill. What the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah. Would it be accurate to say that Love and Thunder was the film that really was the straw that broke the camel's back with Taika Waititi?
Yeah, I would agree.
Because this film, like,
Yeah, absolutely.
this was one of the few films I actually turned off like after 20 minutes. Like I couldn't stand it. And it's especially bad that they brought in Christian Bale, who's excellent casting for Gore the God Butcher, and completely waste him. Because like in the comics, Gore is an
Another to
awesome
the
villain.
wasted actors list.
Like Gore's an awesome villain. You could have done so much with this, but no. Taika had to undercut everything with a joke and those stupid screaming goats. I swear I swear that joke got old after like the second time. Like just and just doing the Jane Foster storyline and not taking it seriously like one bit. Like what were you thinking? Like it's a
Like,
serious storyline. You make it a joke. Like I can't believe I live in a day and age where you make cancer a joke.
Yay, dude. There's like, I don't even know what to say about this. It's like, oh fuck, let's introduce a really serious topic called cancer. What do we do about this? Let's have Natalie Portman just keep cracking jokes like, you see, I'm stage 4.
yeah,
Isn't
out
it
of
funny?
4 that we know of.
Fuck
And my
you.
final thing on this too, this film also irritates me because Chris Hemsworth, I genuinely think is a very underrated actor. Having seen him in other stuff like the Extraction movies and everything, this guy can do drama. But it's like Marvel and everyone who's just saw him from like Ghostbusters 2016 thought he could just do comedy and nothing else. And I'm just like, can we just give Hemsworth like a serious portrayal of Thor? It's like, what was the Thor that people really liked? Oh yeah, the one from Infinity War, and that scene with him and Rocket Raccoon, where like we actually get like some depth to Thor's character. And it's like you could have done this with this fourth film, especially with the polarizing choices you made with him in Endgame. But no, we just have to make him a joke. Like shit. Yet another character to add to the pile of
Honestly, I feel like
assassinations.
Thor has like a problem. I feel like Thor is a character that just like has the problem of like people don't really know what to do with him, in the sense that, like, for example, Chris Hemsworth did voice a not too much of a fan of like how he was like overly serious in the Avengers, Thor, and Thor: Dark World, because he feels like that's why it wasn't working at the time. So then when Taika Waititi does the comedy aspect, it's different, and then it gave something different for Chris to work with. But then when it became Thor 4, I mean Endgame Thor 4, then he got sick of that and wants to go back to being serious. So it's like, yeah, I'm not really sure how you fix Thor in that aspect, because I feel like with Thor, his source of comedy always comes from the fish out of water kind
Yep.
of thing, given that he is a Norse god and he's interacting with humans. But now here he's so human, I can't even believe he's a god at this point. So yeah, but it's just weird. Like, I don't know how you really fix it unless you. But then people have the whole thing is like you need to kill somebody to make him serious again. So
Just bring back Kenneth Branagh and just
I'm not
have
sure
like
if
a more
Thor can be fixed. But yeah.
Yeah, it's insane. It was like, I was like, they actually balance the comedy and the serious aspect well in Infinity Wars? Like, I mean, he tells jokes, but those jokes are not funny. They're just like, it's like comfort, just like, oh fuck. It's like, well, what if you? It's like when Rocket says, like, oh fuck, what are you gonna do? It was like something like this, like, well, are you sure you gotta keep going after Thanos? Like, he was like, what's it called? I was like, well, what else do I have to lose? I mean, that is technically a joke. A joke. Like, what else could I lose more? Something like that. I mean, that's technically a joke, but he's telling it to himself. It's just a way, just like, it's like I could do this. Can fight Thanos. I can take my revenge this time.
Because I
And
don't have any other choice if I can't.
and then they make him the dude from the Big
Yeah.
Lebowski in Endgame. And I'm just like, and when the original cut had him being, the original idea was having him going after Thanos' army and actually feeling like remorseful and darker. And I'm like, man, that would have been a lot more interesting, like a more serious, like somber Thor. And then you could have built off of that in the fourth film with him having to deal with Gore the God Butcher because like he's a really cool character in the comic books because like the idea of like the gods and like the gods not really taking care of people, and you could tie that back into the earlier stuff with like how where Thor's had to deal with a lot of bad gods and that he's known, like Loki, his father, Hela, his sister. Like there's ways you could have done it even with Endgame stuff, and it's like Taika Waititi was like, I just want to make a worse version of Ragnarok and just lean in on the most superficial comedy ever while trying to tell a serious story. And I'm just like, no. It's like, and the thing is, Taika's good with his own individual work. It's just he needs to stay away from Marvel. And really, like, I don't blame Hemsworth for not wanting to come back, like, after this point. Because, like, you get this, because I've listened to interviews with him, and he said, because like, he's in the new Furiosa movie, and he's admitted that, like, he really likes George Miller's style of directing a lot more than Taika, because George Miller actually likes to listen to his actors and get their feedback and input. And he was never used to that, especially working under someone like Taika. And I'm just like, yeah, I can see why you want to go away. And I think that's also reflects negatively on why Taika's not coming back either, because when you have your main star for your film say that they don't want to come back because of, and kind of low-key implied because it's the director and stuff like that. And Hemsworth, like I said, he's very liked within the industry. It says everything you need to know.
Yeah, it's even that was like we seen the Furiosa trailer. It was like, what was that role? Even that was like, that was like a really, he's just trying to be another funny joke man role.
Yeah,
it's insane.
Well,
So,
Next we have some more
early drafts.
Yeah. Oh, did you want to say it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
I thought.
yes. So.
What's going on?
Yes. So we have a lot of early draft ideas. I'm gonna kind of rapid fire through. So we have the Guardians of the Galaxy would have arrived to help Thor in the final battle. Another one, Thor would have like joined Mjolnir, Stormbreaker, and Zeus's lightning bolt into one super weapon to destroy the Necro Sword. Would have him attempt to superglue Korg back together after he was shattered by Zeus, because funny, and dancing to ABBA's Waterloo, funny.
oh,
I don't mind the first two one. It's like, the one combining the weapons to break the what's it called? Necromancy sword?
Necro Sword.
Sword.
Maybe depends how you would have done that. I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than what the film did. It was like they just have
Is it
or
like,
just headed
Dragon Ball combination of powers thing, or is it like actually using them individually? Like they're all just like
at least
person together.
Yeah.
Like my question is like, do they fuse together into one super weapon?
It says it's a super weapon, so I guess they would have all
nasty.
joined.
I mean, at least that's an explanation of how they can destroy the necromancy sword. I mean, the movie they just destroy it because Thor throws a hammer at it.
Yeah.
Like, what? Yeah.
More.
Yeah. It's like,
yeah, and then it's weird.
It's very weird.
Continue on.
Yeah. More early cut ideas had Gore using the purity of the children he captured to open the portal to eternity, peeling the religious tattoos off his body with the Necro Sword, and dancing to Kate Bush's Running Up That Hill.
What?
Did that have anything to do with Stranger Things at the time?
I know. The purity of the kid.
Yeah, only the purity of the kids could open the portal. I guess that was an idea they had.
That was a nasty clarification.
Yeah.
No,
I don't like that.
I'm glad that was cut.
Yeah. Also, Zeus was going to be very different. It says he would have realized his mistake and visited Thor on Earth, and would have given him the Thunderbolt willingly to help him to fight against Gore.
Oh, I've seen that deleted scene. I mean, it's like
we have the deleted scene.
It's one of the few serious moments they have for the movie.
Would have been nice.
And they cut. Funny man.
Yeah. Last one here. You mentioned your favorite goats, Bia, and a post-credit scene would have revealed that they were evil and have attempted to kill Thor numerous times.
Oh, of course. Fuck those goats.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
hate them. Literally, it is a joke that like the first time is sort of funny, but then
Oh
just
man.
immediately
Now
after
let's
the
talk about some.
second,
How much? 40, 40 something times they screamed. I think there's a count,
oh my
or maybe
god!
Yeah.
that's too much. I don't remember.
And then there's Heimdall's like, what is it? His son has the CGI.
Oh yeah, that head, the floating head.
Bad CGI. Oh, this show, man. Oh, I hate. If there was a tie between my multi
She-Hulk,
and
Attorney at
She-Hulk,
Law.
She-Hulk and Multiverse of Madness are both
Yeah, I
equal.
think that's the show that breaks everyone's beliefs of the MCU.
And the fact that it was canceled and never coming back should say a whole lot.
It's like, I mean, at least they are actually really, really, really unsubtly spiteful.
It's just a mean-spirited show, and it's
Yeah.
like it's
Here,
it's ironic.
let-
Great character too.
Let's.
It's just
Yeah. Shout out to Awkward Game Developer. Um,
Hmm.
Abomination's Shang-Chi cameo was set before they decided to fully revive the character for She-Hulk. Wait 1 second. Abomination's Shang. It was set before they. Oh yeah. So Shang-Chi was Shang-Chi using Abomination. They did not know about that at all. They intended to use Abomination the entire time, but they didn't know that Shang-Chi was going to use the character too, so they had to rework Abomination's role so that it made sense between products, which
my
it still didn't make sense,
Yeah.
Of course,
Wow.
communication.
considering how Wong is just like best friends with Abomination. Yeah,
Breaks him out of
the
prison.
series would have.
Climbs.
This one we already knew from episode 1, since episode 1. Yeah. The series originally would have started with Jennifer Walters already active as She-Hulk and only reveal her origins in episode 8. But this confused general audiences, so her origin was reworked into episode 1.
I'm
That
sorry. What? Like
Yeah,
just
it would have.
but that doesn't make a difference.
this entire show needed a page 1 rewrite from the start because it's like, I mean, there's a reason why the whole "I control my anger infinitely more than you," why that line pissed off so many people. It's like when you write a line like that, you've lost the plot. You've completely lost the plot. It's very clear what your agenda is, like just calling a spade for a spade.
And it's not She-Hulk at all.
No, it isn't.
Comic She-Hulk would never say that.
And what's funny is I've had to debate people who've tried to say that I'm wrong and try to gaslight me into saying that's not the case. And I'm like, and in not so kind terms, I'm like, I've probably read more She-Hulk comics than you. Because, like, if you actually read the good stuff, Jen Walters actually likes her cousin Bruce. In fact, she empathizes with Bruce because being that she can control her transformation so easily, she understands what Bruce has to go through as the Hulk. And you see this in even storylines like Planet Hulk because rightfully she gets pissed at Tony and all the members of the Illuminati for shooting her cousin into space. So, yeah, no, this is not She-Hulk. Yep. This is She-Hulk in name only.
Yeah, this is a.
Yeah, and another big difference between the two is like she loves being a Hulk, whereas Bruce didn't like being a Hulk, and their personalities are flipped here. So it's like, I don't know.
I mean, do you guys really realize that?
And then obviously they added the whole aspect of, I can take your blood that cured my uncurable arm disintegration from Endgame, because that's how that works. Because her blood is better than my blood. Yes.
Jennifer, it's a writer's
and they also she got her powers because like radiation blood just fell on his. Somehow Hulk started bleeding because that's how that works, and then it just drips on to her cut, and like that's how she gets powers.
And the
Because they
comics
can't
have
do the
made
blood
like,
transfusion thing. So
which they should have just taken that from the comic books. That would have made much more sense. Like, oh, She-Hulk, she's an attorney, so she's dealing with some thugs and she's defending someone who can like get a big crime lord like in jail. They send assassins after her. She gets injured, and being that there's no other person with like similar blood types, Bruce has to give her the blood transfusion. Like, you could have done that, and that actually could have made her a very
like
sympathetic character.
Bruce even debates in his head, like is this like a, and Bruce like debates
Yeah.
that in his head. Is like, should I do this? Like, should I? This is gonna like, it's gonna change her life forever. Is it my responsibility to do that? Which then you have like the whole Incredibles thing, saving a suicide person. And
Yeah, I
all
love
that
the,
stuff.
the moment. Oh,
Is that right for her to do that? It would
yeah, I
be
love the
nice.
moment
Yeah.
when like in the comics when Bruce like is talking. He's like, I'm sorry, Jen, that I did this like on my own. Like it wasn't your choice to do this. And then she's like, no, it's fine, Bruce. I love this. So I thought they have a really nice dynamic.
But apparently we can't have that because
Yeah.
how dare we have like a positive relationship between like a male character or something like that, and they did this to give Jen Walters more quote agency, and I'm just like, why? Just have like that would have again the arc is very simple. Just have her be a tragic character in the sense that she was caught up in something. She has to learn to control her powers. She doesn't take Bruce's advice seriously, or she has easy control, but then she loses control, and then we see her learn and grow as a hero. Because we can't have our characters make any meaningful and significant mistakes and shortcomings and have them learn and grow from that. Apparently that's just cooties. Like, what?
Yep.
If it's not obvious, Jessica Gao is the showrunner, and She-Hulk is her self-insert. She basically just write this character as her own, which I'm not saying this is not the case for every writer, because let's be honest, we all write something that we personally experience in our own characters. That's how writing is. But you write this character, and you basically just say all the shit in the show, and she never faces a single consequence. And at the end, she even yells at Kevin Feige. She even just forces a Daredevil cameo. She makes fun of like every single MCU stuff. I mean, the good stuff, the good MCU movies. Like, and just like, like my ending is better, lol. It was like,
it's there's a reason why Galadriel, and all these characters are called Mary Sues, and it's like it's funny because there's some people who are like, oh, Sixers are using that. It's like, no, Mary Sues matter because they represent a narrative problem as much as a character problem. Because like the best way I describe a Mary Sue and a Gary Stu is that they are a literal glitch in your story, because everything bends over backwards plot wise to try to satisfy them, and there's nothing meaningful or significant about their arc. There's no struggle they have to face. There's no challenges that their skills and abilities won't be able to solve. And part of storytelling is creating a sense of uncertainty, and that uncertainty can be created when you have a character fail, when they struggle with something. We like it when characters struggle and fail. It doesn't even necessarily have to be physical. It can be spiritual. It can be mental. I mean, the Hulk is a really good example of that. You could have done that with She-Hulk. She's dealt with that in the comic books, but no. We can't, to make her not weak, we have to make her incredibly strong, and by making her strong, you make her not human. So yeah, it's just classic self-insert, and I'm not surprised that the show is not renewed for another season, because people do not like this stuff, especially when you make the existing hero look bad. Like, again, that whole line where she's like, infinitely more than you. It's like, even just paying attention to the MCU Hulk, like, you do realize that like Bruce Banner nearly committed suicide, right? From Avengers 1. Like you're saying that his struggle with nearly offing himself because he's dealing with a monster is equivalent to what Jen had to deal with on a daily basis. Like, first of all, it's just crappy comparing tragedies to one another, but also categorically speaking, you are
Tone deaf.
tone deaf. Just
Yep.
yeah, it's just Jessica Gal, man. Like
On,
she has issues.
on a more lighter note.
Yeah.
Yeah. On a
Sorry.
lighter note, the trial of Abomination was supposed to originally be the series' overarching storyline / finale, but the writers felt like it was not engaging enough and condensed it just to episode 3.
I'm
But
not surprised.
here's the funnier part. So when Jen would go to the real world to talk to Kevin, you were supposed to see Edward Norton there, who would originally appear, and how he would complain about being recast. But there's a scrap because Norton was never approached. Yeah, because he would never say yes to that.
Yeah, what
Wait, what?
Yeah, so basically, when they're in the human world and Jen has to talk to Kevin,
she escapes to the real world
Edward-
at the end.
she escapes into the real world. Edward Norton was supposed to be there too, and he was trying to complain to Kevin about being recast. It was supposed to be funny.
What?
Yeah, it's like at first they knew Edward was never going to say yes to that.
No, of course he wouldn't.
Yeah.
God. Because like the fourth wall breaks in the show are just really bad. It's even on its own merits. It's like this is one of the worst examples of a fourth break I've seen. It's like Deadpool does it better. The Emperor's New Groove does it better. Ferris Bueller does it. Like, can name a bunch of examples.
The She-Hulk comics.
The She-Hulk comics, exactly, because they used it sparingly and it was like fun. But like, yeah, it just this is such a failure of a show on multiple levels. Like if they really wanted to, like the fact that they didn't hire any legal experts or do any research on legal stuff just blows my mind. I'm like, can you at least do a little bit of bare bone research? Like ideally, I would love it to be something like My Cousin Vinny, where like the director actually has a legal background and thus he instilled that into his movie. Hence why law schools use that film to like teach aspiring lawyers like different things. But just can we get something like that actually is a legal drama because she's an attorney, she's a lawyer, like something like that, or like something like Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law, where you're poking fun at the MCU, but like through like a legal lens or something like that. But no, we can't because that requires a lot of work. And Jessica Gao clearly is adverse to doing work, especially when trying to learn the character she's supposed to write.
Yeah, it's embarrassing. Before the show came out, it's like she was like, "Oh, actually, I don't know anything about law." I was like, "What the fuck are you again?"
It's funny because I've had some people try to defend this show by saying that this is like the Legally Blonde of the MCU, and I'm like, I take personal offense to that. I love Legally Blonde. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. Elle Woods is nothing like MCU Jen Walters.
Yeah. Legally Blonde is way better. Early drafts. So this is the last one. Early drafts feature the leader as the leader of Intelligentsia. If you don't know, Intelligentsia is supposed to be like the counteractive team to the Illuminati. But since our Illuminatis are idiots, so the Intelligentsia should be idiots too. So at least they're consistent. So basically the leader wanted She-Hulk's blood to cure his deteriorating body. But they didn't give an explanation why the leader was not in the show. Thankfully, he's going to be in Cap 4. Yeah, so Captain America.
Yeah.
Why? A Hulk villain in Cap 4. Fine. Whatever.
Two Hulk villains.
Two Hulk villains.
Oh, yeah, Ross as well.
And they're saying they might kill Ross in that movie, which would be really funny.
Why?
After all the leaps and bounds they've done to recast him. But we'll get to that. Speaking of recast and not doing a recast. That is
Yeah.
a perfect segue
Black-
to our next movie.
Yay!
Mhm.
Yeah, I didn't even
Wakanda
see this in
forever.
theaters, but I saw it recently, and my goodness, it's. Well, I don't think it's like the worst Phase 4 film. It's certainly not good. Like,
Mm,
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. No one even talks about this movie now. So,
Not
well,
really. No.
Oh,
yeah,
another
Quantum-
fact I got from She-Hulk: they did try to
Oh.
consider doing Betty Brant, Liv Tyler to return, but didn't agree. So there's
Good.
that.
Betty Bra,
Which
yeah,
movie?
Yeah. Betty Ross.
Betty Ross, Betty Brant, Spider-Man.
Betty Brant.
Um.
All right.
So
go
yeah,
ahead.
first up we have for Wakanda Forever. Well, Shuri was always their first choice to become Black Panther. They also were considering Nakia, Okoye, and M'Baku. And I'll be right back 1 minute.
Yeah, I for my thing on this one, I think if they wanted a Black Panther, they should have went with Nakia.
Yeah,
I mean, M'Baku is cool too. I still think it would have been a little bit odd in terms of. I mean, none of these guys are comic accurate. Let's be honest. Like even Nakia herself,
yeah.
because they're supposed to be Black Panther villains, but they're all cool with Black Panther in these movies. So there's nothing we can really do about that. But yeah, I think Nakia would have made the most sense out of this roster. Shuri, I don't hate Shuri, really, but like it's just one of those things. Like her skill sets do not fit on the field as a Black Panther. She just works better as a tech girl, and that's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, because she was
yeah.
Black Panther in the comic books, but like again, people like to use that, like comic book tourists, as I call them, being like, "Well, you see, she was in the comic books, therefore it's right." And I'm like, "No,
It's
like,
the comic where
Mhm.
T'Challa was unconscious, so she had to take the role in his stay while he was unconscious.
and you
And then
could have
she has
done
her
that.
own superhero role, Griu, which is much better and more attuned with like her character, especially like how she's connected to the spiritual side and the magic of Wakanda, which that's a bit complicated to explain. But like, yeah, but like it was Griu and Black Panther, but that's something. Shuri has her own title, and Black Panther had his own title. So
Or if
I would
you
have liked that
wanted,
better.
or if you wanted to
Come on.
do this, just set this movie in between the events of Infinity War and Endgame, because then you wouldn't have to have like you could avoid a lot of the more embarrassing stuff, like why didn't none of the Avengers show up to T'Challa's funeral? Like what? This guy saved the world.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
again,
They should have recast him. I'm sorry. It's just
yes, they should
That's
have.
what his family wanted. Yeah.
Yeah.
family
That's what
wanted that,
Chadwick
The
wants.
family
That's what
wanted. Oh
Oh
yeah,
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 we can
and
recast
himself too
Rhodey.
wanted. Yeah.
and
We
it's
can
just like
recast Rhodey.
from an optic sense. Like even if we ignore the whole passing of Chadwick, rest in peace. He fake
Mhm.
dies in Black Panther itself, like that movie. Then he comes back to life, quote unquote, in that
Mhm.
movie. Then he
Yes.
dies in Infinity
Snapped
War, but he comes
Infinity
back to
War.
life in Endgame, and now he dies for real,
And then
for good, never coming back in this movie off screen, where it makes no sense.
In like the most insulting way. It's like he doesn't even go out in heroic fashion. He just dies off screen. I'm just like I can't think of a more insulting way to honor Chadwick Boseman than basically saying, "Oh yeah, no, he dies off screen."
Yeah,
Just
Yeah.
they also
they
made
thought
a
they were
plot
being
point where
respectful.
every character knew that he was dying except for Shuri, because he
which
knew
is
Shuri was going to save him, and then he didn't want that. It's like, but why is he suicidal?
I don't know.
why?
Yeah. No, because I'll tell you why. Because the movie is trying to explore real life. And Chadwick didn't tell anyone when he's suffering from cancer.
Yeah,
And
Yeah.
so they put this in the film.
they shouldn't have put it in the film. I'm sorry,
They
Black
should've
Panther and
What?
T'Challa are two different people.
Which I'm sorry, this is insulting to the dead.
It is, and the thing is that like you could have, like, if they really wanted Shuri, just have it set between the period of the blip, like between Infinity War and Endgame. Like, sure, you would still have to deal with certain Avengers and stuff like that, but like again, there's a way you could have written this with her being Black Panther and tell a decent story while
To be
also
fair,
avoiding.
Shuri did blip from Infinity War.
Oh crap! You're right. Damn.
Yeah,
That's
Nakia
yeah.
could have.
Yeah, exactly. You could have done
Mhm.
that with her. And then also too, Namor is just completely wasted in this film. Like the guy has no chemistry, and it's like you didn't even try. Like they got so many Mesoamerican details right. Like forget just being comic book accurate to the character. It's like you're not even accurate to the mythology that you're representing. Like
Yeah.
Oh, we'll get to Namor in a second.
Namor.
Mhm. Yeah. First, for him, we have an early idea was that Contessa, Julia Louis-Dreyfus, Elaine Bennis, would arrest Everett Ross, and then she would reveal that she had a recording of Graham, Lake Bell's character, final phone call about the Talokans attack, but she would keep it to herself. I,
Yeah,
I,
it's
I don't know.
just
I don't get it.
foreshadow her evilness of like
Yeah.
wanting
Ooh.
information for herself. She's a discount Amanda Waller.
Yeah.
None of the sauce.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Another.
I mean,
Oh.
to be honest, I don't think that's how it works. So
Mhm. Another early idea was the early draft did when sorry the early draft did not feature the death of the Queen and or Ruby becoming Ironheart, so they added that in later.
Why? Like why? Like the Queen's death was just it was so stupid how that actually happened, and like
Yeah.
Ironheart was just terrible character. Like she's a nothing burger of a character who's just
She has the
complete.
same problem as America Chavez. She's a MacGuffin
Yeah.
and not a character.
yeah,
She's not
Mhm.
a
it's
person,
weird because
And
but
I
you
like
know,
Dominique
because
Thorne, so it's
yeah,
a good casting.
it's.
It's just didn't do anything with her.
I
yeah,
mean, they
and
just. I mean, the first thing they just try to do is like, yeah, let's nuke some police, and they're
yeah.
just like, let's cheer about it, and
And
people
this
were
is
like, yeah,
this is our heroes, ladies and gentlemen. Like this is the person we're supposed to be rooting for. I can't root for someone who goes after cops innocent for no reason.
I mean, I don't know. Probably because the creators hate cops. Like, yeah, this is a good guy thing. It was like, what? I don't care about your politics, but those police officers are clearly try to do the good things and stopping you guys from wreaking havoc across the city.
It'd be one thing if they were like cops and like they were bad guys in disguise or like corrupted police officer, but like even then, so it's so like the agenda is so clear, and it's like these people don't like it's this paired with bad writing that just makes it so annoying. This film, like,
What a shit film. It's yeah, it's I don't even know how do I describe this film? It's like I just think it's so manipulative. Manipulative. They're just exploiting the real life situation.
yeah,
The film could not stand on its own if the person was like, wait, I don't know that Chadwick actually died in real life. No, like
chat,
wait, yeah, Chadwick Boseman.
yeah, it's
If the person's like just coming in this movie, just watch Black Panther 1 and okay to Endgame and then skip to this movie. It's like, wait, what the fuck happened? Why did he die like this?
I
I
think
was
it's
like,
also I think it's also telling too because I think one of the reasons why Black Panther 1 was so successful outside like the marketing and the hoopla about the social commentary aside is that Michael B. Jordan was in it, and Michael B. Jordan has incredible charisma. Like he's charismatic. Like there's a reason why people remember his villain, even though I think he's not very well written. Like I get why people like it, the film for that reason. And it's like there's not like Namor is such a nothing burger. I don't think anyone can even describe what his character is.
he's genocidal.
Yeah, that's it. Stupid. Like and then also too, it's just really funny to see this movie juxtaposed with like Avatar 2 with like the underwater sequences. Like
Dude, Avatar 2 is bad. Don't get me wrong,
yeah.
but it sure as hell look better than this movie.
Oh, yes, it did. Yeah,
Speaking of Namor, brings up the next point. Operation. Hello,
Hello.
Hello?
operation.
You
Oh
okay?
no. Oh no. Wakanda Forever did him in.
Uh, I'll give it a shot. Early drafts did not feature. Yeah, early drafts featured Namor addressing the ecological impact of the celestial Tiamat emerging from the ocean. Of course, they were not going to do that though in the final cut. And early drafts featured Doctor Doom manipulating the conflict between Wakanda and Talokan to his benefit.
That would have been a lot better, to be honest, if they
Uh,
had T'Challa recasted.
don't
Yeah.
you worry. They actually filmed that scene.
They filmed the scene, they just never released it. Yeah, and
What?
early drafts featured a romantic connection between Shuri and Namor.
I'm glad it's cut.
Same.
Yeah.
Like, what? Also, don't you love the fact that this film retcons Wakanda being near the water?
Yeah. It's because you got to remember, Wakanda is like on the east side of uh of Africa.
Mm-hmm.
But then, if you remember Talokan, they put it in the Cuban waters, so it's on the opposite side of Africa, and in like towards like closer to like America. So I
Mhm.
don't even know how that whole he can like teleport
Hello? Am I
in the
back?
water.
Yep.
Yes,
Sorry,
got you,
sorry, I was
bro.
having. Yeah, sorry, I was having more connection issues.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
there's a lot of teleportation.
like
With, uh,
it reminds me a lot of like Jurassic World and like Fallen Kingdom, where they retcon like the enclosure being close to the ocean and stuff like that. It's like this is why planning is so necessary. And it's like if you wanted this set up with like Namor and everything, you should have set this up as far back as the first film.
yeah,
Establish a detail.
I knew something was going to go wrong because of they're changing the whole aspect of Namor's. God, and now I'm so stuck to saying that because it sounds stupid. Namor's, uh,
Namor.
Namor's
Yeah.
whole origins and stuff like that, and I plus they needed to do the whole I'm a mutant too, so that's why I lived over 1,500 years. It's like you didn't have to do that. Like Namor was like a normal guy. He's half Atlantean, half human, but he was like but he was still like a 30-year-old man from the 1930s. He's our first superhero for Marvel Comics. But yeah, but being half Atlantean is what made him live for so long, right? So,
Yeah.
so,
He's
Yeah.
five.
so yeah, it's like you didn't have to make him over 1,500 years old.
It's such a
I don't know
bizarre
what the point of
movie.
it. It was just to tie in the connections with the whole Mayan Empire
Yeah.
or something like that.
But yeah, this movie is so bizarre. It's like there's just a lot of retcons. It's not like the first movie. It's not like the movie is a completely different writer, completely different director. No, they got the writers and the director of the first movie back to work on this movie. Was like, what?
Yeah, I knew this was gonna have a problem, just by how they wrote the first movie as well. It's like the writing was on the wall.
I think it's also quite telling that Wakanda Forever was probably like the last. Like if if Multiverse of Madness did damage, and Love and Thunder was like this was if Multiverse of Madness was like the left hook, and Love and Thunder was like the right hook, like Wakanda Forever was like the headbutt. Like this was it was the last hurrah for Marvel in the sense of like 800 million and all this other jazz, and a lot of that is obviously because Chadwick Boseman's death. Before we get into Quantum Mania, because like just speaking for me, because I saw this with like a friend of mine in theaters and his friend, and I was just laughing at just how horrendous this film was. All of my friend group hated it. This film right here, I think, was the straw that finally broke the camel's back, where like people were just done with the MCU, like
The
in the
start of
greater
Phase 5.
because
Yeah.
all I need to say
That
is
is a conclusion to Phase 4. Brings us into
Yeah.
Phase 5. God, it's been 4 hours.
Wow.
I'm gonna try to go as quickly as we could.
Yeah,
An alternative pitch featured Ant-Man and the Young Avengers fighting MODOK and AIM. Jeff Loveness wanted MODOK and AIM as the villains. Peyton Reed wanted the Quantum Realm to be involved, and Kevin Feige wanted Kang the Conqueror as the villain. And Feige's like, why don't we combine all these ideas to make this into the one movie?
Quit your job.
What could
Quit your
possibly
job.
go wrong? What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah. There were talks about killing either Hank Pym or Janet Van Dyne.
Which would have been
Yeah,
better.
why don't you kill off Hank Pym?
Oh, man. Early jobs featured flashbacks of Hank and Janet doing sex in the 80s, modeled after Michael Douglas's erotic thrillers.
What the fuck? God,
No.
Okay, next movie.
Listen, man, I love Michelle Pfeiffer, still do, but
Still do too.
yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah. What am I listening to?
Because I'll say this, I actually have a soft spot for the first Ant-Man film. I actually think it's a bit underrated in MCU
same.
film. It's
Same.
the second film is not great by any means, but it's definitely better than like the third one because this film just does so much damage to Scott and everything involved. It's like Janet Van Dyne was completely assassinated in this movie. It's
For no
like
reason.
for no reason. It's like, oh, she allows Scott to go into the quantum realm during the end credit scene of Ant-Man 2. But then she's like, we shouldn't be here. And I'm like, why did you let him go in there in the first place? Why wouldn't you tell anyone who
Didn't
Kang
have that
is?
idea or the back then.
Yeah. This is the point. It was like, oh fuck, Feige and the director's gonna change my entire idea. I was like, leave the job immediately. I'm sorry.
Because I've heard very conflicting things about this film, and I think Mahler's video on this does like a really good job breaking down what exactly happened. And it's very clear that Marvel thought that this thing was going to succeed. Like in their hubris, they thought that this film was going to bring everything back, that they were going to get everything back assembling, and it didn't. It made things so much worse. And like Kang the Conqueror, it's like, I think what's very indicative, and I didn't even say this, like my friend's friend, when we were leaving the theater, she was complaining about this film, which I was just laughing at because I'm just like, yes, finally people are realizing the badness. She's like, let me get this straight. Kang the Conqueror, this villain, who, because she's never seen Loki, by the way, who we're teased as this entity who killed Thor, who did all these horrible things, who's hyped up to be this powerful villain, was defeated by a swarm of ants.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I started laughing.
I refuse to believe anybody thought that there was any reason to put Kang the Conqueror there. And now we have a point where later down the line they say, oh, that's not the real Kang. That was just Kang, not Kang the Conqueror. Kang the Conqueror is still out there, the real one. And we could just keep doing that until people say we like that one. And then we can retcon and say, yeah, that was the real Kang. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
And then this whole variant nonsense and all that stuff. They don't know what they're doing.
And with Jonathan, and this is before Jonathan Majors like trial and all this other jazz. So it's the perfect storm of crap in terms of being stuck with the villain and just like the images that followed suit. And look, here's the thing. I think Jonathan Majors, for what he was given, he did an okay job, but the writing clearly was not there. And then also, too, the Quantum Realm just looks so ugly. It looks like every other MCU setting. There's nothing creative about this world or like how the shrinking works or whatnot. It's like, it's just boring. And then also, like, I agree with EFAP in the sense I am so sick of nano suits and nano helmets. It looks so ugly. Like, just put the helmet on. And then also, I particularly hate this film and how it completely assassinates Cassie Lang's character because she was so good in the first two films. But then it's bad enough that you recast the actor from Cassie from Endgame and not tell her, good job, Marvel, like 10 out of 10. but you make her one of the most insufferable characters out there, who just commits crimes, who doesn't listen to her dad, who tries to frame him as this awful person when he's trying to be the most reasonable person and protect her and all this entire thing. This entire film was a mess.
I'm fine with the crimes part because her dad used to do that. So
Yeah.
I could see that happening, but like I really don't know why you need to also shit on him for being a hero.
Yeah,
There's no reason to do that. The crimes part I'm fine with, and plus for Catherine Newton in particular, it was a huge disservice because like obviously this is like a film that requires so much green screen acting, so it's like just something that she hasn't like dealt with before.
Mhm.
And I don't think anybody really did a good job other than Paul Rudd, but Paul Rudd is used to that
Yeah.
kind of setting and acting and stuff like that. So, but it was really like I would say like in terms of a first time like to really get your foot in the door. This is a really bizarre kind of movie for anybody to do. I don't even think a seasoned actress would have done better and with like what they had to work with in this movie.
Hey, do
So
you guys
I mean that's
remember?
for me, because I know Catherine Newton can do better in much other roles.
Do you guys
Yeah.
remember? Yeah, do you guys remember like Michael Douglas? What does he say about this movie? It's like
I
and-
wanted them to
I
kill
don't
me.
know.
yeah. I was like, yeah, just kill him off here
Damn it.
right now.
I need to get killed. Just do it already.
Yeah.
You have Bill Murray in this movie for like no reason, and he doesn't do anything. And it's very clear they had a bigger role for him, but they cut it out because of
Yeah,
like editing.
Yeah.
Here's a few of those ideas from the drafts. Gentora, the Katie O'Brien character, she was resenting Janet for abandoning the rebels, and then the arc for them is like Janet is trying to re-earn their trust again.
Yeah, that will make
makes sense. It makes sense from that aspect, but it still doesn't make sense in terms of why would this happen in the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It also cuts the feature where Cassie's bonding with Gentora and the rebels coming determined to help them. Again, it makes sense in terms of a storytelling, but it doesn't make sense why it's happening in the first
You
place.
led the
Krylar was going to survive the bar brawl and then rejoin to fight the rebels against Kang. All right, makes sense, I guess. Early cuts feature Kang recognizing Hank as the Ant-Man that he fought once in another universe. Okay, I guess.
Okay. What? Doesn't mean anything if the writing is bad.
Michael Douglas barely get anything to do in this movie, though. That's a thing.
Yeah. The original
Oh.
ending features Scott and Hope trapped in the quantum realm, and Cassie, Janet, and Hank are searching for them.
Which would have been a lot better, to be honest. Like
It's a
at
better
least
Yeah,
give us.
that's what it
some
looked like
sort-
it was going to end with.
Yeah.
From what I understand, because I have a friend who works in Hollywood, and he told me this specifically, is that when Bob Iger came back, he ordered a whole bunch of reshoots for this film because he thought it wasn't going to be, because he saw like a test screening, he didn't like it. He thought it needed to be more jokey and less dark and all this other jazz, and they did it. And there's a reason why like Peyton Reed is especially not spoken about this film. You can tell when a director is not particularly happy about a movie when they don't say anything about it. They just keep quiet. And because like Peyton has been a pretty loyal person within the Disney family. I mean, he directed a few episodes of Mandalorian. Like they like Disney is very insular as a company when it comes to hiring their talent and then keeping the talent that they like to use. So that's very telling. And really too, it's just this movie like it sucks because you could have done something interesting with this film. Like imagine if this film had stuck with the whole heist scenario, but like midway through the movie they get sucked into the quantum realm or something like that. Then you can skip the whole point of like Janet not telling them about the quantum realm or anything like that and not do anything, because like just structurally this film just sucks. It barely does any setup before it gets into the main action.
I think this conclusion from Joanna, the author of the productions book, is very telling. Marvel
Mhm.
Studios is aware of what's happening to their brand. My understanding, having talked to some people, is that Quantumania really shook them. And I'm sure Secret Invasion shook them further. But Quantumania really shook them because they felt like they thought they had something good.
Yeah.
Because they all internally thought everyone's going to love this. And then they put it out and people didn't. And then they were like, oh no, our internal barometer is not attuned to what people want anymore. With
AKA
Quantumania, they were like, we put out a banger, and then that's not how a lot of people felt.
it's
Yeah,
just
that. What the fuck am I gonna say about this? I was like, what? How do you watch your own movies? Do you actually watch your own movies and actually think about, like, okay, why do people like this? It was like, CGI. It was like, it looks like crap though. I'm sorry. So, but it's like, why do you like this? Like, and I can believe that no one actually knows what is a good story. I was like, yeah, what is a good story? Superhero punch stuff. That's a good story. And you
which
know
is
what? Yeah.
which it's probably because a lot of the test screenings they're doing is like with the cast and crew's friends and family, and they will totally give you like an objective like breakdown of a movie. It's not like they'll be biased in any shape or form. It's like, again, it's them being too insulated and in their bubble and not recognizing what the problem is, which is that Kang was just a bad villain. This was a very bad movie. Like, again, I went with like a bunch of friends. One of them was like a normie and stuff. Like, they were even commenting how bad the visual effects were. They said it looked like a bad Spy Kids movie. Like, when you have normies commenting on the effects and how bad they are, you've lost the plot.
I mean, now the movie's legacy is just, wow, we remember Jonathan Majors is a person who sexually assaulted his ex-girlfriend.
Physical abuse.
Just like, yeah, just like the neighbor actor sexually assaulted his ex-girlfriend.
He's both a villain in and out of the movie.
Yep. Fun fact: if people doesn't know that, the person who plays Namor, I'm not gonna pronounce this name. He also sexually assaulted a person who is already disfigured in the first place.
Wow. Okay.
It's just method acting.
Volume
Let's,
3.
we still got a few more to go, so Operation, take it away.
First off, for Volume 3, before his firing, James Gunn would oversee all projects in the Cosmic Core of the MCU, with Volume 3 setting up numerous new characters and storyline. He was interested in the idea, but then, after he was fired, he made a full commitment to DC.
Yeah, so basically, like, Gunn was gonna be like the CEO for the cosmic side of Marvel. Since like, it's like if you know from comics, the cosmic Marvel has like it's like a whole slew of characters up there. Star Force.
I love Marvel Cosmic. Yeah.
Yeah. Not just like in the Quasar and all that stuff. More of the other Captain Marvels in the family.
DNA Cosmic. Dan Abnett, Andy Landing's Cosmic with like Annihilation Wave, Realm of Kings, War of Kings. Like,
Hell, even like Living Tribunal.
oof, yeah. And Nova.
And Nova, especially. Yeah. I don't know how much they're going to go into that now that since Gunn was like pretty much the only one that seemed to know about that stuff.
It's very clear that he mapped a lot of the Infinity Saga and he actually likes comic books. Just
Yeah, whoever fires him is an idiot.
that was Alan Horn. You can blame him. What's really funny is that he made that choice above the chain of command of Kevin Feige and everything. And the only reason why they didn't bring Gunn back was because they didn't want. They were too concerned about the share price and looking weak and everything. And what's really ironic is that Alan Horn retired during that same year and he went to Warner Brothers, like as a consultant. He's not in any leadership position. So, yeah, if I was Gunn, that's a bit of a bitter pill to swallow. The dude who fired you is now at the company that you're working at. Like,
wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Another point is that James Gunn disliked Thor joining the Guardians in Avengers Endgame, and didn't plan to include him even when the movie was going to come out before Thor: Love and Thunder.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
he was never going to
I
use
mean-
Thor at all,
Yeah.
with or
I mean-
without. Love and
I mean,
Thunder.
it's fine as long as you actually explain it.
Yeah, that's one of the issues I have with Volume 3 is that it's very clear that Gunn wanted to do his own thing and just ignore certain elements, like Star-Lord's mask, for example, or just not having, like, not bringing that thing during the entire adventure and his boots. Like, what? Why? Like,
Because
and
he
then-
was like,
You should have done the more comic accurate one then.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They
It's insane.
went through the effort to put the comic accurate suit this time.
And James Gunn goes to Twitter. It's like, oh, you see,
How can you make another one?
how do you get a new one? I broke it in the Guardians too. Like, do you understand how time works? I was like,
Yeah, because
of
like
course he's
Guardians 2 was set in 2014, still like just
Mhm.
or maybe like a few months after the first movie, and then Infinity War still
Guardians-
2018. That's still 4 years later. He had time to refix his mask, and it's not that insane. It's not like Kylo Ren in Rise of Skywalker. So
yeah.
so funny. That's like,
it's
Mhm.
Yeah,
such a weird change.
yeah.
Last one for Guardians 3. There's an alternate ending where the Guardians rescued the High Evolutionary and locked him up on Nowhere. And it was cut, but James Gunn says it's still canon. That still happened in the film, even though we didn't
Let's
see
put
it.
it in the film.
The shit blew up.
High
There's,
Evolution
like-
still alive. Yeah.
Yeah, you can in the movie, like, you can see Drax holding, like, barely. You can barely make out that he's holding him when they run from the explosion. But yeah,
I
they
still don't
have
really
that.
get
This-
why.
See, I call Guardians 3 like a very mid movie, but the one
Mhm.
thing I will give the film a little bit of credit is that I actually kind of liked the High Evolutionary, at least for most of it until the end when he just goes insane for. Sadly, they barely set that up, but I really like the actor. I like the portrayal. I like the fact that we got like a really serious villain with like a decent motivation, like a god complex and everything. It's like, wow, this is actually like refreshing, and I think that's one of the major reasons why this film was received as well as it did, because it was so disconnected from the MCU, which was just rotting at the core, as we've been covering for like 5 hours now. Like,
Yeah, that's I mean, even that this movie is like, I mean, I don't know. I would say that James Gunn should care a bit more about the MCU continuity as well.
oh yeah, I agree. I would, but yeah, I can see why people like this film though. Like, not gonna like.
Oh, yeah.
because there are decent moments in it. It's just, I wish the writing was. I wish the script was a little bit tighter.
Yeah, I think all of my friends like it.
Yeah, it's.
I get why.
Yeah, I get why as well.
Yeah.
It's like ending. It's like Endgame. It's like, well, it's the final chapter for the Guardian, so yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
the
there.
Rocket Raccoon stuff to me is kind of like the best parts of the movie. Like
Yeah.
those flashbacks are really good.
Yeah, those are. I mean, well, up to a point. I was like,
Yeah.
up to how Rocket escaped. It's like, okay, that's BS.
Yeah,
Mm,
it's-
yeah.
So that takes us into Secret Invasion. So this is the last thing that the book has, because the book stopped after until after the Secret Invasion. But though we do have a few notes from afterwards, but that was just a thing to mention. In Secret Invasions, Emilia Clarke's character was supposed to be Queen Varanki, the Squirrel Queen, and she would usurp Gravik and depart for space with her loyalists, vowing revenge if Fury ever pursued them. So yeah, Clark was supposed to be evil, and all that. Honestly, I would have
What
preferred that.
What the fuck do you do that?
Yeah,
Would you say that
Like-
Secret
like
Invasion
Gaia-
was?
I helped with nothing.
Wasn't
then
she
giving up the
supposed to
whole
be
Super
Abigail
Scroll.
Brand? as well. I thought.
Uh, yeah, there was a few theories on who she would be, but like, I mean, the Scroll Queen would have been better. Well, I mean, the Scroll Queen would have been good in the sense that like, okay, she's taking the forces because Gravik is dead, and now we'll go back to space, and like if Fury ever tries to go after us, we'll kill him then. That's fair enough. And then Abigail Brand is at least makes her a shield agent. But yeah, they just didn't commit to any of those ideas.
Because I
Now
never
she's
saw
now she's the most powerful Super Scroll in the universe.
I never saw Secret Invasion, but like just the consensus, like you can tell, like if Quantum Mania was just like one of the other blows, like Secret Invasion was just like a punch in the gonad, like a kick in the gonads at this point. Because I know people who just absolutely despise this show, and I'm like, just listening to it, yeah, I'm not surprised because you
The
already
AI
destroy
intro.
Nick Fury's character, like.
Yeah, and yeah, we read the interview. It was like, so they throw away 1 year of the script that Mr. Robot showrunner did.
Yeah,
Damn.
Unity has a video on his channel about the Mr. Robot writer being replaced by somebody else. You should check that out.
Yeah, well,
And then the last one, Carmen Jogo, was originally cast as Priscilla Fury, the wife of Nick Fury, but she had to drop out because of the massive reshoots that the show had. So
Oh
that's why she was
yeah,
replaced by Charlene Woodard.
yeah. The reshoots of this show is really apparent.
yeah, it still didn't save
Honestly,
it.
honestly, like, and reshoots are going to be an important theme that I will mention about in the Daredevil show and about recast. So just keep this in mind. So now the next thing is kind of rapid fire. Since like we are putting a lot of time into this. So the Marvels, the one thing that I found that was interesting was Carol Danvers was supposed to die with Dar-Ben at the same time. Like they would both die together. But then obviously that didn't happen.
Oh my god, that is literally a Barry Sue trope.
Yeah.
Oh, Marvel.
What?
Did you catch that, Unity? Yeah. Carol Danvers was supposed to die with Dar-Ben in the Marvels. Like they both do like a blast thing, and then they would both disintegrate.
That is so dumb in so many levels.
It's classic Mary Sue trope. It's like this is what they did. Like this is what the original like Mary Sue was.
I mean, even ignoring that, I was like, wait, how the fuck is Starbringer gonna make Carol Danvers do that? She's not powerful enough. As much as the movie tries to frame that she's a threat. That's insane.
Yeah. So we all know about Blade. Blade is getting another reshoot, rewrites, and all that stuff.
It's already, how many writers is it on? Because I know it's had multiple writers.
It's on the fifth now.
Oh my! How hard is it to write a Blade movie? Like,
yeah.
I mean, even David S. Goyer wrote that.
just do a film that's similar to Dread, but like with vampires or werewolves with Blade. There you go.
Yeah. The most recent thing that they updated was like it was supposed to be set in the 18th century, but then they said no, we're not going to do that. We're just going to set it in the modern day.
I feel so bad for Marshall Ali Marshall because he's a good actor. Mahershala, like he's a good actor.
I just think like I've always thought that he's just too old for the role. Like it's kind of like a Ben Affleck Batman situation where it's a very strenuous physical role, and there's no way you can manage to deal with that for like multiple films.
Yeah.
And the way that this film plot sounds like he's pretty much like raising a daughter to take his place.
Why am I not surprised? Like,
yeah.
Don't get me wrong. The Free Blade film, and including the show Blade the series, It's about Blade and another girl. She always has to mentor that girl. I
Yeah.
understand where that came from. And I don't think like 3 out of 4 of those didn't do a good job though.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Echo has some interesting changes. So like it was supposed to have a greater focus on the criminal gangs in New York, as well as Kingpin's successor, which her name was Irina, which is that might be a reference to the Iron Man villain Irina Tarasova. Not too sure about that. Um, yeah, yeah, it would have focused more in it would have been set more in New York and not in Oklahoma. Was their idea. But then they had some other subplots, like Biscuit has a missing dog and has
Haha, because
focused
that
more
is
on
so funny.
Maya's relationship with her cousin Bonnie, which honestly they put so much emphasis on the cousin relationship that, and they don't do anything with that. So, um, so the ancestors were supposed to be scattered throughout the series and not just like in the openings of every episode. And then Maya's powers were supposed to set to they were supposed to gradually emerge and not all of them at once in the finale.
Don't you
Yeah.
don't you love how this show is called Echo and yet her powers barely have anything to do with it? Because like,
So
the
basically,
power to be
the logic is they're echoing from history, like
oh
mutant powers from history. So that was where the echo comes from. Yeah.
it's so stupid.
Which is
Yes,
like,
let's
yeah,
take her powers, which were essentially Taskmaster's powers, and just give her new powers. 10 out of 10. Like
yeah.
Yeah, that's why I
I
was like,
have I
yeah.
have a few more. So Henry, played by Chasky Spencer, he was supposed to have connections with all the gangs in New York City, big ones like the Elliots and Zane, the leader of the Black Knives. Henry was supposed to be connected to all of these groups through a transportation empire that would use several tracks and dozens of train cars and to move things from north to south of the country. So basically, the train tracks unity from uh, like Henry's character is like associated with the train line, so they were supposed to focus more on that and how he works with Kingpin and the New York
Yeah.
crime groups. So it was supposed to focus more on that with his side. That would have been interesting. Maya was going to use their connections in to take over New York City, specifically Hell's Kitchen, during Kingpin's absence. Um, we talked about Irina. Henry and Maya were supposed to argue, and Maya would mention how there was already a war happening. Maya would have called a meeting with. So it's supposed to be. So I guess like if I'm trying to summarize it as quickly as I can, like so there's supposed to be more of a gang war in New York, and Echo gets caught up in both conflicts basically due to that. So it just seems like nothing related to the Oklahoma side plot was supposed to be here, or like the history. I don't even see where the history of the ancestors come from, really.
yeah, there was a rumor that they wanted to bat. Sorry, Red. Apparently there was a rumor that they wanted to Batgirl Echo because of just how bad it wasn't working, but like they couldn't because of like backlash and everything. Because it's interesting how they released all the episodes in one go. Because usually the Disney Plus stuff they do an episode a week, so that's just very telling.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, they probably just want some Choctaw representation, so they just throw it in.
yeah,
Yeah. Well, then, yeah. Well, I think it's also too because the Marvels being what it was like the bottom finally falling out, and Marvel realizing that they can't just coast anymore. Like, I think one person, like all these projects that they have, they've now turned from assets into potential liabilities with like the slightest chance that they could be an asset. So now they're stuck with what they have and they have to release it. And it's like, we'll get to probably like Daredevil and stuff, but like the one thing that could potentially destroy them if they don't get this well is Daredevil Born again. because Feige and it's very clear Feige was not a fan of Netflix Daredevil because it wasn't like something he produced, and they were going to
Right.
do something different. But like, yeah, they have to get at the very least Daredevil right at this point because they have literally nothing. Like outside of Wolverine and Deadpool, Daredevil's it.
One other thing. So, episode 4. This episode was entirely cut because this is a 5-episode series and not a 6-episode series. Episode 4 was supposed to be all about Maya and Bonnie, and they would have to hash out their issues over a game of aggressive catch. Bonnie wants Maya to quit, saying this is her life, and it has collateral damage. Maya tries to disagree, but finally accepts that and says that, yeah, she does have a problem. And then Bonnie would say that she would have to stop and come home, but Maya doesn't want to stop, surprising Bonnie. Then they finally reconcile. Bonnie tries to get Maya to come to a family dinner, and then the next time, and then Maya says she'll try another time. Yeah, I guess like a bit more personalization
I
between
mean,
Maya and Bonnie.
that answered more questions for the series. So I was like, why do you cut that again?
Yeah. Episode 5, they also cut a plot point where Maya and Fisk have a talk. Fisk mentioned how he wants to protect her from all the hurt and failed, and how her grandmother and her family are winning her back. She is shocked to hear that he knows about her grandmother, but he reveals that she is fine. She tells him to stay away from her family, and the first time she called them in years. And then they cut some connections that would have connected to Born Again. Episode 2 would have a bombing at the armory. Maya would text Matt to see if anyone in New York knows that she did it, and he would say that he had a couple of days. Oh, wow. So I guess she already knew Matt Murdock at this point.
Yeah, that was dumb.
Then she would ask Matt to find out who is making a play for Fisk territory in episode 5. Episode 6, she would text Matt to do it, meaning rounding up his friends and dismantle Kingpin's empire in New York. And then in episode 6, we would learn that Matt bailed Maya out after she shot Fisk in exchange for giving the FBI info. Feds would think that she is on their side. And then the series would have ended with Maya going back to New York due to unfinished business, inviting Bonnie for the trip, and setting up their appearance in Born Again.
Which I don't think that's going to happen, considering all the reshoots with Born Again.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, this show also has a lot of reshoots where Daredevil's only in one episode.
Yeah, it wasn't.
I would have liked some more connections with Echo and Daredevil since Echo was a Daredevil character. Though I'd have to see how they would have went about it, how they became friends eventually.
Yeah, it's.
Because,
like I said,
the show doesn't have enough details for that. But yeah, it could have been interesting if they.
Yeah, the Marvels really was the thing that is going to facilitate a lot of these changes that we're seeing right now. I mean, they were slowly moving things into position, but like as soon as the Marvels collapsed, like all eyes are now on Feige. Like this is a sink or swim moment for him and even the MCU at this point. Like they're lucky that they don't have that many projects coming out this year because they can see it as like a reset. Because like Daredevil, like I think it is out of all the shows that they need to get right, that is the number one show they have to nail because like it or not, they're going to be compared to the Netflix series.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Daredevil is the one that I've been referencing a lot. So my thing here is like obviously they had a production and it seemed like they were going to try and do their own thing, maybe have a quasi retcon of like not like like a semi reboot in a sense where they reference some things from the Daredevil show to put that up in the air, but like it might be its own thing set in the MCU. But then obviously that stopped. I guess they just didn't see that the vision that they had was working out, and they should just go back to making it Netflix. Which honestly, I would have been fine if the show chose that direction of like just wanting to reboot but set itself in the MCU. I would have been fine with it, but I'd like you to commit to that idea. Obviously, they didn't do that, so they went to a reshoot thing, which honestly, Yeah, I can appreciate them trying to go back to Netflix and all that stuff. Though I think my big issue though is like, for example, some actresses got cut because of
Yeah.
this. Like Sandrine Holt was supposed to be the recast for Vanessa Fisk, but now that they did the reshoots, Ailey Tazura comes back, which is good. She was the Vanessa Fisk of the Netflix show,
Yep.
but Sandrine is gone from production. She's gone on the IMDb. She's not a part of Daredevil anymore, obviously because she's recasted.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
But
then
on the flip side, they got Carrie Ann Moss, not Carrie Ann Moss, the Karen Page actor and Foggy Nelson's actor. They brought back
yeah,
because, like, originally the show had it where they both died, like in the reboot. Which I'm just like,
yeah. Which I've seen some set photos. There is some questionable set photos on what they show with Karen Page and Foggy, but I don't want to jump the gun on that right now.
yeah,
But yeah, I think my big thing too is like I know reshoots and reboots reshoots happen a lot, and then sometimes people lose their jobs um, because of there is a bit of studio incompetence there in the sense of like, well, if you guys just planned this out better, you didn't like some people wouldn't have to lose their jobs because of that, which
yeah.
is what I find unfortunate in the whole process. But then again, I mean, obviously they got paid, they got to do their stuff, so it's not like a total loss, but it is like unfortunate
I think
for
yeah.
those that have to work in this franchise. And
I
then
think what it shows. Sorry about that. Like, I
yeah,
think what it shows with what we've been covering almost like 5 hours is just the sheer utter incompetence that Marvel has put themselves into. I think EFAP put it really well because, like, they're honestly they're like Nostradamus when it came to this, where it's like Marvel's downfall was not going to be because of one or two films. It was going to be a systematic series of failures on like multiple levels. And it's like when we go behind the scenes and all this other stuff, like, yeah, some of the situations for all these vary, but what are the common underlying themes? A lack of organization and communication and a waste of resources. Because
Yeah.
Holman on Daredevil, they shot this thing. This thing was supposed to be, what is it, like 18 episodes? And they shot this thing halfway before scrapping it and refilming it. Like, that's a lot of money that they burnt on this thing. And it's like
yeah,
also two actors they have to get back in as well. They're gonna have to compensate them and cut them out if they're doing replacements. It's like it's you can't run a show like this. You can't run a department like this, especially when money is tight. And with Daredevil, it's like I'm glad that they're bringing back a lot of the original cast. I'm glad they brought back a lot of the stunt fighters from the Netflix show to try to get it closer. And what is it? They got the Punisher
yeah.
showrunners to like for like
Yeah.
The Punisher's
which
in the show.
yeah, which yeah, he's in the show and stuff like that. And I like Bernthal's depiction of the Punisher, so I'm like, all right. But it's like this should have been what you did beforehand. Like, yes, if you want to do a soft reboot, fine and whatever, but like you still need good writers attached to this. And it's clear that Feige and everyone in company thought that the Daredevil name would sell alone. And it's like, no, like you now have that Netflix series you're going to be compared to. And it's like either sink or swim, especially now when your brand is at its utter all-time low and when superhero media is, let's be clear, almost on its way out. Like it's going to still exist in forms with like X-Men 97, Invincible, Deadpool, like the really popular stuff, the really good popular stuff is going to last. But not the days of people blindly diving into Marvel unless it's like a really well-known character or like there's good genuine word of mouth, like that's gone. And it's a shame because it's I know there's people being like, oh, we're just being haters and stuff like that. No, this was the biggest franchise in the world in terms of profitability. So for it to fall as fast as it did, because we knew it was never gonna last. Like it was going to eventually decline. But the fact that it declined so quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go through some things that was mentioned at the CinemaCon, and then we can close this out.
Sure.
In the CinemaCon,
Yeah.
they showed 9 minutes of footage of Deadpool and the Wolverine. One of the jokes that they had was basically Deadpool saying that, hey, Feige said that only cocaine is off the table, so
Huh?
Only
What the
cocaine is off
so-
the table.
so you can do rated R. We're gonna do a rated R Disney, just don't do cocaine. All right. So
Okay.
I suppose.
Sure.
So Wade Wilson is now trying to work as a retired as a car salesman. He works with his former X-Force team, Peter, who keeps the old Deadpool costume in his work locker in hopes that they can both go back to crime fighting one day. Peter takes Wade back to his apartment for a surprise party to celebrate his birthday, and all the X-Men characters from the previous films are there, including Colossus, Negasonic Teenage Warhead, Yukio, Dopinder, and the landlord Blind Al.
I like
Vanessa.
Dopinder.
Oh yeah, Vanessa is also there, but she and Wade are no longer dating.
What?
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 That's
But the whole second film was to
he saved her from dying.
saved her from dying.
Oh, I don't like that.
When he tries to blow out his candles, the TVA agents come in and collect him. Wade wakes up in the TVA and meets Mr. Paradox, a high-ranking TVA operative who offers Wade the chance of a lifetime. Paradox tells Wade that he is destined for something special, and that the sacred timeline of the multiverse might need some avenging. And then Wade's joke is, so is there going to be a lot of cameos in this one? So, yeah. Wade gets a complete suit upgrade from the TVA, which includes the adamantium swords. The funniest joke of the footage is where Wade runs over to the camera, smashing the lens with his forehead, grabbing a mic out of frame, and saying, "Suck it, Fox, I'm going to Disneyland. Get fucked."
Okay, that's good.
When he rolls out his new updated costume, Fergie's glamorous plays, and Wade starts to show in his true Deadpool fashion. And the sneak preview ends with Deadpool and Hugh Jackman's Wolverine in their comic-accurate costumes, driving on the road together. Deadpool jokes that if the X-Men force Wolverine to wear the silly outfit, referencing that it has the colors of the LA Rams football team. And yeah, and they also do like a Nicole Kidman thing. You know how like the AMC theaters where it's like, so they have the part where like Wolverine is saying, "Hey, shut the fuck up" to someone whose phone is ringing, and then Deadpool says that makes him hard hearing Wolverine covers. So yeah, that's all.
That was so weird.
Yeah. Yeah, so that was what they showed. Obviously it's not too much to say. It's the first 9 minutes of the movie, I guess.
That was still bizarre to hear about.
Yeah, it's
They also had Captain America 4. And the only thing they said about, so I guess Fantastic Four. So here's the funny thing. So it's not the Fantastic Four. It's the Fantastic Four.
okay.
That's what they're calling it. So the
Ha
Batman.
ha ha! Funny.
Like the Batman. Okay.
Yeah. So I've been hearing a lot about the Fantastic Four movie, how they're gonna go with. So they're not even set in quote unquote 616. They're set in an alternate universe. At that point, it's like, why not just reuse John Krasinski then, if this is not the in canon Fantastic Four?
I probably don't want to pay him because money.
Yeah, and basically the whole plot is like there's an incursion happening on that planet. Sue Storm is like pissed at Reed for not being able to figure out what to do. Galactus is trying to eat the planet.
I'm so lost.
Why would
Yeah.
she get mad? That's not.
I'm just saying, it's like you need this film to, you need this Fantastic Four film to hit. So for me, like that's where where a lot of the silver lining will go, because like Fantastic Four is a super iconic team. It is Marvel's first family, but let's be real, not many Marvel casual people know that. Not many people care about that, honestly.
I mean, I'm probably because they're my favorite superhero team, and they got me into
Yeah,
comics.
yeah.
So I'm just like, what?
So it's like I don't know, like I feel like you need to play it safe, make a good film with the Fantastic Four. I know like people are starting to really love the 2005 iteration, which it was a pretty decent film for what it was.
The first one, yeah, had it. I mean, Ewan Grufford, I actually think did an all right job as Reed Richards. Just the writing just wasn't there, and
Yeah,
Jessica Alba, Susan Storm, no, like
yeah. The others are good, like Chris Evans and Michael
Michael
Chiklis.
Chiklis. Yeah, he's good as
Mhm.
Ben Grimm.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I don't know, but then it's like the incursions. Reed is not able to solve this, how what to do. So now let's criticize him for not being able to figure it out. Yeah, that's how it works.
I mean,
I really hope. I have no expectations for that movie. But I will go back to the last one, Captain America 4. They showed a few minutes of footage. Basically, Sam Wilson is meeting Thunderbolt Ross, who is now the president at the White House. Ross is asking to meet with Wilson so that he can reunite the Avengers with a new Captain America at the forefront. He's looking to unite forces, but he might have some ulterior motives unknown to everyone else. During a meeting where Ross is presenting this plan to a crowd with Sam in attendance, a mysterious villain takes over the speaker and controls the minds of Secret Service agents and Isaiah Bradley, whom Sam struggles to pin down in a fight. So they even mentioned Isaiah Bradley successfully shoots a bunch of politicians and almost kills the president. And it's like, man, dude, Malcolm Spellman, why do you hate Isaiah so much?
yeah. Wait,
uh,
are you seriously copying Secret Invasion? They literally
Yeah.
they literally have the scene of one of the persons shoot as politician.
Yeah,
well, apparently they wanted to make harken it back to Winter Soldier and all this other jazz, but it's like, okay.
And then people are like, "Oh, the leader can mind control those." So it's like, yeah, it makes sense. No, I get the leader can mind control, but like, you don't have to mind control Isaiah. Use somebody else.
Was like, you know, the Hulk.
Yeah, the Hulk.
But Mark Ruffalo said that he's not in Cap 4 because expensive and
Yeah, let's put the leader in Thunderbolt Ross in this movie.
I know. Honestly, Marvel. I'm honestly convinced they cannot make a movie under like $100 million. Like they have to have the green screen and the big effects. And I'm like, maybe it would be an interesting challenge if you could do a really good story that's like less than 50 million or around that.
Yeah, now Blade has that budget, but that's because they spent $50 million trying to write and rewrite the script. They had a $100 million budget. Now they only have $50 million left to work with, which makes sense to use a Blade movie and $50 million budget. But like, man, you wasted $50 million. Oh my god, that could have.
Why didn't you start with $50 million?
You could have just donated that money to people that actually needed that money. If you're not going to use it for the movie,
like you look at films like Oppenheimer or even like Godzilla -1, and they do so much with so little budget, especially -1, which was like a less than $12 million. Yet Godzilla looks great and the script is fantastic and like well written. It's like Marvel, it's like they have to use the spectacle, they have to use the green screen. They're not disciplined enough to actually do some filmmaking and use a reduced amount of budget, or at the very least use their funds wisely. I mean, you see all the VFX people and how they unionize because of their incompetence and just like all their managers like pushing them into this. So it's just like, yeah, it's the signs were there for Marvel to collapse, but the fact they collapsed so quickly and they're just trying to turn things around, like, again, it's just all of this was preventable. every single one of these choices could have been avoided. But again, hubris got the better of them. Money men intervened, and Kevin Feige just lost the plot. And it sucks. And I hate saying this because I used to be a big fan of this stuff, and I still am of the older things. But it's like it's hard to get excited when you've produced nothing but mediocre sludge or garbage in many cases. It's
Yeah. So this is going to be the last part. So full chaos ensues, which leads to a montage of different action set pieces of the film. We see Sam getting attacked at the White House, using his shield to block himself from multiple Secret Service agents trying to tase him. We see shots of Captain America and Phoenix in action together. Everything builds up with a tense confrontation between Sam and Thunderbolt Ross inside the Oval Office, where Ross tells him, "You're not Steve Rogers." After a long pause, Sam says, "You're right. I'm not." Finally, we see Sam in a suit up with the Captain America suit, where it's more silver and blue than blue and white. And that's the end of that.
I thought Thunderbolt Ross hates Steve because he broke the Accords.
Yeah, it's like, you're not Steve Rogers.
But the
Thanks,
Accords
man.
were repealed, apparently, according to She-Hulk, because
Yeah.
Because that's
consequences.
writing.
Because consequences, what are those? Like, nah. Again, I think it's telling that this film was reshot
And then,
multiple times.
Yeah. And then the last bit, obviously, we already know this. Mike Waldron, he sucked Foggy's cock a lot, and now he's doing the last two Avenger films to end up his
Help us.
6.
Help us,
It's
Lord.
not
Like,
so. It's not called Kang Dynasty anymore. Just Avenger 5 for now, and Avengers Secret Wars is still the 6th film. So yeah, that's all our production notes.
oh,
5 hours
Marvel.
of content. I apologize for the time, but I think we talked a lot. I learned a lot from all of us.
See? We stared into the abyss and we just learned just how messed up Marvel is, and just a cascade of
What? And I was like, how long is this? How much? I was literally here. I was like, wait, how much stuff is there in Phase 4 and Phase 5? I was like, wow.
There's so much stuff, man.
It's all garbage.
It's more stuff than Phase 1 and 3 combined.
And it's all garbage. Most of it's utter crap, and it's just it shows to like that as soon as Kevin, because like creatives, I tend to find when they get a lot of power, like the George Lucas types, and they become unchallenged and they've got full control, they start to make errors because they start to believe in their own hype. And I've learned this from experience. The moment you start believing in your own hype to an extreme degree, you've lost, because you can never be impartial. You can never be objective. You can never look at what you're doing and question if you're doing is wrong until it's too late. And in the case of Kevin Feige, it took a while, but like he's now realized that Marvel is in massive trouble. Like the fact that the Marvels has collapsed. I mean, Disney as a company is in trouble. There's a reason why there was a proxy fight between them, and it became so public the way it is because it's just a titanic failure. And in the case of Marvel, it's like, yeah, now they're starting to change things, but then they start announcing things like rumors of like a female Silver Surfer. I'm just like, do you guys lack any kind of self-awareness? Like South Park made fun of you because of this.
Yeah.
And yet you're still stubborn and dogmatic to continue this path.
And the funny thing is about the female Silver Surfer, which is a good point.
Yeah.
Because people will say like it's an alternate universe, and yes, there is an alternate universe where Shala Ball was the Silver Surfer in that universe. But then my first question is why? First off, if this was set in 616, quote unquote, and then it was also a female Silver Surfer, would you defend that then, or would you still say that it's just an adaptation, doesn't matter? So it's like, okay, but right now all we know is like the movie set in an alternate universe, and in an alternate universe they did that. It's like, okay, so
It
In an
just
alternate
shows
universe, they also had what's the stupid thing from an alternate universe?
alternate dimension.
Dumb Reed Richards.
Dumb Reed Richards, yeah. So I guess we can
Mhm.
just do that.
It just
Since
yeah.
this is an alternate universe, right? So
It shows,
Yay.
Comedy
it just shows that
stupid.
these people saying this stuff, they're tourists. And I know that's mean, but like as someone who's like a big fan of Norrin Rad and I've read enough Silver Surfer comics, like, Ron Mars, Ron Lim, Steve Englehart's work, like the Infinity Gauntlet stuff. Like Norrin Rad is an awesome character. Like Stan Lee has gone on record to state that like his favorite character is actually the Silver Surfer. Like he loves him equally as much as Spider-Man because he offers such a unique perspective. And he did a really great comic book called Silver Surfer Parable, which examines like him and Galactus and like human cults and like their worship of God. Like it's really good. And then you have stuff like Silver Surfer Requiem, which is a fantastic story with like J. Michael Straczynski. Like you can do good stories with the Silver Surfer. And we've never had a good adaptation of the Silver Surfer outside of the comics, unless you count like
the TV show.
the old 90s show, which was okay. But it's like, I want Norrin Rad. That's what people, when they think of Silver Surfer, it's Norrin Rad.
Yeah,
And
my other issue with the whole alternate universe thing is like, okay, so that would mean like she won't carry over into other movies then because she's in an alternate universe, so it's fine. And then it's like you got to remember this is Julia Garner, 3-time Emmy winner Julia Garner, and you're saying, yeah, she'll just be in a one and done film. That's stupid. I don't know. It's just a waste. It's a miscast in that sense. It's like if she's gonna be in an alternate universe, Silver Surfer, and then nothing else ever again, it's like that's just a waste of an actress.
Or just use Nova. Like Nova exists.
Make her Frankie Reyes. Like I don't know what. She's a Silver Surfer light kind of character, so it wouldn't make sense there. But
Yeah, but you see, people know the name Silver Surfer. They don't know the name
Nova.
But apparently, people who have legitimate criticism of this, we're just chuds. We're mean people because we want the thing that we like in the comic books represented as well as possible while making meaningful changes. Like this is where like my apathy like turned into genuine rage towards people saying this shit. And I would have honestly produced a video if I had the time, being like, stop with the bullshit and the gaslighting. We know who Silver Surfer is. We know for a fact that this is an alternative version, but we know that Marvel would love to do this just to virtue signal and all this other stuff. And especially considering that they've gotten flack for this from South Park. And they did this right after the shareholder meeting with the proxy battle that Nelson Peltz nearly took over for. It shows a lack of self-awareness on their part. And it's like, how many times we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Like, stop. Seriously. Like, get your shit together, Marvel. Like, I'm being unironic here. Just get your shit together. Like, you're lucky that you don't have that much content being produced, but like the entire superhero genre is at risk at this point because of how much mess ups you've done. Hollywood is shrinking right now. A lot of good people are losing jobs because of people like you and your incompetence. And it's like, look, people want to like this stuff, but you have to start producing good things. You have to put in the time and effort to make quality scripts. And you have to have a series of consistent hits. And stop taking the audience for granted. Period.
That's a very good conclusion.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, the Marvel is gonna fail, if I'm being honest.
Like,
So thank you everybody for joining this video.
Thank you for having me.
Getting ready for dinner. So
yeah,
we'll wrap this up. So yeah, thanks again, Operation. Thanks again, Bia, for joining us again, finishing this saga, our own saga on this channel.
No problem, man.
Thanks for having me.
And no problem. And if you ever need me to come back for anything, I am more than willing to.
Sure thing.
Same here.
Yeah. So thanks for watching, everybody. We do have another channel, another Reviews Corp podcast, where we archive these videos. expect them. We started changing our thing. Instead of 2 days later, we'll just do it tomorrow. So yeah, if you are trying to find this video, find it over there. We also have a part 1 to this series from like maybe 2 months ago. That's in the description down below. Subscribe to our channels. Our links are in the description down below. Subscribe to Another Reviews Corp podcast. Subscribe to our Spotify of the same name. All of those are in the link in the description down below. Thanks again, and we'll see you next time. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Excelsior!
Bye.
Long live the king.